Hey guys. This is part 3 of What If Naruto Was a Dragon Rider. Hit like and subscribe if you like this one, and also please check the author in the description. Let's start. Chapter 17. The Next Dragon Rider? It had been 3 days since Naruto had revealed his true identity to the remains of the Konoha 12, their sensei, and the Ichiraku. During that time, they had begun training with him in a somewhat secretive manner. To the outside world, it seemed as if the famed Oni was simply training with some of the well-known shinobi of the new generation. To those who knew who Oni was, it was Naruto's bonding time with his friends. Currently, Naruto found himself under a massive kunai and shuriken assault from Tenten. She had been drooling over the prospect of showing her mettle against Naruto's armor and weapons, and had taken it as a challenge when Naruto stated his armor was almost impenetrable to most weapons used by ninjas. Naruto's shield rattled under another barrage, as he blocked. He immediately shot forward, swinging fast and hard. Tenten back-flipped away, drawing a ninjato and kodachi combo to combat him. The three blades clashed, and Tenten quickly went on the offensive with the kodachi. Naruto parried and swung around, the hilt going for a strike against her head. Tenten ducked and swung, only for Naruto to flip over her and backslash. Tenten cursed as she barely blocked. The force of the blow caused her to stumble. Naruto advanced a step, swinging hard. Tenten bent back at a nearly impossible angle before straightening, swinging as she did. Naruto cursed as he blocked with his shield. Tenten smirked and slashed hard with her ninjato. Naruto felt his grip loosen slightly on his sword before Tenten smashed her kodachi upwards, sending the sword spiraling out of Naruto's hand. Naruto cursed as he continually blocked Tenten's attacks with his shield. He whirled, elbowing her in the gut with his right elbow. As she doubled over, he leapt over her, shouting, "Gath sem sverd and lam yet! Unite that sword with my hand!" His sword turned and spun towards him. The hilt landed in his hand, and he turned as he landed. Tenten blinked before grinning. "Not bad, you're quite the swordsman," she said, as she retook her stance. Naruto would have responded if his danger sense didn't go off. He ducked as a hooked blade slashed through the space above him. Hinata smirked at Naruto as she retook her stance. "Don't forget, you're facing two of us," she said as she gripped her twin hook swords. Naruto kept his grip steady, trying to watch both of them. The three stood there, before Tenten and Hinata charged. Naruto blocked Tenten's slash with his sword, Hinata with his shield. He spun, slashing and blocking in the same movement, causing Hinata to jump back and Tenten to curse as she tried to get around his shield. Naruto whirled, swinging his shield onto his back using a strap to hold it there and block a dual slash from Hinata as he swung with both hands down at Tenten. She blocked, but the force of the blow caused her two swords to break. She cursed and jumped away as Naruto turned back to Hinata. The blue-clad Hyuga jumped back, hooking her swords together. She whirled, slashing at Naruto with the now 6-foot weapon. Naruto ducked but swung up, knocking the slashing blade loose. It spun through the air and landed on the ground. As Naruto moved against Hinata, she tried to hold him off, but the type of sword she was using was not designed for single use. In a matter of moments, Naruto had knocked it from her hand. His blade lightly tapped her neck. Dead. Hinata sighed as she retreated while Naruto turned, only to be caught in the chest by the butt of a naginata. Tenten spun her weapon, slashing at him. Naruto cursed and leaned back. As the blade went over his head, he back-flipped away. Tenten followed, thrusting the weapon at him. Her eyes widened as Naruto dropped his shield, grabbing the naginata. His right hand came down, bringing the sword to her neck. Dead. Tenten sighed as she backed down. "Damn Naruto. I guess the rumors of your sword skills aren't just rumors." Naruto smiled behind his helmet. "You two aren't too bad yourself," he said, as Hinata joined them, her swords on her back again. Hinata grinned, as she handed them both some water. Naruto tilted his helmet up enough to be able to drink. "So what now, ladies?" he asked. Tenten stretched. "I gotta go back to the weapon shop. Gotta shift there in about 45 minutes. She groaned as a few joints cracked, before rolling her shoulder. "See you both around." As Tenten headed off, Naruto glanced back at Hinata. "So what about you?" She shrugged. "I don't really have anything to do. Except thank you again," she said, her voice softening. "You really helped me out." Hinata had really begun to change from the cold-blooded killer Naruto had run into at Wave. While she was still rather brutal on the battlefield, she was opening back up to her family and friends. Something that Kurenai had hugged him in thanks for, while Hayashi and Niji bowed to him. She had also begun to hang out with Naruto a lot. Tenten, Ino, and Sakura had all speculated that perhaps her old crush was resurfacing. Hinata had denied this, even though she did feel some small part of her old crush resurfacing. No, the main reason she was spending so much time with him was because of the dreams. They had stopped, but what she had seen was still permanently etched in her mind. Now, she wanted to seek answers from him. The two were walking away from the training ground, when she decided to bring it up. Hey, can I ask you about something? He nodded. Of course, Hyuga-san, he said, putting up the mask that was Oni the demon dragon rider. She sighed softly. I've had these weird dreams, nightmares I guess. They've stopped recently, but, well, they concern you. He blinked. Perhaps we should save this for the security of the compound, he said, as he quickened his pace. Hinata fell in step. Within 20 minutes, they were inside the walls of the Namikaze compound, and Naruto reverted to his normal voice. Okay, Hinata, what's this about dreams and me? She took a breath and began to explain. I've had these nightmares, most of them involve you in your armor. We'd fight, and I'd kill you. And then I would reveal your face under your helmet, and your body would speak, calling me a monster. She stopped and shuddered. Naruto moved to comfort her, but she stopped. Recently, though, my dreams have changed. I find myself in the air, flying through the clouds. And then I look down, and I see these mountains. And all these dragons in these nests. I land amongst the nests, and approach this one, where a blue egg lays. I start to reach towards it, and then I wake up. Naruto stood there, listening to her. As he did, he felt Onyxia tugging at his mind. Naruto, I think she might be the one. Naruto held up a finger to Hinata, indicating she should wait. Are you sure about this? I mean, the dream sounds like it could, but she has a lot of problems. Some that make me wary of giving her power. Onyxia's voice rumbled in his head. It's not your choice, is it? It's the dragon inside the eggs. Why don't you see what the egg thinks? Naruto nodded, and turned to Hinata. I think I might have the answer to your dreams, he said, turning to the door. Follow me. Naruto led her into the Namikaze compound and down into the basement. He stopped outside one room, which was covered in security seals. Hinata, what you're about to see and hear doesn't leave this room. If you can't promise me that, I can't let you in here. Her eyes widened before she nodded. I understand, and I promise. Naruto took a deep breath, before unsealing the door and opening it. Hinata followed him in. The room was almost completely bare, save for some seals that were generating warmth. In the center was a pedestal with a cushion on it. And on this cushion was a large object. It looked like a dark blue stone. Hinata's eyes widened as she saw it, before her eyes glazed a bit. She slowly entered. This is that egg I saw, isn't it? She whispered. Naruto nodded, but Hinata didn't notice. She walked to the egg, almost hypnotized by it. Naruto watched, as she stopped before it. Slowly she raised her hand out to the egg and then slowly placed her hand on it. Naruto stiffened slightly, feeling a small tingle on the back of his palm, where his dragon rider mark was. He smiled, as Hinata blinked, and pulled her hand back. She looked at Naruto. Sorry. I didn't mean to just, sorry, she said, looking embarrassed. He smirked. It's okay, Hinata. Truth be told, I'm quite glad you did, he said as he gently stroked the egg. She blinked at him. What do you mean? She asked in a confused voice. He chuckled. Tell you what. Come back in a week's time. And bring your father with you, he said. She tilted her head. Why? She asked. Naruto smirked. It's a surprise, he said. She blinked before sighing. Oh, fine then. She looked at the egg again, gently patting it, before turning and leaving the room. Naruto just smiled at the egg and followed. Border between Fire and Wind County, the border that separated the windswept deserts of Wind Country, and the deep forests and rolling farmland of Fire Country, was an arid wasteland. Few plants grew there, most of them hardy little bushes and the occasional wizen tree. It was here that the most elite of Suna's forces had gathered, erecting the defenses that would be used to obliterate the IWA's strike force. On the other side of the border, several of Konoha's trap experts were setting up underground explosive tags, as well as entrapment and stun tags. They would slowly work their way from the border up along the paths most likely taken by Iwa's forces. Along the way, they would warn nearby villagers and set up bridges to be blown. Meanwhile, scouts had been stationed around the point where Iwa's forces would break through the Konoha/Suna defense line. They would send warning to Konoha and Suna via summons messengers, at which point, Konoha shinobi would strike along the right flank, rear, and front of the IWA force, until they hit Wind's border and the new defense barricade there. Jeriah smirked as he watched a force of Konoha ninjas set up some seal tags he had developed. These particular ones, when set, would launch a storm of Saban needles, kunai, shuriken, and other weapons. Jeriah had directed them to be set up to go off in multiple directions. So when they were triggered, they would strike at the ninjas that passed by or were still coming. He turned back to look at the border, where he could make out the Sunanines. They were being led by Kankuro, the older brother of the Kazekage. Gaara. He took a deep breath, looking back to the north. This is one heck of a gambit we're playing here. If IWA goes somewhere we don't want them to go, we'll be in real trouble. Asuma Sarutobi nodded. Agreed. It would be a real mess if they go in a direction we don't want. Jeriah nodded softly. Right. Well, I need to go get some information from one of my contacts. Can you take care of things here till I get back? Asuma nodded. Right, Jiraiya-sama. I'll keep things going here. Jeriah turned and began heading northwards. Hopefully there would be new information from one of his more important spies. In Northern Fire Country, Sasuke looked up at the building he and his companions were standing in front of. It was a publishing building. More importantly, it was the publishing company for the adult novels known as Ika, written by the Toad Sannin Jeriah. Sasuke was quite puzzled as to why the address on the letter had led him and the others here. But if it meant he got closer to finding Itachi, then so be it. As Jugo, Sujetsu, and Karen kept watch outside, Sasuke entered. A receptionist looked up as he did. Her eyes widened as they landed on his weapons. Can I help you? She asked. Sasuke nodded. Yes, you can. I'd like to speak to whoever is in charge here. The woman nodded, and quickly retreated further into the building. About 10 minutes later, she returned. Baka-sama will see you now, she said. Sasuke entered the room she had left, coming face to face with an old man with balding hair and wrinkles. The man adjusted his glasses as he looked up at him. You wanted to see me, Mr. Uchiha? Sasuke Uchiha. And you're going to tell me who exactly you're sending information to? Information that you received from my brother Itachi, Sasuke said as he moved in front of the desk. Baka froze, before trembling slightly. I don't know what you're talking about, he said. Sasuke sighed, as he moved around the desk. Don't play stupid. Your body gives away the truth. I am looking for my brother, and unless you can tell me where he is, I want to know where I can find the person who does know where I can find him. Baka trembled. I can't tell you. Sasuke sighed, pulling out a kunai. Are you sure about that? Baka trembled even more. Jeriah of the Sannin. It's Jeriah of the Sannin. Sasuke's eyes widened, before he nodded. I see. Thank you for your information, he said as he turned. By the way, I would suggest not telling anyone about this. It could prove to be dangerous for your well-being. Sasuke left, joining his 3 comrades. As they walked away, Sasuke growled. We have a problem. The man we're now looking for is Jeriah of the Sannin. They all looked at him, as he leaned against the wall. It doesn't make sense. Itachi is a traitor to Konoha. Why would he be working for one of its greatest ninjas? Karen adjusted her glasses. Could Itachi be possibly working for Konoha still? Despite what he did? Sasuke froze, and then turned, his black eyes ice cold. If that was even remotely true, I would burn Konoha to the ground. He turned away. Jeriah of the Sannin is known to have a weakness for ladies. Karen will draw him close, and then weaken him with a drug in his drink. I will then attempt to gather information from him. Jugo, Sujetsu, be prepared to incapacitate him if need be. They both nodded, while Karen looked sick. Sasuke, do I really have to? She whimpered. The look she received gave her the answer to her question. Konoha. A week later, Tayuya grumbled as she wheeled her way through the village in her wheelchair. She saw a lot of people give her small looks of pity. She gave them glares. As she wheeled into the park, she was glad to be able to get out of the house. She had watched her brother and mom train, and felt a pang of jealousy. She had loved being a ninja. Sure, it may have been for a crazy power-hungry freak with a fetish for snakes, but she still enjoyed the power that had been at her command. Now, she was reduced to wheeling around in a wheelchair and playing her flute. She sighed as she rolled under a tree and set the brakes. She slowly opened the flute case on her lap and removed her flute, setting the case aside. Shino was making his way through the park, looking for insects. The Aburame were always on the lookout for new insects, which they would study, take DNA samples from, and see if they could alter their own hives using the DNA samples taken from said insects. He was looking at the trunk of a tree when he heard the soft music of a flute playing nearby. He slowly looked up, as he felt his bugs respond to the music. They almost seemed lulled by it. He tracked the music, only to stop as he found the source. He stood near a tree, listening to the soft melody Tayuya was playing. Several others had stopped as well, listening to the music as Tayuya played, her eyes closed. Many were commenting about how good she was playing. Shino actually felt his insects buzzing to the music. It was a low buzz, one indicating they were in a peaceful state. He also felt a strange peace come over him, as he slowly moved closer. Unfortunately, he stepped on a branch. As he did so, Tayuya's music stopped, and her eyes shot open. She turned, her eyes narrowing as they landed on the Aburame. "Can I help you?" she snapped, placing her flute back in its case. Shino bowed. "Forgive me. I didn't mean to startle or offend you. I was simply enjoying your music," she growled softly, but her eyes softened. "Thanks," she muttered. "It's about the only thing I can do these days." Shino approached and stood next to her. "I do not think we were properly introduced. I am Shino Aburame," she sighed. Tayuya Namikaze," she said, hesitating on adding the Namikaze. She was still getting used to it. He nodded. "It is a pleasure to meet you." She nodded. "Yeah." She reached down and undid the brake, rolling her wheelchair back towards the path. One of her wheels got caught, and she cursed as she tried to get it moving. Shino came up behind her. "May I render you some assistance?" She glared at him. "I don't need any fucking help. Just because I'm crippled doesn't make me useless." She struggled with the wheel. Shino tilted his head, hiding it further in the shadows of his hood. "I didn't say you were useless. I merely offered my assistance. Since my presence is obviously offending you, I shall leave." He turned and started walking away. Tayuya growled. "Fine. Yes, I would like some help," she said. Shino turned back around and gently pushed the chair, causing the wheel to become free. Tayuya sighed softly as he pushed her onto the path. "I'm sorry," she said quietly. Shino simply nodded. "It's understandable. From what I've seen, you have a rather aggressive personality. Add in your anger and depression over your legs, and you have become somewhat volatile. You have no reason to apologize." She sighed softly. "So what were you doing?" she asked. "I assume you were doing something other than listening to me?" Shino nodded as he gently pushed Tayuya through the park. "Yes, actually. I was looking for specimens of insects to try and enhance the abilities of my clan's hives. However, I was finding nothing of use, and your music presented a pleasant distraction." Tayuya blushed lightly. "Thanks," she said. "It's just something I picked up in the orphanage I was dumped into." Shino nodded and they continued in silence, occasionally talking about random subjects. Without realizing it, they had found their way back to the Namikaze estate. Tayuya sighed as they stopped outside the gate. "Well, this was interesting," she said. Shino nodded. "Indeed. I hope you might permit me to visit you sometime. I was rather intrigued about your music. It produced a rather unique effect on my insects," he said. She blinked. Sure. I guess I wouldn't mind. I don't have a lot of people to hang out with." He bowed. "You honor me, Tayuya-san. Perhaps we could meet this weekend for lunch." She nodded. "Okay. See you then, Shino." She wheeled inside the gate, while Shino turned away. He was puzzled at the sudden impulse that had come up, causing him to ask to see her again. He shrugged it off as nothing, and walked off. Inside, Naruto and Kushina were finishing a lunch with Hinata and Hayashi. Hayashi was wiping his lips with a napkin in a somewhat dainty and pompous manner. It wasn't that he felt like doing it, as much as years of etiquette had turned it into an unconscious habit. He glanced at Naruto. "So, Naruto-san, may I ask why you requested the presence of myself and my daughter here?" he asked, his voice warm. Naruto nodded. Of course, Hayashi-san. Or rather than tell you, let me show you. As he made a signal with his hand, a clone entered, carrying the large blue stone from the basement. Hayashi looked at Kushina questioningly, while Hinata's eyes widened. Naruto had the stone set before Hinata. This might take a while, Hayashi-san. But trust me, the end is well worth it. As it turned out, Naruto was only partially right. The stone began to squeak and rumble within a half hour. Everyone stopped and stared, while Onyxia watched from a nearby window. The egg continued to rumble and squeak, before cracks began to appear. A small section began to pop up, as the squeaks increased. Hayashi watched in absolute silence, his eyes wide. Hinata felt something growing in here. Fear, excitement, fulfillment, she didn't know. Eventually, a reptile-like snout poked through the newly made hole in the top of the egg. It opened, as a small squeak came from the creature in the egg. The snout retracted, and there were a few more squeaks and trembles. Then the egg was broken apart, and a dark blue baby dragon rolled out, lying on the table. Everyone stared, as the little dragon lay there, shaking and blinking. It slowly stood on shaky legs, before falling over with a squeak. Onyxia rumbled softly as she watched the baby dragon. It slowly looked around at the others present, and squeaked as it got up on its legs. It looked at Hinata, and tilted its head. It slowly came over, and began to sniff her hand. Hinata looked at Naruto, who smiled. "Don't worry," he said softly. "Though be careful when you touch it," he said softly. Hinata slowly reached out. Her hand gently touched the tiny dragon's head. She suddenly screamed, falling back and gripping her hand. Hayashi shot to his feet, only to be stopped by Naruto's raised hand. Hinata was panting, holding her hand against her chest. Naruto came over, and gently took her hand. On her palm, a white oval shape had begun to form. Naruto smiled. "The Gedway Ignatia, shining palm." "So it is true," he said softly. Hinata was panting. What the hell was that?" she said. "And what is this?" The little dragon hopped down, chirping as it approached her. She blinked as it pawed at her. She gently reached down, and picked it up. The blue dragon snuggled against her chest. Hayashi looked at Naruto. I'm afraid I don't understand," he said. Naruto looked at him. "Hayashi-san, that is one of 2 dragon eggs found by my sensei Eragon. The other hatched into Onyxia. This one has hatched for Hinata." Both Hinata and Hayashi froze, as Naruto nodded. "Yes. Hinata is now a dragon rider." Hinata's eyes widened. What?" Naruto smiled at her. "You're like me, Hinata. You're a dragon rider. And that is your dragon." Hinata looked at him, then at the dragon which blinked at her. It squeaked at her. She slowly looked back up, and then her eyes rolled back into her head, as she slumped over. Naruto blinked, then chuckled. "It just wouldn't be Hinata if she didn't faint," he said before turning to find Hayashi unconscious as well. Kushina giggled, as Onyxia huffed in laughter. Naruto smirked. "This should make things very interesting now," he said, taking a drink of sake. Chapter 18: The Choice and the Trap. Hinata sat in the study of the Namake's estate, distractedly stroking the back of the blue dragon that was snuggled in her lap. So you're telling me I'm like you?" she whispered. The person she was talking to, Naruto, just nodded. "In a way, yes. You're a dragon rider now." Hinata looked at her father, who was sitting there in a stupor. He finally shook it off. "Naruto-san, what does this entail?" Naruto took a deep breath. "Well, that's where the problem lies. Hinata will get increased strength, speed, and reflexes as her bond with her dragon grows. She'll also gain access to magic, like me. However, there are some things that are not so good," he said. At Hinata and Hayashi's questioning gaze, he elaborated. "The bonding with her dragon also gives her an extremely long life. As in, she'll continue aging to a degree, but she'll live for many more years than normal." Hinata's eyes widened at this, while Naruto continued. "She is in no way immortal, but most illnesses and disease won't affect her. Not only that, but becoming a dragon rider also paints a target on her back, both for enemies and people seeking power. I fear that since Hinata is a Konoha shinobi, this could lead to her being used by some of the less than reputable members of Konoha to gain power." Hayashi's eyes narrowed slightly. "As clan head and her father, I would never let that happen," he said. Naruto nodded. "I know that, Hayashi-san. But the elders of your clan may not see your way. They could replace you, and sell Hinata skills to the highest bidder. That is why I want to ask Hinata to do some things. He looked at Hinata. Hinata, I know this is a lot to take in. But you were chosen by this dragon to be its rider. It is your destiny, should you choose it. If you want, I can train you to be a dragon rider. But I will have to ask 2 things of you. Hinata bit her lip, looking at the dragon. What are the 2 things? Naruto slowly stood. One would be you moving into the Namake's estate, in order to protect you from those who would try to manipulate you for their gain. The other thing, I almost feel unreasonable in asking this. But I have to ask that when we reach a certain point, you also retire as a Konoha shinobi. Hinata looked up at him sharply. What? I can't do that, Naruto! I wouldn't be able to become the head of the Hyuga clan if I did. Naruto nodded slowly. I know, Hinata. Which is why I'm telling you these things now. I'm not asking for your decision. I'm just giving you the facts so you can go home and think about it, he said softly. Hinata slowly nodded and looked down. Is it okay to leave? Is it a him or a her? Naruto entered his mental link with Onyxia. Do you know what gender? I'd say a male formed the smell. A young male, she said, somewhat excited. There would be only a few years difference between them. He could be a potential mate. Naruto grinned as he felt her excitement. Easy there, girl. He looked back at Hinata. Onyxia thinks he's a male. She nodded. So, do I take him with me or leave him here? She asked. Naruto smiled. Why don't you leave him here for now? But I would suggest you visit each day, until you make your decision. That way he can still bond with you. Hinata nodded, as she gently handed the dragon to Naruto. The dragon blinked at her, as Hinata and Hayashi started to leave. Then he let out an almost mournful squeak as they left. Hinata actually stopped when she heard this, before turning and coming back. She gently brushed the dragon's head. I'm sorry, little one. I'll be back tomorrow, okay? She said softly. The dragon blinked at her, and then reluctantly snuggled into Naruto's chest. Hinata looked at Naruto, her eyes actually holding some sadness to them. Before she left, Naruto sighed at the little dragon. Don't worry. She'll be back tomorrow. And somehow, I feel like she'll accept my conditions, he said, as he went to get the dragon settled somewhere safe. As he watched the dragon curl up on a pillow in the room he had set up for him, he sighed, thinking about the one person he still had to tell his secret to, Irika. His old academy teacher had been on a mission when he had called the others together to tell them. However, Tsunade had recently told him Irika should be returning soon. He smiled as he slipped into his hooded sleeveless robe and pants. He felt like a ramen run. It would be a funny coincidence that the very man Naruto was thinking about was sitting at Ichiraku. Irika Yumino, one of the new rising jounin of Konoha, was partaking in a ritual he had begun after Naruto's death. He would visit Ichiraku at least 3 times a week, and remember all the times he had treated the blonde genin to ramen. He sighed as he looked down, eating. Behind the counter, Ayam bit her lip and looked at her father, who shook his head. It was murder not to tell Irika about Naruto being alive, but they were under an S-rank law. However, Ayam's distress disappeared as a hooded figure entered the stand. She smiled as she moved over to their new customer. What can I get you? She asked happily. Naruto had stopped as he saw Irika, but shook it off and sat down. Yeah. I'd like 1 miso beef ramen, he said, as he shifted in his seat. Irika glanced at the figure and stiffened slightly. You're him, aren't you? The demon dragon rider? Naruto nodded. I am. He lowered his face mask, revealing a second one with an opening for his lips. He began drinking the water Ayam had given him. And who are you? The scared man turned back to his food. Irika Yumino, jounin. Naruto turned his head. I've heard of you. You were an academy instructor. Then about, what was it, 4 years ago? You became a jounin, right? As Irika nodded, Naruto turned back to his food. What made you change? From what I heard, you really loved being an academy teacher. Irika sighed softly. I lost someone, who I thought of as a little brother, even a son. He was one of my students, someone I could relate to, as I was just like him when I was younger. When I heard he died, I couldn't take the pain. I retired from the academy as soon as I could, went back to field duty, and became a jounin. Now every time I go on a mission, I fight hard to ensure that more young kids can grow older and fulfill their dreams. Naruto smiled softly behind his mask. This student, he wouldn't happen to be Naruto Namikaze, would he? He asked. Irika glanced at him. Yeah, he would be. You would be happy to learn then that he is quite alive, Naruto said, as he finished his food. In an instant, he was pinned against a wall, kunai to his throat. Irika was inches from Naruto's face, an enraged glare covering his own. Don't you dare joke about shit like that. Don't you dare. Irika growled. Naruto just smiled under his mask. Tell you what. Finish your food and meet me at training ground 12. He said, as he put money down and left. It took him a few minutes to arrive, and only 20 seconds for Irika to arrive after him. Naruto nodded. That was astonishingly quick. Irika growled. You have 30 seconds before I begin taking you apart. Naruto sighed as he pulled down his mask and hood. He looked up, showing his blonde hair, blue eyes, and whisker marks. Is this proof enough? Irika's eyes widened before he growled. You could just be in a henge. Tell me or show me something only the real Naruto could possibly know or do. Naruto blinked before sighing. Okay, how about this? He suddenly disappeared in a cloud of smoke, replaced with a female version of himself wearing the same clothes, but with blonde pigtails and the clothes stretching over her body. Is this proof enough, Irika-sensei? She asked in a semi-seductive voice. Irika's eyes widened as a small nosebleed appeared. Naruto, he whispered before fainting. Naruto poofed back to normal and put his mask and hood back up. Yep. That got him, he said, chuckling. Though he seems to have built up a resistance to it. He sighed as he sat down, while Kyubi howled with laughter inside of him. I can't believe he fell for it. Amazing! She cackled. Naruto chuckled as well. That was pretty good. I wonder how he grew a resistance though. He blinked as he sensed someone coming. He gripped one of his two long knives, only to relax a bit when he saw who it was. Anko-san, he greeted, only to have to dodge several kunai. What did you do to my Irika-kun? She shouted, launching snakes from her sleeve at him. He cursed as he jumped over them. I just told him something, that's all! He shouted, as he rolled to one side, barely dodging a Tsunade-esque punch to where he had been standing. Anko whirled, about to throw a handful of shuriken, when another hand stopped her. Irika was sitting up, holding her hand. Anko, it's fine. He just told me something startling, that's all. Anko blinked, and put away her weapons. Okay, she said, acting like nothing happened. She suddenly plopped down on his lap and kissed him. Missed you, honey, she said. Irika smiled, only to blink at Naruto's surprised look. You ended up with the crazy proctor lady? He asked. Anko blinked. Wait, only one person called me that. She stared at him, then at Irika. Who is this? Other than the demon dragon rider? Naruto and Irika looked at each other, and Naruto slowly nodded. Irika took a deep breath. This is Naruto Namikaze. He's not quite as dead as we were all led to believe. Anko blinked, and looked at Naruto, who nodded. She blinked and shrugged. Whatever. Doesn't affect me, she said, as she went back to hugging Irika. Naruto blinks. Well, she took that rather well. He watched the two of them. So when did this happen? He asked. Irika blushed, while Anko giggled. Oh, it happened a while ago, maybe a year or two after, well, after you disappeared. She said. He nodded. Okay, do I get to hear the story? Anko opened her mouth, only for Irika's lips to claim hers. She gasped out, before her mind became mush, and she closed her eyes. Naruto's eyes went wide, and he stood there, watching as his older brother figure practically sucked Anko's tongue from her mouth. When they finished, Irika pulled back while Anko lay in his arms. She had a huge grin, as her eyes were unfocused. She let out a dazed giggle. Irika looked to Naruto, who stared at him wide-eyed. He blinked. So, you're actually alive, aren't you? He asked. Naruto nodded. Yeah, I am. Irika grinned. Wow, this is how? Naruto smiled. Shall I explain now, or shall I wait till she's coherent? Anko shook herself from the daze. What happened? She asked. Irika looked at her. Well, Naruto here was going to tell us how he's still alive. And perhaps why he's been gone all this time. He said, looking back at Naruto. Naruto took a deep breath. Okay. Explanation number 10. he said before explaining everything to them. By the end, they both were blinking. Incredible. Irika said. Anko was chuckling. Damn Gaki. Talk about a major upgrade. She said. Naruto grinned. So now you two know. I think that's about it for those who need to know, he said as he stood up. The other two did as well. So what now? Anko grinned. Dango. She shouted, hugging Irika's neck. Puya-see? She asked Irika, giving him the puppy dog eyes and pout. Irika sighed. Oh, okay, he said, smiling. Anko cheered, and hugged his arm tightly. As they started to walk off, she found Naruto winking at her, and slipping her a coupon for free dango for a month. She blinked, and then her eyes widened and she winked and nodded slightly. Naruto smirked as they walked off. Northern Fire Country. 2 days later, Jeriah entered his publisher's building, smiling. Good morning all, he said happily. Bucka looked up from talking with his secretary. Ah, Jeriah-sama! Welcome, welcome. What brings you here today? A new book? Jeriah shook his head. Afraid not, Bucka-san. Though I am writing one. I came over for any letters or documents for me, he asked. Bucka nodded. Of course. We have some fan mail, including one from your #1 fan. Jeriah nodded as the secretary handed him a large pile of mail. He took it and immediately pulled out one particular letter. Thank you. Like I said, I'm working on a new manuscript. Hopefully I'll have it in a few months. Bucka bowed. Thank you, Jeriah-sama. We eagerly look forward to it, he said. Jeriah hummed as he looked through the rest of the mail. He stopped, his pervert senses tingling. Slowly he looked up, spotting a beautiful red head with long legs and D-cup breasts. She was wearing a skimpy blue dress with no straps and stopping at mid-thigh. Jeriah's eyes shot open as the woman stood there, checking herself in a compact mirror. She added some blush to her cheeks, closed the mirror, and adjusted her purse as she walked off. Jeriah grinned as he followed. She turned around a corner and gasped as her purse strap broke. The purse began to fall, only to be caught by Jeriah. He smiled as he handed it to her. Here you are, ma'am, he said. She smiled. Oh, thank you. I can't believe it, I just bought this, she said. He nodded. Yeah. Some really cheap stuff coming out these days, she sighed. Wait, aren't you, Jeriah? The author of the Ika books? Jeriah mentally winced, while he just smiled and nodded. Why, yes, I am, he said. She grinned. They're amazing. I love those books. Can I get your autograph? She asked, pulling an orange book from her purse. She smiled. Jeriah blinked. Sure. Who to? He asked. My name's Karen. Can I perhaps interest you in a drink? She asked. Jeriah nodded as he signed. That would be fine. She smiled as she took her book back and led him to the nearest bar. You know, I also read your first story, The Gutsy Ninja. It was pretty good. Jeriah smiled. You like that, huh? I'm glad. Not a lot of people did. He looked off to the side for a moment. In that moment, Karen slid some type of powder into the sake that had just arrived. She poured them both a glass, and handed one to him. So, do you think I might help inspire you for your next Ika book? She asked, smiling a bit seductively. Jeriah's eyes widened as he babbled. He took a drink from his sake to calm himself, and blinked. This tastes a little . He fell flat on the bar. Karen let out a relieved sigh as 3 other figures appeared and grabbed the sleeping Sannin. The 4 of them disappeared, and the genjutsu lifted on the bar patrons. Konoha. The next day Hinata was sitting in her room, her eyes unfocused as she looked towards a wall. In her mind, she was going over her choices. What do I do? Can I really give up all this? Being a shinobi of Konoha, being the heiress of the clan? This is insane. And yet, how can I just ignore this? That dragon chose me. Out of all the people in this world, he chose me. How can I just ignore that? She sighed, only to look up as there was a knock on the door. She immediately stood. Come in. The door slid open, and Hayashi stepped in. Hinata, he said, as he slowly sat down on the bed near her. To-san, she said softly, as she turned to him. He smiled softly at her. You're still unsure about this, aren't you? He asked. When she nodded, he gently pulled her close. It is a big decision, Hinata. A very big decision. She took a deep breath. I don't know what to do, Tusan. How can I choose? I have a duty to Konoha and the Hyuga. But I can't just ignore this. Please, what should I do? Hayashi gently stroked her back. I can't tell you what to do, Hinata. Only you can make this decision. All I can say is this. You have to follow your heart and instincts. They will never be false to you. Hinata looked at him, before cracking a smile. That is so cheesy and cliched, she said. Hayashi gave her a half-smile. I know. The two of them just laughed, before Hayashi calmed down. Hinata, no matter what choice you make, I'll stand by it. You are my daughter. I failed you in the past. Not anymore. Hinata smiled softly at him. Thanks, Tusan. She kissed his cheek. Things have been too crazy lately, she said. First the dragon rider shows up, who later turns out to be a very much alive Naruto. I've just had so many changes. I'm not sure what's up and down anymore. Hayashi chuckled. I know what you mean. We've all had that happen to us of late. Hinata sighed. Thanks, Dad. I need to think about this still. Her father stood. Take your time, he said, kissing her forehead. He left her room quietly, leaving her to fall back onto her bed in frustration. She slowly closed her eyes, hoping to let sleep calm her mind. Northern Fire Country. Jeriah groaned as he slowly came to. Someone call off the man with the giant mallet, he muttered, as he tried to rub his head, only to find his arms tied to a chair. As were his legs and chest. He slowly looked up, finding himself in a dark room. There was almost no illumination, except for some dim torches along the walls. He took a deep breath, and tried to utilize one of the basic escape jutsu, only to find his chakra was completely out of whack. He blinked, and tried again and again, but each time he failed. He finally sighed and tried moving one of his arms, releasing the hidden kunai up his sleeves. He blinked when he felt them missing from his sleeves. Finally, he just went with the old try to wiggle loose method. He began working his arms and wrists, only to stop as a door in the shadows opened. He couldn't quite make out who was entering, but he did see two shadows enter. Jeriah remained still as one figure spoke in a masculine voice. Jeriah of the Sannin, one of the Konoha's most prestigious ninjas. Why would you accept information from one of its biggest traitors? Jeriah blinked. Who are you? Why am I here? The figure growled softly. You don't ask questions. I do. Now where is Itachi Uchiha? Jeriah blinked. I don't know. The figure growled more. Liar! You are receiving information from him. I want to know where he is. Now tell me. Jeriah blinked and then nodded. Sasuke Uchiha? It's you, isn't it? The figure stiffened, before stepping out of the shadows. Tell me what I want to know. Sasuke said. Jeriah chuckled, and Sasuke glared at him. What's so funny? Jeriah smirked. You are. You, the great last loyal Uchiha of Konoha. And now you're one of the top 4 traitors of Konoha, behind Danzo, Orochimaru, and Itachi. You're no better than any of them were. Sasuke growled. Don't you dare compare me to my brother! He shouted, slugging the Sannin, only for him to poof into smoke. Almost immediately, Sasuke turned to the other figure, Karen. It was a clone. He tricked us. Karen had closed her eyes, only for them to shoot open. He's coming. The wall nearby blew open, and an armored toad came in, its tongue shooting out and slamming into Karen, pinning her against the wall in a pool of mucus. Jeriah came in afterwards, dragging a bound Suigetsu and Jugo. A little late, he said as he dropped them. Sasuke growled, his eyes blazing into their Sharingan form. Jeriah sighed. Sasuke, I have surrounded this entire building with the esophagus of the fire-breathing toad of the Mayaboku Mountain Rockin. In 10 minutes, the digestive juices will have eaten through the walls, and begin digesting you. Now if you can defeat me before that happens, the summon will be cancelled. But if I don't die before then, you'll die. Or you can surrender, and return to Konoha to stand trial for abandoning the village, joining an enemy of Konoha, failing to aiding Konoha's shinobi in danger, and attacking a fellow shinobi with intent to kill. Sasuke stood there, glaring at Jeriah. He weighed his options carefully. He highly doubted he could take Jeriah on, and escape in time. Jeriah was one of the Sannin, and while he may not know Kinjutsu like Orochimaru, he was incredible in both sealing and ninjutsu. Even with his Sharingan, this would be fighting a one-sided battle. He had taken Orochimaru out with sheer dumb luck and surprise. Jeriah not only was ready for him, but had surprise on his side. Sasuke took a deep breath. As much as it pained him to do so, he had no choice. He couldn't defeat Jeriah. Slowly he undid his weapons and dropped them to one side. He raised his hands as the Sharingan disappeared. Jeriah nodded. Smart move, he said coldly, as he bound Sasuke's wrists and legs, before applying a chakra-dampening seal. He did the same to Karen, and then released her from the mucus. Sasuke looked down at the ground, as Jeriah moved the other 3 bound figures next to him. The Toad Sannin looked at Sasuke with contempt. You know, I almost wish you hadn't surrendered. I would have loved to have killed you. If it wasn't for you leaving Konoha, Naruto might still be alive. Sasuke just remained silent, and Jeriah angrily chopped him on the back of the neck, knocking him out. As Sasuke slumped to the floor, he felt something deep in his heart that he didn't remember feeling before: remorse. Then his world went dark. Konoha, Namake's estate. Naruto sat in his father's study, looking over the scrolls Tsunade had provided him with. He nodded, as he finished taking notes. I think that's it. I really think I've got it. He grinned as he stood up. He quickly headed for the backyard, where there was a garden. He smiled as he stopped at the back door. Tayuya was sitting in her wheelchair, playing her flute. Nearby, Shino was looking for insects. But if you were close enough, you could hear a content buzzing coming from his body. Naruto smiled as he watched them. It had been 3 days since the two of them had met. And already they had formed a bond. Mostly because most people didn't socialize with the Aburame clan, and Tayuya was a bit of an unknown, causing people to be cautious around her. So they found a sort of kindred spirit with each other. Tayuya finished, and put her flute down. Find anything yet? She asked. Shino slowly stood with a container containing a couple of small insects. Yes, actually. I have found a pair of beetles with rather dense-looking carapace. Hopefully they'll be able to upgrade our own insects, he said as he joined her. She looked at the insects. Nice, she said, as she looked up at the sky. It's really peaceful here, she said. I didn't get much peace in Oto. In fact, I haven't gotten much peace like this at all in my life so far. Shino nodded. You might enjoy a visit to my family's compound. Most of the clan communicates more with their insects than to each other. Or use their insects to communicate with each other. Tayuya gave him a small smile. I'd like that, she said softly. Shino moved his face, hiding the light blush. Tayuya blinked, before looking away. But don't think that's asking for date or anything. I was just saying. Neither of them had noticed the flash of a camera nearby. Naruto did though, and grinned. Shino blinked, and Naruto took that as his cue to save the bug user. He came over to them. Shino-san ain't-chan, he said, smiling at them. Shino nodded to him. Naruto-san. Perhaps I should get going. I need to get these specimens to my clan. I'll see you later, Tayuya-san, he said, bowing, before leaving the compound. Tayuya watched him leave, and sighed. Damn it. I screwed up, didn't I? Naruto shrugged. Don't worry, it's nothing that bad. Tayuya looked at him. So what's up? I assumed you wanted to talk to one of us. Naruto nodded. Yeah. I wanted to tell you that I've been looking into your wounds and I think I can heal you. Tayuya blinked. Then she blinked again. Then she blinked a third time, before taking a deep breath. What? Naruto nodded. Yes. I think I can. I've been studying the damage to your spine and legs, and I think I can heal them using my magic. Tayuya sat there, before her face became neutral. She looked at him. How can you do it, when Tsunade can't? She's the best medic in the world. Naruto blinked. Because I have power she doesn't have. Now, like I said, I think I can do it. And even if I can't, there won't be any harm done. Tayuya bit her lip. I just don't want to get my hope up. I've had it crushed too many times before. Naruto placed a hand on her shoulder. I understand. I promise I'll do everything I can to make sure it works. Tayuya nodded. Right, well I'll think about it, she said before wheeling away. Naruto watched her, before Kushina joined him. She smiled as she held out her camera. Got a nice picture. Naruto chuckled. Blackmail? Oh yeah? She said, as she headed off to get it developed. Naruto sighed, as he entered the estate, only to blink as he heard the door seal chime for the front gate. He hurried over, hiding his face with his face mask. He opened the gate, only to blink as he saw Hinata. Hinata blinked as she looked at him. Rider-san, she said while they were in public. Naruto nodded. Hyuga-san, won't you come in? He asked. She did, and Naruto locked the gate. He smiled at her as they entered the estate. Almost immediately, the little blue dragon stumbled into the room and squeaked at Hinata. She came over and picked him up, smiling. Did you miss me? She asked. The dragon squeaked and nodded. Naruto smiled as he leaned against the wall. So, what brings you here? He asked. Hinata looked at him. I've made my choice, she said, and… Ha! I'm supremely evil, aren't I? I left you with a cliffhanger. Muhahahaha. So, sorry again about slow updates. Christmas season really hit hard. Had to help get the house decorated. Now, please enjoy the first of 2 omacs inspired by Snake. Go man! There is a bio at the end for Naruto Namikaze. Omake, the meeting of lovers. Naruto grinned as he sat down in the dango shop. Anko was busy stuffing herself with dango. Iruka had left earlier to rest from the mission he had returned from. So now, Naruto was planning to get the info he wanted from her. Okay, Anko-san. How did you and Iruka-kun meet? Naruto asked. Anko grinned. Well, it took place about 1.5 years after you, died. Flashback. Anko sighed happily as she sank into the water of the female side of the hot springs. She felt the heated water loosen her muscles, and all the tensions, both in her spirit and her body, leave. She remained there for several moments, before she heard some commotion outside the wall. She lifted her head, looking at it. Before she could react, a figure slammed through the wall, and into the water near her. She stood, wrapping a towel around her, as the figure struggled to their feet. Iruka groaned as he shook water from his face. What the hell was I thinking? He had been walking by the hot springs after his latest mission, when he had heard giggling nearby. He had slowly headed towards it, only to stop at what he found. A jounin of Konoha had been crouched near the wall, peeping through the wall as his hand moved down to his pants. This had led to Iruka attacking said jounin, and the fight that had put him through the wall and into the hot springs. As he finished shaking his head, he looked up only to gasp. Before him was a radiant vision of beauty. Iruka began to blush, only for that blush to turn to terror as he realized who that radiant beauty was, and that she was only wearing a towel. He immediately turned away. Sorry, didn't meant to drop in here like this. He shouted, his back to her. Anko blinked, as she had been ready for him to have some nosebleed that led to him being unconscious, and then her torturing and pounding him. She slowly sauntered over. What's the matter? Don't you think I look hot? Iruka blushed at hearing this. I. He blushed even more as 2 arms wrapped around his chest. Now why don't you tell me what you're doing in here? Are you a naughty pervert? She asked seductively into his ear. Yet under it was a dangerous tone. Iruka gasped and shook his head. And no. I was attacking some guy who was peeping. He threw me through the wall. Anko blinked. Oh, were you defending my honor? She asked him, her hands moving down. Iruka blushed even more. I didn't know you were here. I was just dealing with the pervert. Now that he's gone, I guess I'll get going. Iruka tried to leave at that point, only to be stopped by the pair of arms holding him. Then he felt her breath on his neck. Where do you think you're going? You've seen me in nothing but a towel. And you defended my honor. I need to reward you. Iruka let out a gasp as he was dragged into the deep end of the hot spring. There was a yelp, then his pants flying past the hole in the wall. Anko giggled as he whimpered. Flashback ends. Naruto blinked. You two did it right there in the hot springs? Anko nodded. Oh yeah? We did it there, then I took him back to my apartment, and we had more fun there. Then, he surprised me when he actually asked me on a date. And we've been going out ever since. Naruto nodded. Wow. Didn't know Iruka Wani-san was like that. She grinned. Oh, you have no idea. You should have been there when he finally had the courage to take over in the sack. I tell you, he really had me screaming that night. She said, giggling. Naruto sat there, looking green. Right. I know too much now. He said as he got up. Just treat him right. Anko giggled. Oh, I will. Trust me, I'm not letting that stud get away. Especially his big, long, thick dash dot. Naruto screamed as he ran, leaving Anko laughing on the ground. Chapter 19: The Traitor's Return. Tsunade sighed as she finished another piece of paperwork, and set it aside. Even with the war going on, she had to deal with paperwork. How she hated it. She was reaching for the next piece, when Shizen poked her head in. Hokage-sama, Oni and Hinata-san request a meeting with you. Tsunade blinked and nodded. Let them in, she said, setting the paperwork aside. The two of them entered, and took seats in front of her desk. She sighed as she leaned back. So, what's up? She asked, having signaled for her ANBU to leave them alone. Naruto, dressed in his hooded robe, nodded to Hinata. She took a deep breath. I need to talk to you, Hokage-sama, about my resignation, she said. Tsunade looked at her, then Naruto, then at Hinata, who was looking down. You do realize we're in the middle of a war, yes? And that you're one of my best jounin? She asked. Hinata nodded. I know, Hokage-sama. And I would never ask this any other time. Except that, well... She looked to Naruto, then back to Tsunade. I am a dragon rider now, she said simply. Tsunade blinked, and looked at Naruto, who nodded. The other egg I brought with me. It hatched for Hinata, he said. The blonde Hokage sat back. I see, so you feel that your duties to this dragon supersede those you have to Konoha? She asked, a bit testily. Hinata shook her head. It's not that, Hokage-sama, it's out of all the people in this world, this dragon chose me. How could I ignore that? And it's not like I'll be abandoning Konoha. I'll still be aiding the village alongside Naruto, she said. Tsunade sighed. Why can't you be both? Why do you have to resign from Konoha? She asked. Naruto placed a hand on Hinata's shoulder. For the same reason I can't rejoin Konoha, Tsunade-bachan. The power we wield and can wield is too much to be given to any one village. It would destroy the balance of power in the elemental nations. That is the reason I allied with Konoha. To protect the balance. Tsunade sighed. I understand and even agree with you, Naruto. But as Hokage, I must look to the safety and future of Konoha. I can't let Hinata go without a reason that equals or outweighs the loss of her, she said. Naruto nodded. I understand, Tsunade. I really do. But let me ask you this. Does the idea of having a second dragon rider to aid Konoha not outweigh the loss of a jounin? He asked. Tsunade nodded. It does, but ... Naruto smiled. Then there's your loophole, Tsunade. Remember the laws your grandfather set down for Konoha during the First Shinobi War? If at such time the resignation of a shinobi aids Konoha during a time of war or crisis, said shinobi will be allowed to resign. Your grandfather set down that law during the First Shinobi War, to allow shinobi of Konoha to train with clans that were not yet a part of Konoha, but were allied with the village. You could enact such a law here, if I took Hinata as my apprentice. This would benefit Konoha. Yes, it would take some time as we let her dragon grow older and I teach her, but in the end she'd be even more powerful than before. Tsunade sat there, and looked at Hinata. Then she looked at Naruto. Fine. But in exchange, I'd like for your mom to come here and talk about becoming active duty for Konoha, at least for a while, she said. Naruto nodded. I'll talk to her about, he said. Tsunade pulled out a piece of paperwork and handed it to Hinata. Hinata took it, and began reading it over. She looked back up, and nodded. Slowly she filled it out, and then signed her name. Tsunade took it. Very well. As you are being honorably discharged from Konoha service, you may keep your head band. Plus, as the resignation paper stipulates, I can also call you back into active service if the need is great. Hinata nodded. Thank you, Hokage-sama, she said, bowing. Tsunade shook her head. Don't thank me yet. You still have to prove this will be worth it, the blonde Hokage said. Now go on. I've got a lot of work to do. She turned back to the piles of paperwork. Naruto and Hinata bowed and left. As soon as they were out of the Hokage's tower, Hinata grabbed Naruto and they shooshined outside the wall of the Namake's estate, where Naruto let them in. Inside the Namake's estate, Naruto led her to the library and began pulling down some books. Okay. First off, let's talk about some things. You'll need to move in first, to keep the Hyuga elders from getting to you. Afterwards we can really begin your training. Hinata nodded as Naruto began setting the books he had pulled out on the desk. Okay. One of the things we'll be doing first off is you learning how to speak and write this, the ancient language. He held up an open scroll with the ancient language on it. This is the language of the firstborn, used to control magic. Which is something you can use as a dragon rider. You've seen me do it. You'll also begin physical training. And I'm afraid you'll have to learn how to use a new weapon, he said. Hinata blinked at this. Why? She asked. Naruto stood and came over. Your hook swords are impressive, Hinata. However, they are not effective when fighting from the back of a dragon. Their strength lies in the agility and mobility of the wielder, which you can't use from dragon back. Hinata sighed softly and nodded. Naruto smiled and continued. Okay. I'll also put you through exercises that will seem stupid and pointless. Trust me when I say they're very necessary. I'll also begin training you on how to care for your dragon. Hinata nodded, as Naruto stood. Other than that, I can't teach you much until your dragon is old enough and you reach a certain point in your training. For now, you should get your stuff and move in, while I go talk to my mom. Hinata smiled and bowed. Okay, Naruto-sensei, she said, grinning mischievously as she left. Naruto shook his head and headed off to find his mom. Kushina was sipping tea in the kitchen when Naruto entered. Hey mom, need to talk to you for a second, he said as he sat down. Kushina smiled. What is it, kiddo? She asked, setting her teacup down. Naruto took a deep breath. Tsunade wants to talk to you about rejoining Konoha's active military, while Hinata learns how to be a dragon rider, he said. Kushina became serious. I see, she said softly. Well, I guess I should talk to her about it. See if it's full or part-time. Naruto tilted his head back. Sorry about this, he said. Kushina ruffled his hair. Don't be. If it means Hinata gets the training she needs and wants, then it's worth it, she said. Besides, I owe Iwa some payback, she said, grinning. Naruto nodded. Okay, mom. Don't worry. I'll have Tayuya on her feet and ready to take care of herself in no time, he said. Kushina smiled and hugged him. Then she stood. I'll be back later. Take care. With that, she headed to go talk to Tsunade. Naruto sat there, as Onyxia's eye appeared near a window. Hinata will be joining us? She asked. Naruto nodded. Yep, he told her, smiling. Onyxia mentally grinned. Good. Her dragon has been eager to be with her. Onyxia lifted her head and headed off to do whatever it was dragons did when they weren't busy. Naruto smiled and leaned back. And now, we see where the cards fall, he said. The next day, Konoha Hospital. Tayuya lay on an operating bed, sedated, as Naruto and Tsunade stood over her. Both were dressed for operating. Something Naruto said wasn't necessary, but Tsunade demanded. So Naruto shrugged and accepted it. Okay. This procedure will take time, and several operations. I will be healing her spine this operation, which will allow her to walk and run and such once she's had extensive physical rehabilitation and built the muscles in her legs up again. However, the chakra pathways to her legs were damaged as well. And while they healed, they also shrank, till only a tiny trickle of chakra was able to get through. So what we'll have to do is slowly open them bit by bit. We can't just force them open, or the flow of chakra through them will shatter them. So next operation we'll open them slightly, give the pathways time to adjust to the flow of chakra, then open them even more, till they're back to a size that allows for normal chakra flow. Naruto explained, as Tayuya was laid on her stomach, allowing better access to her spine. Tsunade came over. Okay, I see what you mean. But how will you heal her spine? After it was damaged, it grew back in the deformed shape. In order to fix it, won't you have to break it again? Naruto nodded. Slightly, yes. That's where you come in. I need you to keep her nervous system going, Tsunade. No matter what, it has to keep going, or else we'll fail. Understand? He said, looking at her. At Tsunade's affirmative nod, Naruto took a deep breath. Then let's do this. He walked over to the table. Tsunade moved further up to keep the electrical impulses flowing through Tayuya's body, while Naruto took a deep breath. Forgive me, Nei-chan. Naruto whispered. He held a hand near her spine, and whispered in the ancient language. There was a snap, and Tayuya's monitor began spiking as the red-haired girl's upper torso shifted. Naruto bit his lower lip, and began using his magic to manipulate her spine. Slowly it moved back into a proper alignment. Naruto held his hands at the break, and slowly began to stitch the spine together with his magic. The process was slow, as he made sure the nerves connected back together correctly, and the spine was straight. Meanwhile, Tsunade continued to work above, making sure the electrical impulses kept going, keeping Tayuya's brain, heart, and organs going. It would be a half-hour later, when Naruto finally pulled away, panting. "Done," he whispered, as he looked to Tsunade. "Now it's your turn." Tsunade quickly set to work, using a healing jutsu to get the nerves firing again. There was a brief pause, and then she pulled back. "It's working," she said. "The nerves all along Tayuya's spine and legs are activating again. They'll need to be monitored to make sure they don't relapse." Naruto nodded as he drank some water. "Good. Now we'll just have to wait and see," he said, looking at his older sister. "I can see why this operation would be beyond even you. Without magic, it takes 2 people of your skill to mend the spine and keep the nerve impulses going. And no one is even near your skills yet." She snorted. "Except you," she said. Naruto shook his head. "No. Trust me. I'm not. My magic simply bypasses certain obstacles that stand in the medic's way. As an actual medic, I'd say I'm maybe at Sakura's level. Probably quite a bit lower." Tsunade snorted again. "So I just was outclassed by someone not even as skilled as my younger apprentice," she said. Naruto merely chuckled. "Stop looking at the negative. Think of it this way. You have a one-man medical corps at your disposal, if need be." Tsunade blinked and grinned. "Shadow clones? Forgot about them." Naruto smirked. "Yep." He went and checked on Tayuya's stats. "Everything appears normal. We might want to keep her on painkillers though. Her back will be hurting like a bitch." Tsunade nodded. "You should go rest. My staff here can take care of this." Naruto nodded, and stood, only to tense as the door was hurriedly opened and Shizen entered. "Tsunade-sama, we just received word. Iwa's forces have begun their movements along our border. They're heading for Suna." Tsunade looked to Naruto, who nodded. "I understand. I'll head out immediately," he said, as he rushed out. Tsunade nodded to Shizen. "Get every available ninja we have to get out there and prepare to harass the enemy," she said. "We'll make sure when they reach Suna's borders, they'll be too weak to do anything," she said. Wind Country's northern border with the concentration of Suna's elite forces moved to the northeastern border with Fire Country. The northern border with Earth Country was left to medium-level shinobi. They had to keep a show of force there, to keep IWA off balance. This allowed the pair of cloaked figures to slip through completely undetected. Of course, it helped that both were S-ranked missing neens. And both were Akatsuki. But what really helped was that the hunched-over figure was Sasori, the ex-puppet master of Suna. The other one, Deidara of IWA, sighed as he adjusted his straw hat over his blonde hair. "Sasori-senpai, this is so boring. Why can't we just fly there?" he asked. Sasori sighed. "Because we would be too noticeable if we flew. With a war going on, the ninjas are a lot more attentive than they normally would be. Meaning that they would be on the lookout for anything entering their borders." He sighed. "Besides, you know I have no stomach for flying," he said simply. Deidara groaned. Fine. But can we hurry up, now that we're in the borders?" Sasori thought for a moment. "I suppose we could. After all, I hate waiting." With that, the two ninja began to speed off. Only for Deidara to step on a cactus. The blonde IWA ninja screamed in pain, hopping up and down on his uninjured foot as he yanked needles from his injured one. He glared at the cactus, and suddenly stuck a hand under his cloak. When it came out, he had a white cricket that was made from clay. He channeled chakra into it, and sent it at the cactus. The cactus exploded in a fiery explosion and Deidara grinned. "Now that is art!" he shouted, only to get smacked by a large metal tail coming from Sasori. "Idiot! Now we really have to run," he said, as they booked it out of there, Deidara limping the whole way. 2 days later, Fire Country's western border. The border Fire Country shared with Kusa was heavily defended by Konoha shinobi since it was one of their allies, and they wanted to be able to move quickly to aid what resistance the Kusa shinobi could put up against their IWA invaders. However, the border with AIM was less guarded, as it was a neutral country. Which is why IWA had chosen to storm through AIM to pierce the weakened western flank of Konoha's defensive line. AIM was too weak to stop them, or so they thought. Now, close to 3,000 of Iwa's most skilled raiders and shinobi were poised to streak into Konoha's borders, before swinging south and west, to blast through river country and into Suna. In charge of the whole operation was Kuratsuchi, the grandniece of the Sandaime Kazekage. The raven-haired girl watched the border with her maroon-colored eyes, before glancing at the ninjas closest to her. Remember, keep everyone going hard and fast. We won't have long before Konoha or Suna figures something is up, so we need to get as close to Suna as we can before we run into any resistance. Her shinobi commanders nodded, and dispersed to their various commands. She scanned the border again, and then raised one hand, and signaled. The first groups of shinobi rushed past her, heading straight for the border. On the other side, several figures watched silently. These figures were Konoha shinobi, but were not part of the regular shinobi forces. They were a specially trained group who served as skirmishers and marksmen, meant to harass enemies for a distance with weapons then retreat. Leading the group was Tenten. While she was only a chunin, there was no one in Konoha more accurate, so she was the leader. She watched the IWA shinobi draw closer and closer. "Get ready," she whispered. Behind them, other shinobi laid out trap tags. Most were explosive notes set to go off when trip wires or motion tags attached to them were tripped. Others, though, were different. They were a variation of the storage seal that was set to expel whatever was stored in them when they were triggered by motion and chakra sensing tags. Jeriah and Minato had begun creating them during the Third Shinobi War, and Konoha had continued to mass-produce them, keeping copies of the original and using a special document replicating technique to create more. As the last tags were set, Tenten turned to her skirmishers. Most were armed with small crossbows, as well as kunai, shuriken, saban, and explosive tags. She turned back, waited, then dropped her hand. With that command, several thwacks were heard as the crossbows fired, followed by screams and thuds. Several of the front-runners of the IWA force fell, crossbow bolts sticking out of legs, arms, torsos, or head. The ones behind them tripped over their dead or wounded comrades, and the front platoon of IWA shinobi was slowed to a halt in surprise. As they did, a barrage of kunai with explosive tags rained down. The tags exploded, sending IWA shinobi, or their body parts, flying into the air with smoke, blood, and earth. Kuratsuchi rushed up to the remains of the first platoon, and found the highest-ranking shinobi still live. "Report!" The chunin pointed to the woods ahead. "Ambush. I don't know how many, but it can't be more than 20. There dash!" He was cut off by the kunai that implanted in his head, and a second that almost hit the IWA jounin. The Konoha shinobi fell back, watching out for their own traps. Tenten nodded. "Fall back by pairs and arm your traps as you go. Move it!" With their comrades providing additional fire cover, the skirmishers began falling back in pairs, then providing cover fire for the next pair. The IWA shinobi were unable to fully distinguish their targets, so they began firing blindly into the woods. Most of their weapons missed, but one did pierce the shoulder of a kunoichi chunin, who bit back a scream, yanked the kunai out, and threw it right back, nailing an IWA shinobi in the throat. Tenten nodded in approval, as they continued to fall back. The IWA shinobi surged ahead, as the fire upon them lessened. The first ranks jumped up into the branches of the tress, and more followed on the ground. As soon as they were 20 feet into the trees, new trials began. An IWA jounin led 3 chunin on the left flank of the advance group. As his men hopped from branch to branch, he saw a poof of smoke ahead. His instincts told him to drop, and he did so. The 3 chunin were not as fortunate, as their bodies became riddled with kunai. They fell to the ground, leaving the jounin to stand and curse. On the far right flank, a chunin on the ground never noticed the trip wire he tripped on, till it was too late. He fell down, right as the 2 tags attached to the trip wire were activated. Instead of blowing up, they released 2 streams of flames that had been stored into the seal. The IWA chunin was roasted alive, screaming in agony. At the same time, the foliage caught on fire, drawing some shinobi over. What none of them noticed was that the flames had also set off an explosive tag placed near where the flames met. As the investigating shinobi landed, the tag exploded, killing 3 of them and wounding 7. By the time Kuratsuchi and the main body arrived in the forest, the advance guard of 50 shinobi had been reduced to 18. Kuratsuchi cursed as the ranking member reported. "Those Konoha bastards have rigged traps in our path. We can't advance quickly without losing men." She rubbed her eyes. "All right. Get whatever trap experts we have up front. I want them protected at all times," she said. The shinobi with her nodded and dispersed to carry out her orders, Way to the south and further east, the field headquarters for the Konoha forces sent to harass the IWA invaders was bustling with activity. Tents were still being set up, as well as defenses. In the center of all this, the black dragon Onyxia landed. In full armor, Oni hopped up and proceeded straight to the command tent, where Shikaku Nara stood looking down at a map. Oni saluted as he entered. "Oni and Onyxia reporting for orders," he said. Shikaku nodded. "Good to have you here. Currently, I've got no orders for you, so you can relax. Most likely, other than occasionally harassing the enemy from the sky, I won't have much for you to do." Oni nodded. "Right. I'll get myself and Onyxia squared away then." He saluted and strolled out of the tent, back to his dragon. The two headed to an unoccupied part of the camp, where Naruto began setting up his tent. Onyxia curled up on the ground nearby, watching as he did so. Naruto sighed as he slipped into the tent and shut the flaps, before pulling his helmet off. He laid back, opening his mental communication with Kyubi and Onyxia. So IWA finally did it. Took them long enough. Indeed. I was becoming quite bored, waiting for this invasion to happen, Onyxia said, rumbling next to his tent. Inside Naruto, the Kyubi giggled like a schoolgirl. "Oh, I can't wait for all the blood and carnage. Promise me we'll get right in the middle of all that. Please?" Naruto blinked. "You do remember we're supposed to capture whoever we can to bargain for our own prisoners in IWA?" Kyubi groaned. "Oh, come on. I'm stuck in here serving you. Least you could do is kill some more like you've done in the past." Onyxia made a rumbling laugh sound, as Naruto sighed. Fine. I'll see what I can do," he said, as he rolled over to rest for a bit. Unaware of what was happening at the gates of Konoha. Konoha's north gate. Jeriah quickly rushed into Konoha, checking the scroll at his side to make sure it was still there. He glanced over his shoulder, making sure nothing was following him. Then he created a clone that rushed to the tower, while he headed to the ANBU headquarters. Once there, he rushed inside. "I need to see Ibiki Marino, quickly," he said the receptionist/guard at the front desk. The woman nodded and quickly made the call. Within moments, the head of Konoha's ANBU and interrogation appeared. "Jiraiya-sama, what do you need of me?" he asked. Jeriah held up the scroll. "I need 4 cells for 4 high-risk prisoners. And I need them now." Ibiki nodded and led Jeriah to the lowest levels of the building, where high-risk prisoners were kept until they were transferred elsewhere or released. Several ANBU quickly followed, as Ibiki indicated the 4 cells. Jeriah moved into one of them, unrolling the scroll. Within moments, he had unsealed the bound and gagged figure, and quickly secured them in the room before exiting it.as he disappeared into the next room. Tsunade appeared, walking towards them. "Jeriah, this better be important. Iwa's made its move against us." Jeriah had secured the last prisoner and nodded. "Oh, it is. Trust me," he said, indicating the person he had just secured. Tsunade came over and looked through the bars. Her eyes landed on the unconscious form of Sasuke Uchiha. She turned to Jeriah. "My office, now." Omake, Anko's training Anko, happily munched on some dango in her favorite restaurant. It was her day off, but unfortunately Irika was busy helping out at the academy. So she had decided to get a snack while she waited for him. When she saw the light shift from the doorway, she turned to see Hinata enter and sit down not too far away. The snake mistress of Konoha grinned as she came over. Well, the blue demon of Konoha. What brings you here?" she asked, sitting down. Hinata smiled at Anko. She had grown to like the rather energetic special jounin. She didn't take crap from anyone, and wasn't afraid to be herself. Well, not afraid to act how she wanted was a better term. She ordered some tea and dango for herself. "Not much, Anko-san. I was doing some training, but now I'm taking a break." Anko nodded, and chewed on one of her dango skewers. "Yeah. I'm just waiting for Irika-kun to get back from the academy," she said. Hinata smiled. "Hey Anko, can I ask you something? How do you train your interrogation skills?" she asked. Anko blinked at her, then smiled, her eyes glazing over. Flashback. Anko mentally giggled to herself as she tracked her quarry through the streets of Konoha and into the training fields. Oh, how she loved her training, especially with her training buddy. She grinned as he dashed into the trees. The man panted as he finally hit against a tree, looking over his shoulder. "I lost her, finally," he whispered. However, he spoke too soon as snakes wrapped around him. yanking him to the grinning Anko. I got you. And I've been dying to try some new techniques on you, she whispered, licking the man's cheek. Irika Yumino whimpered, as Anko dragged him off to her apartment. When he left, he would be limping, but would also have a massive shit-eating grin on his face. Flashback, and Zanko shook her head. Sorry. That's confidential, she said. If she taught Hinata that kind of stuff, she knew that Hyuga would be all over her. Not to mention Kushina, if Hinata used those training methods on Naruto. Hinata shrugged. Was just curious. I had thought to enter the interrogation field, back before, well, certain things changed, she said. Anko looked around. Well, maybe it wouldn't hurt to share a few trade secrets, she said, leaning in. 7 months later, Anko smiled as she stroked Irika's chest, as the two lay in bed after another training session. Did my little dolphin like that? She whispered in his ear. He nodded. Oh yeah? He said, kissing and hugging her. Their happy time was interrupted by a very loud yell that came from the Namiak's estate, followed by killer intent that was directed at the snake mistress. Anko Mitarashi! When I get my hands on you, you'll wish you had stayed a virgin! Kushina Uzumaki Namake's voice rang through the afternoon air. Anko paled, as did Irika. Back in the Namake's estate, a panting, exhausted, and naked Naruto looked at Hinata, who was the same way. Where did you learn your interrogations from? He asked. Hinata just grinned. Chapter 20, Battle in the Forest. A group of 5 IWA shinobi dashed through the trees of Fire Country's western border, rushing northward towards their home camp. They would occasionally look over their shoulder in fear. Without warning, a hail of shuriken shot at them from the side, nailing one of them in the legs, left arm, and neck. He dropped like a rock, smashing into the ground, his corpse rolling. The other 4 cursed and began to separate, only for 2 of them to run straight into a net with metal spikes. Their cries of agony spurred the other 2 on, allowing them to get away. Behind them, 3 Konoha shinobi dropped into a clearing, admiring their handiwork. They began gathering weapons and supplies from the dead, before retreating back towards their posts a few miles north. The 2 surviving IWA ninjas rushed into the safety of the camp. The IWA forces had spent a week in the woods of the Land of Fire, pushing towards their destination. 1 week of constant ambushes upon their engineer teams sent to dismantle traps, of stumbling across traps the engineer teams missed. Kuratsuchi sighed as she sat in the command tent. Her first major command was falling to pieces. This was supposed to be a quick rush mission straight to Suna. 2 weeks maximum. Now it was turning into a slaughter fest. The Konoha forces had never given them more than fleeting glance of themselves. They struck from out of nowhere, hitting supplies, killing men, sabotaging equipment. Then they faded into the woods, killing or capturing all who pursued them. She looked over to a letter she had received from Uncle, the Kazekage. In it was a response to her assessment of the situation, and her call for a withdrawal, as it was obvious Konoha knew they were coming. His response had been short and simple: make the plan work. She sighed, as she began looking over a map. She began plotting other routes, before standing and walking to her tent opening. Gather the commanders, she said to a nearby chunin. She returned to her table and sat down, waiting. Within minutes, 3 jounin entered and bowed to her. Kuratsuchi-sama, the lead jounin said. She sighed. Kazekage-sama has sent a reply. He's decreed we push onwards. That we do not return without at least giving our all. The jounin murmured, and one of them spoke up. He can't be serious. We're being slaughtered, we're behind schedule. And this is just Konoha. Suna probably knows we're coming. She sighed. I know. But there's nothing we can do. We have to push onwards, or be declared traitors. Which is why I've gone over the maps. I think I found a solution. She placed a map in front of them and traced out a route in red ink. This is the current planned route for our forces, she said. And these? She traced out 2 more routes in blue ink. Were the secondary choices. More than likely, if Konoha trapped this route, they trapped the other 2 routes. Which is why we're going to do this. She traced out a 4th route in yellow ink. We're going to fall back to here and strike eastward, before curving around and striking westward. With any luck, we'll be able to avoid their traps and planned ambush routes, meaning we can move even faster and strike at Suna here. She indicated a spot about 20 miles south of where they had originally intended to strike. The 3 jounin nodded. A sound plan, one said. But we'll have to move extra hard and fast to pull it off. Akatsuki nodded. Yes, we will. But if we're lucky, we'll stretch their ambush force out, meaning that their attacks will be less coordinated against us. It's either that, or we strike for the Suna border now. She stood. Spread the orders amongst the camp. Now. The three jounin nodded and rushed off after bowing. Akatsuki took a deep breath. Can we let this work? Konoha Camp. To the southeast of the IWA camp lay the camp of the Konoha forces sent to deal with the IWA forces. The camp was a hive of activity, as Konoha ninjas returned from their ambush points, and others rushed off to get into position or set up traps. Other ninjas rested in or near their tents, talking with their friends and comrades. The mood was relatively light, due to the fact that so far they hadn't lost any of their number yet. There were those who had been wounded, but due to the guerrilla tactics they were using, and the traps they had set up, the casualties had been light. At one edge of the camp lay the Black Dragon, Onyxia. Next to her was Naruto's tent, though almost the entire camp knew him as Oni. Naruto sat inside his tent, reading a letter he had received from his mom. Naruto, things are going fine here, for the moment. I've returned to active duty, but I've been placed on village defense, while Tayuya recovers. So no worries about me having to run off, for now. Tayuya is already on her feet, though she is still taking little baby steps and needs a pair of crutches. She wanted me to thank you. Although what she said was, he did an okay job. Shino has been by to support her several times. Such a nice boy. Hinata wanted to add her own letter, which I added into the envelope. She's been busy with her training, but she's also taken time to begin working on the garden. I occasionally join her, as it's very peaceful there. I pray for your safety every night, my son. I hope to hear from you soon, and I also hope for your swift return. Love, your mother. Naruto smiled, as he set aside the letter and pulled out the one from Hinata. Dear Naruto, when I heard you mother was writing a letter, I felt I should add my own. Mostly, I wanted to talk to you about my training so far. I've continued studying the ancient language, and now have a firm grasp on the basics. Though I still have trouble, so I'll probably end up studying them again and again. I've also been going over some of the various sword styles you left behind, and I think I've found one. I've studied the basics of it, and have begun work. I also think the bond between me and my dragon has increased. He still hasn't spoken, but I'm starting to pick up on his emotions and thoughts. It's incredible. Your mother has been wonderful, helping me where she can, mostly in sword training. And your sister has definitely made things interesting, to say the least. She and Shino seem to have hit things off pretty well. He has been by several times this past week to visit her, and has supported her, as she regained her ability to walk. Though she won't admit it, I think she really likes him. I need to wrap this up, as your mom is almost done with her letter. I hope you and the others remain safe. Hinata. He chuckled softly at the bit about his sister and Shino, as he set the letter aside and went to get pen, ink, and paper to write a letter back to his mom and Hinata. However, shouts outside his tent caused him to stop, and raise his head. A few seconds later, Onyxia's presence entered his mind. There's some type of commotion out here. You should see what's going on. Naruto nodded as he stood, raising his hood and face mask, since he was wearing his normal clothing and not his armor. He quickly rushed out to see what was going on. In the center of camp, Shikaka was listening to a report from one of their scouts. Are you certain about this? He asked. The scout, Ahyuga Kunoichi, nodded. Yes. The IWA packed up their things and began heading east at a fast pace. Shikaka cursed. Damn it. All right. Send a message to Konoha, tell them what's happened. Everyone else, get ready to move out. We'll have to hit hard and fast. As the others rushed off, Shikaka came over to Naruto. Take to the sky. Move ahead and do whatever you can to slow them down. Burn the forests, break bridges, whatever. Just slow them down, he said. Naruto nodded, as he rushed off to his tent. There, he had a clone began to help him get his armor on. Within minutes he was back out, packing away his equipment and securing it to the saddle as he climbed up into the saddle. Let's go, he said. Onyxia roared and shot into the air. Below them, the Konoha camp was scattering, heading northeast. Onyxia shot off in that direction, while a hawk began its flight to Konoha with a message on its back. A shinobi rushed off to the west, to inform the Suna defense group meant to intercept the IWA shinobi. Konoha prison cell. Sasuke lay in his cell staring at the ceiling. He had been here for 4 days now, and they hadn't even bothered trying to interrogate him. They just left him alone in here. He sighed as he looked to his right, staring across to the opposite wall. Being in here was boring. And that boredom had led to him being forced to deal with thoughts that had been in his mind ever since he had heard Naruto had died. He closed his eyes, remembering Jiraiya's words. How is it my fault Naruto died? He was the one who took Naruto on that training trip. He shook his head and turned away, unaware of the pair of blue eyes watching him through the bars. Kushina looked sadly at Sasuke, wondering what had happened to one of her friends after her disappearance and Minato's death. Like Tsum, Mikoto Uchiha had been a good friend of hers. She had been saddened when Naruto told her about how Itachi had killed the entire clan, and Sasuke had been driven to revenge because of this. She shook her head and pulled away, looking at Ibiki and Enko. "Thank you," she said softly as she left. She wished there was something she could do for him, in memory of Mikoto. They both watched her leave, and sighed. "So how come we haven't been given permission to interrogate the bastard yet?" Enko asked Ibiki. The head of Konoha's ANBU simply shrugged. "Hokage-sama's orders. I don't know why other than that," he said. Enko cracked her knuckles. "Lucky for him, I guess. Hope we get a workout on his 3 teammates though," she said, as they went to Jugo's cell. The large orange-haired boy had been chained to the wall with many restraints attached to him, and seals added to reinforce the restraints. The reason for all this was because shortly after arriving, Jugo had gone crazy and attacked, killing 2 ANBU. He had quickly been knocked with knockout gas placed in security seals in each cell, and the restraints placed on him had been increased tenfold. Enko and Ibiki looked at the boy. "This almost seems cruel," Enko said. "When he's not acting like a lunatic, he acts like some scared kid who just wants to have a normal life." Ibiki sighed. "I know, Enko, but this is what we must do for our village. We have to be the cruel ones. No one else can." Enko nodded. "Okay. Let's get to it," she said, as she got out some smelling salts, and prepared for the questioning to come. In an unknown location a cloaked figure sat in an underground base, staring at the info before him. Slowly, he pushed it all aside. "So, it seems my apprentice isn't who he says he is. Well, that's too bad, Itachi. I had such hopes for you. But in the end, it doesn't matter. Once I've freed your little brother, and directed him towards you, I'll be able to shape my new apprentice. And with him, Konoha will fall before my plans." The figure chuckled to himself, as one blood-red eye gleamed in the darkness. A red eye with 3 black marks round the pupil. "Soon, the world will know peace, and I'll be the one to give it to them." Itachi looked at the letter Jeriah had sent him. His hands shook slightly as he read it. Sasuke had been captured by the Sannin and brought back to Konoha, where he would stand trial for his actions against Konoha. More than likely, he would never be a ninja in Konoha again. He closed his eyes and set the letter aside. "Damn it, Sasuke," he whispered. "Why did you have to become like our clan?" He opened his eyes and glanced around. Maybe it was time to pay Konoha another visit and finish this business with Sasuke. As he thought about it, he knew what that meant. His death. It didn't matter, as he was dying anyways. He had been diagnosed some years earlier with a slow-acting disease that ate away at his chakra. The more he used his chakra, the worse the disease became. Itachi didn't mind dying though. It would be a welcome relief to him, if he was honest with himself. He was tired of all the fighting and death and pain in the world. His only regret, besides his failure with Sasuke, was that he wouldn't be able to tell the one special person in his life how much he cared for her. Yes. He, Itachi Uchiha, the famed murderer of the Uchiha clan, had a secret love, who took the form of the blue-haired origami mistress of Akatsuki. Itachi had thought she was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. The problem was, all his vaunted ANBU and shinobi training had never prepared him for dealing with love. So he had simply hidden his emotions away, rationalizing his decision with the excuses that he was going to die, and she cared for their leader pain anyways. He sighed softly, as he stood, donning the black and red cloak of the Akatsuki. There was to be a meeting, as Sasori and Deidara were closing in on Suna, and were already planning their capture of the Ichibi Jinchuriki. He glanced back into his room for a second, then turned and left, closing the door. Fire Country. The next day the IWA force, moving a fast pace, had reached the point that Kuratsuchi felt was far enough point. Now, a group of them were going to pull the Konoha shinobi further north, while the rest rushed westward. Both groups were leaving behind traps, but the northern group's traps were a bit more obvious, looking like the IWA shinobi were rushed to put them up. However, the IWA shinobi's plan was ruined by the simple fact that Konoha had a scout that wasn't slowed by traps. Above, Naruto saw the IWA force divide up. He landed at the point where the forces had separated, and quickly wrote out a message, leaving it where one of the advancing Konoha shinobi would see it. Then he launched into the air on Onyxia's back, tracking the main force heading west. The main force was pushing hard and fast for the border, wanting to put as much distance between them and the Konoha forces. Kuratsuchi gave herself a grim smile, as it seemed that her plan was working. That smile faded as she heard a roar above them. Almost as one, the IWA shinobi looked up to see the bane of their existence. The black dragon of the demon dragon rider. Onyxia moved ahead of them, and banked, coming around and facing the IWA shinobi head-on. She let out a roar, before unleashing a massive stream of fire. The IWA shinobi quickly scattered. The ones on the edges and the fastest from the middle columns were able to jump to the sides. But the slower ninjas were caught in the extremely intense heat of the dragon's flames. They screamed in agony as they were engulfed in flames. Flaming bodies fell from the trees. Some of the IWA shinobi tried to smother the flames by burying them under dirt and rocks, while others launched kunai, shuriken, explosive tags, and jutsu at Onyxia. Naruto raised a hand, and all the attacks that came at him literally stopped in midair, dropping to the ground as they impacted against a magical shield. Onyxia whirled around, preparing for a second pass from behind. Unfortunately, though, the shinobi had learned, and were now spreading out. The streak of flame only managed to get a few who weren't fast enough to evade. Naruto sighed as he watched the IWA shinobi as they flew away from the strafing run. "That won't work again," he said, as Onyxia grumbled. "Try slowing them down then. Strafe ahead of them from south to north," Kyubi suggested. Naruto nodded, as Onyxia flapped rapidly to get ahead. She also started flying southwest. The IWA shinobi cheered as they saw the dragon fly off. But that cheer faded when they saw the dragon turn north, and fly low, letting out a stream of fire. It slowly created a massive firewall across their path. Naruto smirked as he and Onyxia made a second pass, creating a second firewall behind the first one. The firewalls would slow the IWA forces down, but also act as a signal to the Konoha forces. Many miles behind, and to the southeast, a Hyuga shinobi called back to Shikaku. "I see smoke to northwest. A lot of it." Inuzuka soon confirmed it. "I can smell it. Smoke and lots of it." The head of the Nara clan nodded. "Right. Let's move out and investigate," he shouted. With the IWA forces, Kuratsuchi commanded her forces to quickly try to smother the flames. Going around would take too long, allowing the Konoha forces to catch up. If they could smother some of the flames, they could pass through, leaving Konoha to let the fires burn, or put them out to spare some of their country. The IWA shinobi were using their earth jutsu as quickly as they could. But when the flames were so intense that the dirt and earth they threw upon the flames melted, turning into lava. One Jounin ran through the hand signs for a jutsu, and slammed his hands down. "Earth style, Great Chasm!" A rip appeared from his hands, shooting through the flames, as the earth opened up. Flaming debris fell into the opening, as he created a passage forward. Once the passage was wide enough, he closed the chasm, creating a path through both walls of fire. Kuratsuchi looked it over. "It will be a tight fit. Let's move, people!" she shouted, as she led the way through. The IWA shinobi formed a tight column and advanced through the flames as quickly as they could. Naruto cursed as we watched from above, before raising a hand to dispel the flames after the IWA shinobi passed through. He had bought some time, but not as much as he had hoped for. As the last flames disappeared, he panted. Even with his massive reserves, dispelling all that dragon fire was taxing on his magic and stamina. Onyxia felt this as well. "You need to rest, Naruto. I'll find us a place to land so you can get some food and water." Naruto shook his helmeted head. "No. We got to keep going. If we lose track of them, it could be dangerous." Kyubi voiced her opinion. "Kid, it's not that hard to see where they are going," she said. "If you rest, you'll be able to deal with them better when we catch up." Naruto sighed. "Fine. By majority vote we rest." Onyxia and Kyubi chuckled. "Girls rule/girls rule," they both said. Naruto sighed. "I've been freaking ambushed," he muttered, as they landed. Outskirts of Suna, that night Deidara and Sasori looked up at the tall walls formed by hardened sand and rock. The defensive walls that held back enemies and sandstorms alike. Sasori's body clicked as he moved, turning to look towards the entrance some hundreds of feet away. "Where is my damn spy? I hate waiting," he said. Deidara was busy molding some clay, and grinning as he finished a sculpture of Sasori. "Look, Sasori! It's you," he said, holding it out. Sasori sighed as he looked at it. "Not bad," he said. "Are you intending to blow it up?" Deidara chuckled. "Nah. I'm just messing around," he said, as he carefully squashed the sculpture and began molding the clay again. Sasori was about to comment when a figure in a Suna Jounin outfit approached. The figure was wearing a turban with dark blue hair and a goatee. He quickly bowed to Sasori. "Sasori-sama. Thank you for awakening me." Sasori nodded. "Is everything ready, Yura?" he asked. The Sand Jounin nodded and Sasori shifted. "Good," he said before gutting Yura on a massive metal tail. Yura's eyes shot open, and he spat up blood before slumping onto the tail, dead. Sasori dumped his body to one side. "Now, Deidara, now it's time." Deidara grinned as he checked his clay pouches. "Excellent," he said, as he began making a owl sculpture. With a poof, it turned into a massive owl which Deidara climbed onto. It began to flap its wings, and he took off, as Sasori looked to the sky. Border of Suna. Early the next morning. The previous day had been hectic for the Suna shinobi sent to guard the border against the IWA attack. They had been forced to run non-stop northwards all day. Most of their traps and defenses, carefully crafted over the past few weeks, had been destroyed. Now, hasty defenses were thrown up around their new defensive position. Kankuro cursed softly at their situation. Suna had detailed a goodly portion of their jounin to this task. That still was only a few hundred though, as they had to keep some for their northern border defense, and still others for village defense and missions. And these few hundred jounin would be facing off against close to 3,000 IWA shinobi, led by the grandniece of the Kazekage. The Konoha force would join them, and with the demon dragon rider, they would be able to easily handle this force. But with IWA changing the plan up, there was a chance that IWA could overrun the Suna position before the Konoha forces could catch up. All Kankuro and his shinobi could do was hold the area for as long as possible. Kankuro looked up as a flare erupted from the trees, exploding in a red explosion of light. He looked to his forces. "That's the signal! Get into position!" he shouted. The various shinobi under his command rushed to their assigned defensive positions. A group stood near a series of seals. Below them, various Suna skirmishers rushed back to them, heading to the safety of their own lines. As they reached the bottom of the hill, the first of the IWA shinobi appeared in the trees, stopping at the sight of the force of Suna shinobi arrayed against them. Amongst the trees, Kuratsuchi cursed softly. "All right, we have no choice. We'll have to drive them off that hill, or kill them all. Move around and flank the hill from the sides. I'll head up the middle," she said. Her commanders nodded and split off to their various commands. As-1 the IWA force charged forward. On the hill, Kankuro looked to his group manning the seals. "Wait for it," he said. When the IWA shinobi were about 50 feet out of the tree line, Kankuro nodded to the group. As one they channeled chakra into the seals. Almost instantly, a massive line of explosive tags, buried under the sand, were triggered, causing a massive explosion that went for over 100 feet in radius. The shinobi in the middle part of the first few ranks were obliterated. Blood, organs, and body parts rained down upon their comrades, who yelled in disgust, fear, and anger. The screams of the wounded echoed across the field, as some IWA shinobi lay there, missing limbs, or having gaping wounds in their bodies. Kankuro then raised a hand and dropped it. "Let fly!" he shouted. As-1, the Suna shinobi launched shuriken and kunai at the IWA forces. Others launched a vast amount of ninjutsu, most of which were wind ninjutsu. Below, the IWA shinobi, still in disarray from the explosion, took the brunt of the attack. Numerous shinobi fell under the hail of kunai, shuriken, and ninjutsu. Kuratsuchi grabbed the nearest ninja. "Get the man back into lines!" she shouted. "We need to get them organized." Kankuro watched as the IWA shinobi fell back, regrouping. "Get ready, everyone," he said, as he slid the 3 scrolls off his back, readying his 3 best puppets. To the east, Shikaku and the Konoha shinobi were breaking camp when they heard the explosion. The Nara had cursed. "Everyone, let's move! We don't have all day!" he shouted, his usual laziness gone in the face of battle. West of them, Naruto also heard the explosion. He finished strapping on his armor. "Time to go, Onyxia," he said, as he slid his helmet on and jumped onto Onyxia's back. The black dragon shot into the air. Back at the battle, Kankuro had Karasa launch a poison smoke bomb into a group of charging IWA shinobi. Most of them shot out of the way, but a few were caught in the cloud and stumbled out, coughing. He turned and had Karasa turn and strike at another IWA shinobi, driving him back towards Kurori. The shinobi fell into the puppet's stomach, which sealed shut before two saw blades rip through the stomach. Blood soon seeped form in between the boards of Kurori. Kankuro took a brief second to look around the battlefield. The IWA shinobi, after regrouping, had split into 3 parts. One part had rushed back up the center again, but the other 2 parts had moved to the sides, trying to flank the Suna shinobi. Kankuro had been forced to divide his forces' attention between the 3 forces. The matter had become complicated when some of the IWA jounin held back, using ninjutsu to launch massive boulders at their defensive positions. Now the battle had become joined. The Suna shinobi were doing their best to hold the hill, but steadily, they were being driven towards the summit, and back down to the other side. Kankuro cursed as a kunoichi near him was struck down, screaming in pain at the long gash ripped open in her chest. Just as her opponent was about to finish her off, there was a mighty roar. All eyes turned heavenwards, as the black dragon dove from the crowds, roaring and unleashing a torrent of flame upon the IWA stragglers. With another roar, the dragon landed on the ground, swinging its tail and sending anything she hit flying. The armored figure on the dragon's back jumped off, landing on the ground with sword and shield in hand. For a moment, everything was frozen. Then the battle returned in full swing, as dozens of IWA shinobi rushed the pair. Naruto smirked under his helmet, as he moved into position, guarding one of Onyxia's flanks, as the dragon roared her challenge. Almost as soon as the first IWA shinobi entered her range, his upper torso was gone, a fountain of blood spewing from his hips as she munched on the torso in her mouth. Naruto swung hard and fast with his long curved sword, cutting a IWA shinobi across the chest before kicking him, ducking and blocking an attack on his left with his shield. He slashed under his shield, breaking both of the attacker's kneecaps and dropping him, before rushing forward, stabbing another IWA shinobi in the back. Meanwhile, Onyxia was a wrecking ball on the field. Her tail was swinging around, smashing enemies left and right. Her jaws were snapping on any IWA shinobi within range, removing limbs, severing bodies in half, or removing large chunks from their torsos. And her claws were crushing enemies, or rending them to pieces. Kuratsuchi cursed to herself, as she charged towards the black armored figure. As she neared, she ran through several hand signs. Earth Style, Stone Soldier Jutsu. Naruto was just about to engage another target, when a hand formed out of rock shot out of the ground, grabbing his leg. He cursed, holding his hand out and breaking the arm with a spell as he leapt back to Onyxia's side. From the ground, several soldiers made out of rock and stone emerged from the ground. Their emotionless faces turned towards Naruto, as they formed weapons from the ground. Naruto cursed softly as he got himself ready for their onslaught. One with a spear charged at him, stabbing at his belly. Naruto slammed down with his shield, knocking the spear down into the ground before smashing up, knocking the earth soldier's head off. It stumbled backwards before it stood straight. It turned towards its head and put it back on, as another with a pair of swords charged forward. Naruto met a double down stroke his sword, grunting as the stone soldier put its weight down on the twin blades locking with Naruto's blade. Naruto smirked and fell back, kicking as he did. The stone soldier's torso was shattered on the double kick from the steel tri-clawed boots, and the remains smashed into a rock, turning into dust. Before Naruto could recover, a third soldier was on him, swinging a massive stone club down on him. Naruto cursed and rolled away, watching the club make a massive crater where he had been. He spun, slashing at the soldier's legs, causing it to fall over. Naruto used the spin to get back to his feet, where he met 2 more soldiers charging at him, both wielding Naginata. Naruto readied his shield when both of them froze, straining against something. That something was a long shadow coming out of the woods, with Shikaku Nara on the other end. The Nara Jounin grinned. "Looks like we're just in time." As he said that, Konoha shinobi poured from the woods, charging into the battle. The beleaguered force of Suna Jounin let up a cheer, and fought back with new fire, as the IWA force found itself surrounded. While their numbers were still superior, the IWA force was caught in between 2 forces. They had been given light supplies since they were meant to strike hard and fast into Suna. Most importantly, they were tired from the fast push to the border, and the almost constant attacks from Konoha. Naruto stood up, charging the first stone soldier, which had reformed a new spear out of stone. It turned and stabbed at him, but Naruto deflected the attack with his sword, using the momentum of the deflection to come up and around, slashing at its head. The stone warrior blocked with the haft of the spear, jabbing the butt at the armored helmet Naruto wore, only to be blocked by his shield. Naruto, while busy fighting the soldier, didn't see Kuratsuchi coming up behind him with a kunai. But he could hear her. Just as she jumped to drive the kunai into his neck, he spun away, and she ended up stabbing her own stone soldier. She yanked the kunai out and turned, only to duck as Naruto's blade stabbed through where she was and shattered the stone soldier. She spun around, as Naruto stood there, sword and shield at the ready. "So, I finally meet the infamous demon dragon rider," she said. Naruto grinned under his helmet. "So you must be Kuratsuchi, Jounin of IWA and niece to the Kazekage." "A pleasure," he said before looking around. "I would suggest surrendering. Your forces are falling apart, and you're definitely not going to complete your objective." She kept her stance, but looked around. She could see her shinobi slowly being overrun from both sides. She closed her eyes before opening them again. "I have to at least try. I have to show that I simply didn't give up. The shame would be too much," she said quietly. Naruto looked at her, then nodded. "Wait a moment." He stabbed his sword into the ground, and raised a hand, muttering under his breath. As he did, a massive flame rose up, grabbing everyone's attention. "Now that I have everyone's attention, I wish to cease this battle and spare everyone any more bloodshed. I propose a one-on-one battle, between myself and anyone of Iwa's choosing. If I win, all IWA forces will stand down and surrender. I promise that you'll be returned to IWA at the earliest possible moment. And if your champion wins, then IWA will be allowed to return to your lands without being attacked." He looked to Kuratsuchi. "I can see you don't want anyone else to die, and neither do I. Let this be the end of this battle at least." Kuratsuchi looked at him, and nodded. "Agreed. Though I think you should limit yourself to shinobi skills, and not your strange powers," she said. One of the IWA Chunin spoke up. "Kuratsuchi-sama, we can keep fighting. We won't lose to them," he said, with several other IWA shinobi adding their agreement. The Jounin Kunoichi nodded. "I know you all will, but that would just lead to more of you dying, and even if we win, we'll never complete our objective. It would all be for nothing. If I can save all of you, I will," she said, turning to the armored figure. "I will fight for my forces." The shinobi gathered there slowly moved back into a ring, as the black armored figure drew his sword. "You are a good shinobi and leader, Kuratsuchi-san. You think of your soldiers before yourself." He raised his shield, holding his sword low as they slowly circled each other. The kunoichi attacked first, launching a volley of shuriken as she charged at Oni. The armored figure raised his shield, blocking the shuriken which dug into the wood and metal defense. Unfortunately, his vision was also impaired by it being raised, so he didn't see the kick that struck the shield, sending him skidding back. He got back into a ready stance as she charged again with a kunai in hand. Naruto slashed at her, and she ducked under, whirling and going for a strike against his side, only to be blocked by the shield. Naruto shoved, smashing it into her and sending her flying. Kuratsuchi flipped and landed, launching a flurry of kunai before preparing a jutsu. Naruto spun away from them and charged, only to be forced back as a massive wall of stone spikes shot up at him. He cursed as he landed, slinging his shield onto his back by its strap and going through hand signs with one hand. "All right. Guess it's time to turn it up," he said, as he finished. "Fire style, twin dragon flame jutsu," he shouted, as he launched a stream of fire from his mouth through the air holes in his helmet. It slowly separated into two separate spinning streams of fire that formed into dragons. Kuratsuchi cursed as she jumped, leaping over the flames and landing, only to see an armored fist in her face. She was sent flying back, crashing into the ground and rolling. Oni leapt into the air, spinning and landing next to Kuratsuchi as she stopped rolling. Before she could get up, Naruto held his sword to her neck. "Do you yield?" he asked, his red eyes glowing behind the eye openings in his helmet. Kuratsuchi glared up at him, tense, before relaxing and falling back. "I submit," she said softly. Naruto slowly sheathed his sword and helped her up. "You fought well. But my specialty is close quarters combat," he said. "As promised, you and your forces will be well taken care of, until an agreement can be reached, and you all can be returned to your village." A cheer went up, as the victorious Konoha and Suna forces raised their weapons in victory. The IWA forces slowly began to submit their weapons and supplies, and were corralled to one point of the battlefield, while medics began tending to the wounded on both sides. Naruto smiled, as he turned to Onyxia. "Guess we'll finally get some rest, huh?" Before Onyxia could answer, a shout came up from one of the Suna Jounin, who was carrying a messenger hawk from their village. Kankuro came over, and spoke to the Jounin, looking at the message the hawk was carrying, before he turned to the men and women gathered around him. "The Akatsuki have kidnapped Gaara!" Chapter 21. The village of Suna was on a total lockdown after the kidnapping of their Kazekage. After the battle at the border, the captured IWA forces were taken to a secured location in the village, while the Konoha force was allowed temporary lodgings until they had rested and dealt with their wounded. Now, Shikaku Nara and Naruto, in his Oni alias, were standing in the Kazekage's office, conferring with Kankuro and Baki. Both Jounin were in temporary charge of the village. Baki growled as he nursed a bandaged and singed arm. "They came out of nowhere. 2 members of Akatsuki. One was an explosive expert, who actually fought the Kazekage. He got Gaara to fight him and, somehow during the fighting, he was able to get explosives into Gaara's sand. They went off while Gaara was shielding himself and knocked him out. The Akatsuki member grabbed him and flew away on a giant white bird. When we tried to follow, his partner stopped us. A strange hunched-over figure with a large metal tail. I've never seen anything like it before." Naruto was leaned against the wall, still in full armor. To anyone else, it would seem he was calm and uncaring. In truth, he was struggling not to simply burst from Suna to rescue his friend. "Do you know where they went?" he asked. Baki shook his head. "No. They headed off to the north at high speed, but we were unable to send trackers after them. I would assume they continued north, but they could have split off in any direction once they were far enough away from the village." Oni sighed to himself before standing straight. "I shall retire to my quarters and meditate on the situation." A few minutes later, in the room he had rented in the motel near the Konoha forces, Naruto sat and mediated on the situation. Which meant he was in conference with Kyubi and Onyxia. "So, any thoughts on the situation?" he mentally asked them. Onyxia, who was lying on the roof, mentally shook her head. "Not really. Any trail that was left behind has already been buried under shifting sand, and that's if they even moved on foot. In the air, it's impossible. As for spells, the closest is Dramacopa, 1, and that will only show you him, not where he is. And I'm unfortunately not entirely useful here either. We Biju can sense each other for certainty when we're within 20 miles of each other. After that, it gets harder to detect each other over range. I wouldn't be able to sense Shikaku unless he was within 30 miles of us. Now if it was Hachibi, I could do it in 100 miles. Kyubi said, as she paced the home Naruto had created inside his mindscape for her. Naruto closed his eyes, thinking, before opening them. "You know, I have been experimenting with combining my magic spells with Kyubi's chakra. What if I combine Dramacopa with Kyubi's chakra? Maybe since the spell actually opens a portal, if just a simple viewing portal, Kyubi's chakra will react and act like a beacon. That way, I'll at least have a direction to go in. It's the only solution we have currently, but you'll need to be very careful with it. We're still not sure of what the effects of mixing Biju chakra and magic will be." Onyxia said worriedly. Naruto nodded, as he got up and went to a mirror on the wall. He closed his eyes before reciting the spell while concentrating on Gaara. He also began channeling Kyubi's chakra into the spell as well. The mirror almost seemed to ripple, before an image slowly appeared. It was of Gaara, unconscious and laying on the ground. Or at least Naruto assumed he was on the ground. He could be laying on something else. Naruto suddenly felt a faint pulse, off to the northwest. It was faint, but he could still feel it. He quickly ended the spell and gathered his supplies. Outside, Onyxia stood to her feet and waited for Naruto. The blonde dragon rider, in full armor, soon emerged on the roof and jumped into her saddle. "To the Konoha camp first. We need to let them know." Onyxia nodded and shot down towards the Konoha camp. The Konoha shinobi who were milling about quickly made a space for her to land, as Shikaku rushed over. Naruto leaned over in his saddle. "I think I might have found a way to track the Kazekage. Alert Baki and tell him to send a force of shinobi northwest. I'll try to leave marks behind so they can follow." He quickly shot into the air on Onyxia's back, and the two quickly began winging towards the northwest. In Konoha. 4 hours later, news had quickly reached Konoha of their combined victory with Suna over the IWA task force. The fact that they had also captured the Sasuke's grandniece had only made the news better. However, all this good news was soured by the report that 2 members of Akatsuki had managed to kidnap the Kazekage while a goodly portion of Suna's elite forces were dealing with the IWA attack. Tsunade had ordered the force of shinobi to remain in Suna till the situation was dealt with. Now she was reading a report from Shikaku. She glanced up at the various jounin and clan heads that made up her military commanders. Shikaku has sent word. Oni thinks he might be able to track Gaara down. He headed off, saying he would leave markers behind to point a follow-up force in the right direction. Ibiki picked up the report and began to read it. Do we know which Akatsuki members kidnapped the Kazekage? Tsunade indicated the report. Suna was able to positively identify the main attacker as Deidara of IWA. He was an explosives expert with a unique ability to mold explosives into statues then animate them so he can hit his targets at range. They were unable to identify his partner. However, due to Jeriah's spy network, we are able to. Sasori, S-ranked missing ninja of Suna. He's a puppet master of legendary quality. Almost as good as the elder Chio of Suna. There were some various murmurs at this. Sasori was well known amongst Konoha's ranks for his mastery of puppets. There were rumors that he actually made puppets from his most powerful enemies. The only one not worried was Kushina, who smirked. Hey, don't forget Oni has already killed 2 members of Akatsuki, and not only that, it was 2 of the hardest ones to kill. Kakuzu of Takigakure no Sato and Haiden of Yugakure no Sato, the famed immortal brothers. I'm sure he can handle these 2. Kushina's words made many of those present nod, Tsunade being one of them. I just hope he can reach Gaara in time, she said as she turned her chair to look out the window. Secret Akatsuki outpost in northwestern Wind Country. Deidara and Sasori slipped inside a cave. Behind them a boulder slipped into place. Deidara raised his one good arm and channeled chakra into the boulder, activating the seal on the front of the boulder. His other arm was currently tiny bits of flesh scattered around Suna. He turned to Sasori. Alright. Let's contact Pain-sama and get this over with, eh? Sasori nodded as they both took up positions and began channeling their chakra. Seals in the wall picked up on it, and sent out signals to the 4 corners of the elemental nations. Soon astral projections started to appear of 5 other figures. 1. With spiky hair and gray eyes with several rings around the pupils spoke first. You have captured the Kazekage. Were you followed? Sasori shook his head. No, Pain-sama. We had a good enough lead, and Deidara's bird allowed us to leave no tracks. It would be practically impossible for them to find us. The figure known as Pain nodded, before turning to a figure with large spiky protrusions surrounding his head. Keep an eye out for intruders just in case. Itachi, Kisame, I want you 2 to be ready to intercept anyone who follows. The 3 figures nodded, as Pain turned to the back wall of the cave and began performing hand signs. He slammed them down, and a massive statue began to rise from the ground, as well as 2 large hands. The 5 astral projections were each standing on a finger, while Deidara moved the Kazekage into position. He and Sasori soon joined the projections on the fingers, and as one, they prepared the extraction jutsu. About an hour's flight away, Naruto and Onyxia closed fast on their objective. Despite the massive lead the Akatsuki members had held, they had needed to stop to heal Deidara's severed arm stump to ensure he didn't die of blood loss. Plus the clay bird they had been riding had been weighted down with 3 people. Onyxia, being a dragon, had been able to move much faster with only Naruto on her back, and had more power in each stroke of her wings, eating up more ground. Naruto grinned as he began to feel Shikaku's power. It's faint, but we're close. He's about 30 miles ahead of us at least, he said. Onyxia nodded and kept winging towards their destination. Roughly a full day's travel behind Naruto and Onyxia was a response team of Konoha and Suna shinobi, led by Kankuro. They had been following clues left behind Naruto whenever he had landed to again track Gaara down with the QBM-powered scrying spell. They were moving as quickly as they could to support the rescue of Gaara. Setsu, having been commanded to keep an eye out for enemies, had tapped himself into the plant life between the edge of Wind Country's massive desert and the Akatsuki outpost. At first he found nothing, until he looked up about 20 miles from the base. He cursed when he saw Oni, flying right towards the cave. In the Akatsuki outpost, the astral projection of Zetsu spoke up. We have a problem. The dragon rider is heading this way. Less than 20 miles and closing fast. He spoke up again in a different voice. The fucker looks like he means business. The leader, Pain, cursed softly as he looked to Itachi and Kisame. Can either of you intercept him in time? Itachi shook his head. No. He's already too far away for us to get him before he arrives here. Even if we did, he would probably defeat us in a matter of minutes from the sky. We'd be at a major disadvantage. Pain nodded. I see. Then we'll simply have to hope he misses this place. Even so, Deidara, Sasori. Be ready for combat. The two ninjas nodded as they continued the extraction process. About 40 minutes later, Naruto and Onyxia banked and began to circle the cave. Shikaku's power was practically pulsing inside it. Naruto scanned the cave, eyeing the main entrance. You'd think they would hide it better, instead of having a massive arch in front of it, and a seal in plain sight. He said. Onyxia rumbled. Perhaps that is the point. They wish for enemies to try and find the entrance, and not bother looking for another way in. Naruto nodded. Good point. So let's make another way in. Land on the mountain above the cave. In the cave below, the Akatsuki members concentrated on their work. That concentration faltered a bit when they heard claw marks on the ceiling above, and some dust and small rocks were broken loose by the landing of something above them. Naruto hopped down from the saddle and began testing the rock beneath him. Roughly 10 feet thick here, and this is the weakest point. Explosive tag won't do. It would take too much effort to break it open with a spell. I need to conserve as much energy as I can for any fight inside. He sighed and closed his eyes. Guess I have no choice. Rasengan won't break through on its own. Kyubi, I'm going to need some help on this. Kyubi blinked. You do realize they'll feel the chakra and recognize it? And that will blow our cover? Naruto nodded slightly. I know, Kyubi. But it's either this, or we lose Gaara and the Shikaku. And besides, we'd have to fight them eventually if they're allowed to continue their plans. Now, are you ready? Kyubi let out a defeated sigh. One Biju enhanced Rasengan coming up, she muttered, as Naruto started to feel the power flowing through him. Below, the Akatsuki members all flinched as they felt an explosion of power above them. Itachi and Kisame's eyes widened as they recognized the power. There was then a physical explosion above them. One that blew apart a 20-foot hole in the ceiling, and rained debris down upon them. Smoke, dust, and dirt obscured the hole for a few minutes, before it was blown away by a large dark shape that flew through it all. That dark shape soon was revealed to be the massive black dragon of the demon dragon rider. And sitting in a saddle on her back was the famed mercenary himself, surrounded in a glowing red aura, with crimson eyes peering ominously from the eye slits of his helmet. With a roar, the massive dragon circled above the statue and gathered Akatsuki members, before unleashing a torrent of flame down towards them. Most simply remained where they were, as they were nothing but projections. But Sasori and Deidara were forced to jump away, somewhat disrupting the extraction process. Naruto glanced towards the massive statue, into which Gaara's power was flowing. He nodded towards it. Get me close to that statue! He yelled to Onyxia, who turned and shot towards it. Naruto undid the leg restraints of his saddle and pushed himself into a crouching position, drawing his sword Vinder. As Onyxia drew close, Naruto let out a yell as he leapt off. Time seemed to slow as he soared through the air, his sword held in a reverse grip in both hands. As he reached the statue, he stabbed it into one of the eyes and hung there. The whole cavern shook, and the statue trembled a bit. The leader of Akatsuki, Pain, roared to Sasori and Deidara. Stop him! Stop him now! Naruto closed his eyes, whispering under his breath as black energy surrounded his fist. With a roar, he slammed his hand into the statue, blasting the spell he had been channeling into the statue. The whole thing began to shake, as Naruto yanked his sword and fist free and jumped clear, extending his limbs so he was spread eagle. The statue trembled as Onyxia came around and grabbed him, flying down and towards Gaara's form. Sasori and Deidara were about to attack him, while he hung vulnerably under his dragon, when the statue finally couldn't contain the power inside and exploded, partially destroying the face of the statue. Immediately, the energy flowing into its mouth stopped and reversed, flowing into Gaara at a rapid pace. At the same time, a sickly green chakra surged out, starting to form a shape as well. Naruto ignored the green energy, and swung back up onto his saddle while Onyxia dived towards Gaara. As the last of his energy returned to him, he began to fall, only for Onyxia to catch him in her front claws and shoot upwards, trying to gain altitude and exit through the opening Naruto had made. Below, Pain cursed as he viewed the destruction wrought upon them. The green energy escaping from the statue was turning into a large armored turtle with 3 tails. Pain turned to 2 of the projections. "Itachi, you and Kisame are closest. You'll deal with the Sanbai that is escaping. Sasori and Deidara, go retrieve the target. And bring me the dragon rider as well." The 2 ninjas nodded and quickly left, while the statue and astral projections vanished. The Sanbai roared inside the cave, looking for those that had trapped it within the statue. Sasori and Deidara quickly unsealed the cave and left it, while Naruto, Onyxia, and Gaara exited through the hole they had made above. The astral projections and damaged statue disappeared, leaving only the infuriated demon turtle behind. Naruto cursed as he felt Onyxia's uncoordinated flight, due to her holding Gaara in her claws. "Can you land somewhere?" he asked. Onyxia grunted slightly. "Only briefly. Those 2 Akatsuki members are after us." Naruto nodded. "I won't need that much time," he said, as Onyxia began to descend. She let Gaara go a few feet off the ground, and landed as Naruto hopped down and quickly rushed to Gaara's side. A quick scan revealed that Gaara was unconscious, and suffering from chakra exhaustion, due to Shikaka being extracted and then suddenly slammed back into him. He would be unconscious for some time. Naruto quickly summoned a pair of clones. One transformed into Gaara, while the other picked up the original Gaara. "Head back to Suna. Me and the clone will draw off the Akatsuki," Naruto ordered the second clone. He and the first climbed onto Onyxia, and the clone quickly faked being unconscious as they took off. As they did, Naruto spotted his enemies in the distance. Both were riding on a giant white owl. Naruto grinned in anticipation. "So, air-to-air combat? Guess there's a first time for everything." With that they turned away and headed easterly, as if they were flying to the border with Fire Country. Deidara urged his mount on faster, while making several clay models to attack their target. Sasori stood behind him, waiting till they could get close enough, and he could launch his poison saman at them. Naruto turned his head, seeing the clay owl struggle to keep up. Again, the superiority of his dragon showed, as Onyxia wasn't even moving full speed yet, and already the Akatsuki were falling behind. Naruto decided it was time to end them. With a roar, Onyxia turned and started flying at high speed towards the Akatsuki. Deidara's eyes widened. "He's charging us!" he yelled. Sasori just nodded, as he raised one arm from under his cloak, revealing a cylinder object surrounding his arm with a hole on the bottom. Naruto and Onyxia continued to fly straight at the Akatsuki pair. Naruto whispered a spell under his breath. Deidara smirked as he made a hand sign, and a clay model of a bird became bigger in his hand, before shooting at Naruto and Onyxia. The black dragon dove, with the small bird following and gaining speed. As they leveled out, Naruto turned, throwing a kunai back at the clay model. It dodged to one side and honed in on them, until Naruto launched a black fireball at it. The clay bird was hit by the brisker spell and exploded. Naruto was about to look forward, when he heard a whistling sound form above. He looked up in time to see the glint of sunlight on dozens of saban needles streaking towards him. "Onyxia, roll!" the dragon responded, rolling away from the saban needles. Most missed, but a few still struck their targets. Or rather would have, if not for the fact that they seemed to bounce off of some invisible object surrounding the dragon and her rider. Sasori blinked in confusion and fired a second burst of saban needles. They again bounced off of something about a foot from the target, and fell harmlessly towards the ground. Sasori cursed. "He has some type of jutsu or something keeping me from hitting him." Deidara nodded. "Just hold tight then. I'll turn him into such art, even Kami will weep in awe," he shouted, as he made another model. At that moment though, their target had begun to climb to meet them. Onyxia roared as she unleashed a massive torrent of flame towards the owl above her. Deidara cursed and banked the owl, barely dodging the flames. Onyxia kept on him, shooting fireballs after them. Naruto cursed softly as he watched the fight. He and Onyxia just couldn't get a good enough angle on them. Naruto watched their movements before nodding. "I'm going to try something. When they head down, fire," he said, as he tilted his helmet up and began the hand signs for a jutsu. "Fire style, fire dragon jutsu!" With a roar of flames, Naruto launched a massive fire dragon at the Akatsuki duo at high speed. Sasori's eyes widened as he saw it. "Dive!" Deidara quickly dove. Behind them, Onyxia gave a dragon-like smirk before unleashing another fireball as they began to dive. Only this one she managed to fire slightly ahead of their path. Deidara saw the fireball too late to completely dodge. The owl began to move out of the way, but the fireball still engulfed its right wing. The two Akatsuki members leapt away, falling towards the ground. Behind them, the owl exploded. Naruto urged Onyxia into a dive, chasing the two Akatsuki members. Just as they dived, Deidara made a hand sign while holding another clay model. This one expanded into a large dragon, which Sasori and Deidara landed on. Onyxia's eyes widened, before she let out a deep growl. "How dare they! Make a mockery of me, will you?" she roared in Naruto's head. Kyuubi chuckled in Naruto's mindscape. "Oh, they fucked up big time," she said gleefully. "Give it to them, big girl!" Onyxia roared, launching a massive fireball at the clay model and its occupants. The dragon rolled away, barely escaping the flames as Onyxia gave pursuit. Deidara cursed. "I can't send any of my models after them. I need to concentrate on flying." Sasori closed his eyes. "Then I shall deal with them," he said before his body went rigid. A hatch popped open, and a young man with red hair stepped out, grabbing a scroll form under his Akatsuki cloak. He sealed the hunched-over body that he had been occupying, and then from a second seal in the scroll, he unleashed a new puppet, with black spiky hair, yellow eyes, and a long brown cloak. Said puppet came to life, and its mouth opened, pouring out a stream of black sand. Naruto blinked in confusion. "What the hell is that?" He got his answer when the puppet moved, and the iron sand formed into dozens of spears, shooting back at them. Onyxia rolled away, and the spears just missed them. Naruto turned his head, his eyes widened as he saw the spears reform into one giant wall of iron sand, which shot towards them. He raised one hand, yelling out, "Wilder, hold!" The wall of iron sand froze, actually seeming to struggle against something, as Naruto held his hand up, and Onyxia dived. Sasori frowned at the sight of the iron sand being stopped, and struggled to control it through his puppet. Naruto released the spell, panting lightly at the amount of energy he had to expend to hold the iron sand back. The gray wall reformed into a cloud that shot towards them. Naruto cursed as he watched. "How the heck do we stop it?" Kyuubi spoke up. "Well, the obvious thing to do would be destroy the source of the sand." "Which is that puppet? But I'm sure you'll think of some overly complicated scheme that will waste time and energy," she said sarcastically. Naruto sighed. "I figured that. But I doubt he's going to let us get close," Onyxia growled. "Don't worry about that. Worry about hitting it," she thought to him, as she turned and roared towards the clay dragon. The iron sand followed, turning into spears again. Deidara had turned them to fly towards their quarry, and now the two dragons and their passengers were flying towards each other at high speed with iron sand spears chasing the black dragon. Naruto smirked as they approached at high speed, mentally sharing a plan with Onyxia on how to disable the puppet. As they came within 50 yards of each other, Onyxia took a deep breath before unleashing a huge funnel of flame at the Akatsuki and their clay dragon. Deidara cursed and rolled the dragon away, avoiding the flame. But Onyxia rolled with them, bringing the two dragons mere feet from each other as they passed. Onyxia had rolled onto her back as they passed, and Naruto swung at the right moment. The black blade of Vinder sheared the head off the puppet of the sandame Kazekage, causing the iron sand to fall uselessly towards the ground. Sasori cursed as he watched the head fall towards the ground, disappearing into the forest below them. Deidara banked the clay dragon around, as Onyxia climbed, gaining altitude. Sasori shook his head, looking to his partner. "I need to get on the ground. I'll be of more use down there now," he said. Deidara nodded and went low to the treetops. Sasori hopped off, using chakra to absorb his impact and begin descending to the ground, while Deidara began to ascend. Just as he had gotten some altitude, the sun was blocked by a massive shadow. He looked up in fear, as a massive black shape shot towards him, roaring. It impacted against his dragon, sending them both spiraling around. Onyxia roared in triumphant as she bit down on the flank of the dragon, tearing away some of the clay and spitting it out. The clay dragon tried to fight back, but due to being clay, its teeth and claws were useless. Deidara quickly jumped off, and smirked as he turned. "Say bye-bye," he shouted, as he made a hand sign. Naruto's eyes widened, as he raised out a hand. In a massive fiery explosion, the clay dragon detonated, engulfing Naruto and Onyxia. Deidara cackled madly as he looked through his clay pouches, and found that he had enough left to either make another model to fly away on. He quickly molded it, and it soon expanded into a large, unusual shaped bird. The blonde Akatsuki member landed on it and swung around, heading towards the explosion. Out of the fire and smoke fell a large black object. They were in a free fall, Onyxia either stunned or knocked out from the proximity of the explosion. Thankfully the wards he had put up held, but at a major cost to his magical reserves. Onyxia? Onyxia, wake up! He shouted to her over their mental link, as the ground started rushing up towards them. He cursed and pounded on her neck. Suddenly the golden eyes shot open, and Onyxia's wings snapped open, pulling them up barely in time. Naruto panted as he clung to her neck. Don't ever scare me like that again, he mentally whispered to her. On the ground, Sasori had removed his cloak, revealing that his body was a puppet body as well. He removed 3 scrolls from his back and opened all of them. He ran through some hand signs, unsealing the contents of each scroll. Deidara had managed to turn his bird around, and was heading straight towards the struggling pair as they tried to get altitude. He let out a maniacal grin as he closed in on them. He didn't have enough clay to build another model, and he couldn't outrun them. So that left him with only one option. Guess I get to become my greatest work of art ever, he shouted, as he headed straight for Onyxia. Naruto's eyes widened. He's going to ram us, he said softly, as Deidara headed towards them. If Deidara hit, not even the wards he had put up would protect them. He cursed as Onyxia began launching fireballs at the Akatsuki member. However, she was still disoriented from the explosion, and her aim was off. Deidara began dodging the fireballs, as they got closer and closer. Eventually, though, he just stopped, and grinned in an almost serene manner as one of the balls of fire engulfed them both. Naruto's eyes widened at that, only for them to go even wider as the bird and rider came out of the flames. They were still on fire, but it hadn't ignited the bird yet. Deidara let out a loud laugh as flames licked his body. Art is a blast! Naruto cursed as he performed a jutsu that he hoped would save them. Wind style, great breakthrough! He shouted, unleashing a massive blast of wind straight at the bird. It was sent flying back, most of the flames being put out. But some, being shielded by the bird's body, finally heated the clay up enough. It exploded, sending smoke, flames, and body parts everywhere. Naruto and Onyxia wheeled away from the explosion, Naruto letting out a sigh of relief. One down, one to go, he murmured, as he began scanning for the other Akatsuki member. His search was soon ended by a barrage of arrow sand kunai that struck the wards below Onyxia, draining some of his magic to keep the wards up. Naruto turned and looked in the direction of the weapons, his eyes widening. On the ground were roughly 100 puppets, all wearing ragged red robes. Most were armed with ranged weapons of some sort, and were firing continuously at them. Onyxia rolled away from a second barrage, and struggled to gain altitude, to get out of the puppet's weapon range. Below, Sasori frowned slightly, seeing his target escaping his puppet's weapon range. He began manipulating his chakra to cause them to rise, though this would only have a limited range due to the chakra strings attached to each puppet. Naruto watched them, and nodded. Alright. I would honestly think he was smarter than this. Onyxia? Strafing run. The black dragon let out a tired mental giggle as she turned, going into a diving turn that was leading her away from the puppets. Sasori's eyes narrowed and he ordered his puppets to follow, bringing up the rear behind them. Onyxia continued her dive, until she was only a dozen or so feet above treetop level. She pulled up, banking, so she now headed towards the army of puppets advancing on her and Naruto. Taking a deep breath, she began unleashing a torrent of flame. Sasori's eyes widened, realizing exactly what had happened as the first puppets became engulfed in flames and were incinerated. Onyxia flew over the army of puppets, unleashing the stream of flame that engulfed them all, burning them into ashes. Slowly she came around, flapping her wings and hovering slightly, before touching down. Naruto slowly slid down from her back, gripping his sword in his right hand while his shield remained on his left. He began to examine the area, looking for any sign of the red-haired Akatsuki member. All that lay before him was ash and burning trees. He carefully moved through the destruction, his eyes ever seeking. He finally stopped when he found nothing at the end of the trail of destruction. Slowly looking around, he suddenly tensed and spun, blocking an incoming saw blade with his sword. Sasori stood before him, a walking arsenal. 2 poles with multiple blades extended form his shoulder blades, and a cable with a blade on the end extended form his stomach. Under each of his forearms was a hose. In his left pectoral was a cylinder. Naruto shoved the saw blade away, which returned to its position behind Sasori's left shoulder. I'm impressed, QB Jinchuriki. You managed to not only hide from Akatsuki for almost 5 years, but you've grown strong. Very strong. Perhaps after you and your dragon are dead, I'll be able to make puppets of you both. Naruto smirked as he watched Sasori. Sorry, pal. But you'll be dead long before me or Onyxia dies, he said, settling into his stance. Onyxia turned to help, but Naruto stopped her. Let me handle this one. Sasori raised his right arm, the hose pointed at Naruto. A stream of fire shot out of it towards the black-armored warrior. Naruto rolled to one side, keeping ahead of the flames as he rushed towards Sasori. The puppet-wielding member of Akatsuki shot his blades forward, spinning them at high speed. Naruto was forced to stop and jump back, blocking with his sword again before charging. Sasori whipped the bladed cable at him, and Naruto blocked it with his shield, his eyes widening when he saw the liquid glisten on the edge of the blade. He jumped back, as Sasori stood there. Poison, huh? You're a real big fan of poison, aren't you? Sasori just stood there. When your grandmother is Suna's foremost expert on poison, you pick up on her habits. He launched the cable at Naruto again, only it wrapped around his leg and yanked him off balance. Naruto cursed, and rolled to one side as the blades from Sasori's back shot forward and slammed into the ground where he had been. Naruto got to one knee quickly and stabbed up with his sword, straight into Sasori's lower chest. Nothing happened, as Sasori smirked. Sorry, nothing there, he said, as he raised his right arm. Naruto cursed and let go of his sword, spinning on his back and smashing one tri-clawed boot into the arm. It shattered under the power of Naruto's kick, and the weight and power of the metal sabonot with 3 claws. Sasori stumbled back as Naruto got to his feet. The blonde warrior rushed at Sasori, jumping and driving a kick into his chest, yanking his sword out as he jumped away. Sasori was knocked onto his back, as Naruto retook his stance, sword again in hand. The puppet master shot his bladed cable at Naruto, and the blade sunk deep into his shield, before it was yanked away. Naruto cursed softly as Sasori readied the cable again while getting back onto his feet. The two faced each other, silently sizing the other up, before Sasori launched his cable again. This time Naruto spun away, coming around and slicing through the cable, detaching the blade from it. However, he was off balance from the spin, and Sasori used that moment to bring up his other hose on his left arm, which launched a high-powered blast of water at Naruto. The water sent Naruto crashing back onto the ground, skidding a few feet. Sasori smirked as he slowly advanced, the two multi-bladed poles coming forward and spinning like saw blades. Naruto shook his head, trying to clear it, when a foot stepped on his sword, trapping it. He looked up, seeing Sasori stand there. Any last words, Jinchuriki? Naruto nodded. Yeah, I got one. Brinsker! He shot his left hand up, black flames leaping out and engulfing Sasori's head. The red-haired puppeteer stumbled back, yelling as he tried to put out the flames on his head with his water hose. Naruto stood, picking up his sword as Sasori put out the flames. Before the puppeteer could react, Naruto yelled and drove Vinder through the cylinder in his chest. The former Suna ninja just stared at the blade, before looking up at Naruto. I guess I lost, he whispered softly. Naruto nodded and Sasori actually smiled softly, lowering his head a bit. So this is my end? You did, well. I guess I should reward you. Itachi and Kisame will come after you soon. They're stopping the Sanbai. You should go, now, he whispered before his head completely slumped forward, lifeless. Naruto pulled his sword out, and the body of Sasori collapsed like the lifeless puppet it was. He stared at the body, before kneeling down and sealing it away in a scroll. He gave the scroll a long look. Thank you, Sasori of the Red Sand, he said before retrieving his shield and flying away on Onyxia, heading for Suna. 2 days later the 5 remaining members of Akatsuki had gathered together in their headquarters in Aim. Itachi and Kisame had managed to successfully restrain the Sanbai, and now had it safely sealed away in a container until it could be resealed. All 5 of them were staring at the damaged face of the statue Akatsuki used to contain the 9 Biju. Konan glanced at Pain, her eyes widening. For the first time in many years, she saw anger in his Rinnegan eyes. The body of their comrade Yahiko trembled in barely controlled rage. Setsu slowly looked at their leader. I managed to track the Ichibi container. He was returned to Suna. They've increased the village's defenses now, he said, the darker side of him keeping quiet. Pain didn't even look at him. Scout out all the Jinchuriki. Try and find moments when they are most vulnerable. Do not return until you can tell me everything," he said. Zetsu nodded and quickly left. Konan bit her lip, before finally speaking. "Pain-sama, perhaps we should reconsider this plan," she said softly. Itachi and Kisame tensed as she continued. "The Kyuubi Jinchuriki has already proven himself far more powerful than we could have ever thought. If he's able to kill Kakuzu and Haiden, and track down his fellow Jinchuriki, he can surely rescue them any time we go after them, and with his powers, he could be a danger to us if he dash dot." The cavernous room resounded with the sound of a slap and Konan fell back on the floor, holding her red cheek. Pain glared down at her, his arms still raised. "You dare doubt the powers of a god? That boy is nothing but a speck compared to me." Konan shook in fear as Pain stepped towards her. "I will not stop my plan because of a few mishaps. I do not care what the cost of our dream is. Even if every member of this organization dies, it will be worth it to complete our goal of world peace. If you ever question our mission again, I will end you, Konan," he said before turning away and walking to the statue to begin repairing it. Konan sat on the floor, just staring at the space that had been occupied by the body of one of her two friends. Tears silently began to fall as she slowly stood and walked away. Itachi watched her go, before following. Kisame shrugged and went about his business. In her private quarters, Konan was sitting on her bed, crying softly as she held a picture. It had been taken long before all this had happened. Back when Yahiko was alive, and Pain was Nagato. Back when they were fighting against the tyranny of Hanzo of Aim, she silently wished that things would go back to the way they were. Back then they were happy. They had each other, and everything seemed so simple. Nagato was so quiet, shy, and kind. Now though, he was something else. He had become obsessed with his plan for world peace. To force it upon people at the edge of a sword. Konan knew this plan wouldn't work, but she had shoved those thoughts aside, believing the friend and comrade she had fought with would return when they had achieved their goal. Now she knew she had been deluding herself. She had seen it in those gray eyes. Nagato was gone, consumed by this new person, this Pain. Her old friend would never come back. She looked up when she heard her door open slightly. Standing there was Itachi, looking unsure. "Are you all right?" he finally asked. Konan put the picture away. "I'm fine," she said in her usual neutral tone. She turned away, only to stop when Itachi's hand gently landed on her shoulder. "Konan-san, I know you are close to our leader. So I know you must be hurting. I want to help," he said quietly. She sat there, before slowly touching his hand. "What do you think you can do to help me?" she asked quietly. "I've lost my closest friends, the two people I survived with, fought with, bled with. One died because I was held hostage. The other died when he became Pain." Itachi slowly sat down. "I can listen. I've always been good at that," he said softly. Konan looked at him, then looked down. "Why do you care? Why are you trying to help me?" Itachi simply shrugged. "I just simply wish to help. Isn't that reason enough?" He looked away. "If you'd like to be alone, I'll leave." Konan, for some strange unknown reason, didn't want him to go. She turned to him. "No, actually, I would like for you to stay," she said. Maybe talking would help." Itachi nodded as he sat back. Konan looked at him, thinking, "You are a strange person, Itachi Uchiha." Then she began to talk. "Make Sage's deodorant." Naruto looked at the can in his hands, then up at Jeriah, who was beaming at him. "You want me to try this stuff out?" he asked the Toad Sanin. Jeriah nodded. "Yep. A deodorant company wanted me to sponsor their new line of spray-on deodorant. And they of course gave me a free sample. Now since I'm too manly for such a thing." Naruto scoffed at this. "I wanted you to try it out, okay?" Naruto sighed. Fine, if it will get you off my back," he said, as he took off his shirt, sprayed some on all over his torso and then pulled his shirt back on. "Happy now?" he asked. Jeriah nodded. "Thanks, kid. Let me know what you think tomorrow, okay?" With that he headed off. Naruto sighed as he left his room. "Going to go run a few errands, Mom. Be back later," he said, as he left the Namake's estate. Pulling up his hood and face mask, he smiled as he passed Tayuya, who was now walking, and Shino. The pair had been out getting lunch, and enjoying a walk. As he passed by them, Tayuya blinked as she caught whiff of something. "What the fuck is that smell? It smells good. Ugh, did it get hot out here?" And why do I feel achy all over? Shino blinked as he saw Tayuya trembling. Tayuya-san, are you alright? He asked in concern. Tayuya looked at him, suddenly groaning and biting her lip as she rubbed her thighs together. Shino, I feel so hot, and. She finally lost it and grabbed him, kissing him. Shino's eyes went wide, before he was dragged into some nearby bushes. Naruto hummed to himself as he took to the roofs, hopping along until he found his first target. He landed on the road and entered the Yamanaka flower shop. Ino and Chuji were talking at the counter, and absently waved at him when he entered. He chuckled and gathered up some gardening supplies before coming over. Ino rang up the price, and Naruto paid for it. Ino blinked as she sniffed the air. You guys smell something? Chuji and Naruto both sniffed as well. Maybe it's the plants, Chuji suggested, as Naruto shrugged and left. Neither noticed Ino become flushed, or when her hand began rubbing her inner thigh. Chuji was about to get back on topic, when Ino let out a groan and hunched over a bit. Ino, you okay? He asked worriedly. She looked up at him, panting, before kissing him and driving him to the ground. Naruto hummed as he left the flower shop, feeling like grabbing some dango, which was his third favorite food/snack of all time, behind Pocky and ramen. He passed by a weapon shop just as Niji and Tenten were leaving it. Tenten stopped when she smelled something in the air. Before shuddering, Niji looked at her curiously. Tenten-san, are you alright? He asked. Tenten looked around, before grabbing Niji and dragging him into an alley, kissing him. Niji, oh Kami Niji, I want to see your kanai da, she said, kissing him as she began undoing his pants. Naruto grinned as he arrived at a small shop that sold sweets and such. Inside, Anko and Kurenai were enjoying a double date with their boyfriends Irika and Asuma. Naruto waved at them as he got some dango, noticing a nearby fan wafting the smell of his deodorant towards the table they were at as he left. Anko was happily snacking on her dango when she smelled something different. She set her dango down, blinking as she sniffed again. What is that? It smells sweet but also manly. Wow, it smells great. Oh wow, is it hot in here? Kurenai also paused as she smelt it, and blinked. Huh. What is, oh, why do I feel achy? No. Oh Kami, not here. She began to groan softly, trying to suppress what she was feeling. Both Irika and Asuma noticed their dates acting strangely. Irika moved closer to Anko. Anko-chan, you okay? He asked. Anko suddenly grinned. I am now, she whispered, grabbing him and dragging him off to the bathroom. Asuma blinked, then his eyes went wide when Kurenai grabbed him and kissed him. Asuma-kun, please, take me home. Asuma nodded, putting money down and disappearing with her in a shushin to her apartment. A yelp of surprise soon echoed from said apartment. Naruto took a stroll through the park on his way home, snacking on his dango. He smiled and waved at Sakura and Lee, who passed him while enjoying a stroll together. Sakura stopped when she noticed a funny smell. Huh! Lee, do you smell that? She asked. Lee blinked. Smell what? He asked, sniffing around. I smell nothing unusual. Perhaps your youth has detected something I have not, he said, smiling. Sakura didn't answer, as she shuddered, rubbing her thighs together. Oh no! What's happening? Why do I feel so? Lee-kun, she moaned out. Lee turned to her, only to be kissed, and then dragged into nearby bushes. Naruto hummed as he came home, but stopped and blinked when he saw a destroyed bush. What the heck happened there? He muttered, before shrugging and entering the house. One of the first things he saw was his mom squealing as she excitedly rummaged through the old baby stuff of his and Tayuya's. Mom, what are you doing? He asked. Oh, nothing, she said, too excited to notice anything. He shrugged and left, heading out to the backyard. He set the gardening things down, smiling as he noticed Hinata meditating. Hey Hinata. Hinata smiled as she opened her eyes, looking up at Naruto. Hey Naruto, she said, smiling as she stood up and came over. She stopped when she smelled something in the air. Naruto, do you smell something? Naruto blinked, and sniffed the air. Oh that's this new spray on deodorant I got from Jeriah. Does it smell bad? Hinata blushed heavily, panting as she shook her head. And no. In fact, it smells great, she said, moving closer. It smells so good, oh. She moaned out, moving a hand down to her legs and rubbing her inner thigh. She groaned as Naruto looked up. Hinata, you okay? he asked. Hinata bit her lip, moaning as she looked up at Naruto. Naruto, I feel so hot and horny, I need you. She screamed as she pounced on him, kissing him madly. Inside, Kushina giggled madly as she saw what was happening. The next day Naruto stumbled into the dango shop, looking very tired and disheveled. He apparently wasn't the only one, as he found Shino, Chuji, Niji, Irika, Asuma, and Lee looking like he did. You guys too? He asked. They all just nodded as Naruto sat down on the roof above them. Jeriah cackled madly as he wrote all this down. Sage deodorant a huge success. He grinned, only to stop when he felt amazingly strong ki directed at his back. What was a success? Tsunade asked, as she cracked her knuckles. Not that stupid chemical stuff you talked about that would drive women crazy? Jeriah trembled. No? He asked, sweating and looking for an escape. Too bad several ANBU had appeared and put up a barrier. Jeriah, when it came to me you were always terrible liar, Tsunade said in a sickly sweet voice. Now take your punishment. Jeriah whimpered as Tsunade's shadow came over him. It would be a good thing that sage deodorant would sell so well. The first 3 checks would go to paying his hospital bills. Chapter 22, Aftermath. Suna, 2 days after Gaara's rescue, Naruto sighed as he looked out of his tent in the Konoha's camp within Suna. The camp was a flurry of activity, as Konoha shinobi struck their tents and packed up equipment, getting ready to return to Konoha. To one side stood the near 2,000 IWA prisoners who would be going with them, to be used in prisoner exchange and negotiations with IWA. The remaining 1,000 or so prisoners would be left in Suna's care, for similar purposes and uses. Naruto sighed as he stepped out, helmet in place and clones packing away his tent and equipment. It had been 2 days since Gaara's rescue from Akatsuki. Gaara had only just awakened the previous morning, and after being briefed on what had occurred, had thanked Naruto for saving him. Naruto smiled at the hug and kiss on the cheek he had received from Matsuri, before the Suna Chunin had returned to her boyfriend's side. This had been followed by a huge party, in which Naruto, under his Oni alias, and Onyxia, had been the guest of honor. The dragon had soaked up the fame, letting people come and look at her in awe and reverence. Flashback. Naruto chuckled as the 10th person walked away from Onyxia, who held her head up high and her wings spread a bit. You're enjoying this attention, aren't you? She gave him a dragon-like grin. It's nice to receive attention. I am a most majestic figure, she said, flaring her wings a bit more. Naruto chuckled. Oh yes. Especially when you're having a mud bath or scarfing down a whole cow. Onyxia gave him a sour look. You, Sira, shall not mention that to anyone. Ever, she said haughtily. Naruto just chuckled. Inside the blonde, Kyubi was writing down the details on a notepad. Oh, this is solid gold blackmail. Flashback ends. Of course, her majestic image was ruined when she was offered a tub of sake during a toast to Konoha and Suna's combined victory. A tub which she graciously accepted. This had led to her swaying and dancing drunkenly during the celebration, launching a fireball haphazardly, and then crashing down to the ground. Her snores rumbled through the village for hours, keeping many in the village awake. Now, the black dragon was lying near his tent, front claws over her head as her golden eyes remained closed. In his mind, Naruto could hear her moaning and groaning. Have fun last night, Onyxia? He thought to her as he grinned in her direction. One golden eye glared in his direction. If my head didn't hurt so much, I would pin you to the ground under my claws and fall asleep, trapping you there for hours. She groaned again as a fresh wave of pain hit her head. He chuckled as he gently rubbed her snout. You'll be fine. Don't forget, we have to get back to Konoha. I'm sure the brisk air will help clear your head, she grumbled as she slowly got her feet, blinking blearily. She looked at the clones packing things into the saddle on her, then at the Konoha forces gathering together, ready to depart. She mumbled, as she glanced skyward. Fine. Let's get going. Naruto smiled, and was about to jump into the saddle, when Shikaka came over. Oni! I need you to fly ahead and deliver this report to Hokage-sama. Tell her we should be arriving in 3 days' time with these prisoners. Naruto nodded. It will be done, Shikaka-san. He took the scroll and climbed onto Onyxia's back. With a grunt, the dragon leapt up into the air, amidst cheers and waves from the populace of the village. Onyxia circled, gaining altitude, before turning and heading northeast, back to home. IWA, the Tsuchikage Zafuso Inoki, Sandame Tsuchikage of IWA, growled as he sat back, having finished reading the report from his forward scouts. For once, the ancient and diminutive Kage did not complain about his aching body. Instead, he crumpled the report. So, our forces were captured. The shinobi who handed him the report nodded. Yes, Sasuke-sama, it seems they knew of the plan ahead of time, and set up a trap. Our initial estimates put our losses at in between 200 to 500 shinobi. The survivors are undoubtedly prisoners of war now. Oenoki sighed as he looked down. He was silent for several minutes, before turning to look over the fortress-like village he ruled over. Send a message to our field commanders telling them to halt all advances and to not provoke the Konoha or Suna shinobi. And send a letter to Konoha and Suna, asking for a ceasefire to negotiate prisoner release. The shinobi bowed. Sasuke-sama, he said, before turning and leaving to fulfill his orders. Oenoki rubbed his forehead, his eyes closed. He opened them again. I'm getting too old for all this. Maybe this war wasn't such a good idea after all, he muttered before turning to his desk. He had to prepare for any demands Konoha made. They had far fewer captives than Konoha and Suna did now. He grumbled, knowing that his stubbornness was about to cost IWA dearly. Oto, some hours later originally, the shinobi village known as Otogekure no Sato was nothing more than a series of bases hidden throughout the shinobi lands, all commanded by the rogue snake Sannin known as Orochimaru. However, with his death at the hands of his apprentice and chosen future host, Sasuke Uchiha, these bases had fallen into disarray and chaos. The various shinobi and scientists left in charge of each facility had begun a mad squabble to cement their power and expand it. This in the end had been in vain, as one by one, they were slaughtered and their forces added to the forces of the new Otokage. Their research, experiments, and forces had been taken back to the base hidden in the land of rice paddies, where the ruins of Orochimaru's initial base were rebuilt into a mighty fortress. Here, the Nidaime Otokage orchestrated his forces in the Fourth Shinobi War. Even now, he was assessing the situation with his top shinobi. Konoha broke the safety of our left flank by removing Kumo from the war altogether. And now the IWA forces are standing down so they can exchange prisoners. Our supplies to the front lines, as well as our fringe outposts, are in danger if we do not quickly shore up our defenses. He hissed formed the confines of the cloak he wore. He pointed to one of the shinobi present. Order our forces to fall back to our own borders. Reinforce those watching our eastern flank. The shinobi bowed and headed off, as the Otokage turned to the others. Konoha managed to grow a backbone with the arrival of their scaly mercenary. But even with IWA standing down, they still do not have the forces to launch a full attack upon us, and Suna cannot help them. For now, we must ensure they aren't able to raid our supply lines to our forces, and we wait to strike out again. One of the shinobi hesitantly spoke. Kage-sama, perhaps it would be better to withdraw from the war? We are outnumbered by 2 of the 5 great powers, and Kiri has already showing signs of allying with Konoha and Suna. Before he could say another word, he found himself blinking, unable to talk and feeling warmth around his neck. He slowly reached up, finding blood in a gaping hole where his throat used to be. Gurgling up blood from his mouth and the hole in his throat, he fell to his knees before falling over. A pool of blood expanded around him, as a bloody snake retracted into the confines of the Otokage's cloak. We will not abandon the war because of a pair of minor setbacks. IWA continues to guard our western flank, and the south is protected by the fortress, he said, referring to the fortress of Sondaria, sound barrier that had been built. It was guarding the only southern entrance to the valley that the village was located in. The north and west were blocked by mountains, and the east by a steep cliff. He turned to the remaining shinobi. Strengthen our defenses. Go! The shinobi nodded and disappeared, as the figure turned away, back to the map. So, Konoha thinks they can turn things around? We'll see, he said, chuckling as the torchlight glinted off a pair of glasses. Pain's tower the Akatsuki had been called off any Jinchuriki hunting, while Pain repaired the damaged statue. The Sanbai had been restrained by Kisame and Itachi, and now resided inside of a specially designed sealing container, which would hold it long enough for it to be resealed. Konan had kept her distance from Pain since the incident 2 days ago. She just couldn't be near him, knowing the truth now. That her friend Nagato was truly gone. That there was nothing left there, replaced instead only by this being called Pain. Instead, she had found herself spending time with Itachi, who despite his emotionless demeanor, proved to be a very good listener. The two of them had talked for hours about their lives, and then meaningless things like their interests and likes, Conan couldn't help but let a small smile slip onto her lips. Itachi was a rather interesting person. In a way, she was somewhat glad that he had come to talk to her after the incident. The smile faded as she touched her cheek, before she shook her head. She wouldn't dwell on that. Meanwhile, several figures surrounded the giant statue that Akatsuki used to house the captured Jinchuriki. 6 of them wore the Akatsuki cloak, and had orange hair, black chakra rod piercings, and the Rinnegan Dijitsu. A 7th figure stood at the head of the circle around the statue. The 7th figure was emaciated in form, his thin body being contained in a walking machine. Chakra rods exited from his back, as his ragged red hair fell around his face, almost hiding his Rinnegan eyes. This was the true form of Pain, once known as Nagato. The 6 other figures had their hands raised, channeling chakra into the statue, causing it to slowly rebuild. Pain watched, coordinating their efforts. He didn't react to the figure approaching from the shadows. The shadowy figure looked at the statue. "So, our young Kyuubi Jinchuriki did this?" he asked. He looked to Pain. "He's been hiding under our noses as this mercenary." Pain didn't respond. The figure stared at the statue. "How long until it's repaired?" "I'm not sure," Pain quietly responded. "It could take weeks, maybe even months. This was something completely unexpected." The figure nodded quietly. "We'll lay low until then. But afterwards I expect you to personally handle the Kyuubi. Itachi and Kisame are not good enough to deal with him." "I suspect you are." Pain simply nodded. "I understand. I will bring the Kyuubi in. To bring peace to the world," he said. The figure nodded. "Soon, Pain. This world will soon have peace," he said, turning away as a lone Sharingan appeared in the darkness of his face. Before he vanished, Pain trembled. "Naruto Uzumaki. I will not let you escape again. You have my word." Konoha Sasuke grunted to himself, as he did push-ups on the floor. He had to keep in shape, even if he wasn't going anywhere. As he finished the 100 push-ups he usually did, he wondered why he hadn't been brought to trial yet. They had interrogated him for information, but otherwise he was simply kept locked away. It didn't make any sense to him. He sighed quietly, as he sat back, looking out of the cell. Close to 6 years ago, he was royalty in this village. Now he was a prisoner, a traitor. The irony was rather hilarious. He closed his eyes and leaned back. They had to have him here for a reason. Until they told him, he would wait. Unbeknownst to the Uchiha, the reason he wasn't on trial yet was because of several reasons. Tsunade and Kushina wanted to let Naruto confront Sasuke first. They also didn't know how to handle things with Itachi. And lastly, the business with Iwa's attack had kept them busy. Kushina was currently helping Tayuya to regain her ability to walk. The damage to her spine, legs, and muscles had been repaired, allowing her to walk and run again, with therapy. However, the chakra networks in her legs were still withered, and would require a few more surgeries to help repair them and allow her to become a kunoichi again, if she desired. Shino was there as well, giving silent support to his friend. He watched as she slowly stumbled around, using a cane to support herself as she made small jerking steps. Kushina was following her, ready to catch her. Tayuya had half-heartedly tried to stop her. "I can do this myself. I don't need to be babied," she had tried to argue. But her heart really didn't mean it. Part of her loved having this woman, her mother, worry about her so. It made up for not having it all those previous years. She sighed as she started to get the hang of it. "So how long till I can actually move on my own, instead of like some 70-year-old with back problems?" she muttered. Kushina smiled. Tsunade said with proper therapy sessions, you should be able to move just fine in 3 or 4 months. You won't need the cane in probably a month or 2, though you should take it easy. She nodded as she glanced at Shino. "So Specs, wanna go for a walk where you don't have to push me?" she asked, using her nickname for him. Shino might have bristled at the name, except he didn't care, and she had told him it was a sign of friendship and affection. He nodded quietly as he stood. "That would be most enjoyable. Perhaps we could catch a movie as well." She grinned. "You're on," she said, as she moved towards the door. Kushina just smiled, as images of little red-haired Aburaim-like grandchildren appeared in her head. In the backyard, Hinata quietly meditated, as suggested by Naruto. It was to help her feel for the center of her magic within in her mind and body. While he had been away, she had been studying the ancient language from a scroll he had left behind. She had also been studying new sword styles from some of the books Naruto had taken from Eragon's cave, searching for one that would better suit her for combat from Dragonback. Nearby lay her dragon, now already a great deal bigger than when he had hatched. He was now the size of a large dog. And the dragon had begun silent communication with Hinata. He wasn't speaking yet, but Hinata could sense his emotions and thoughts, to a degree. She had named him as well, Azurin. She smiled as she sensed him stretching in the sun, almost cat-like. It was adorable. She quietly sighed as she opened her eyes, unable to meditate anymore. She slowly stood up, looking at the Namake's estate. She smiled quietly, feeling more at home here than she had at the Hyuga estate. But that could be because this home had a more family feel to it. The Hyuga estate had been designed and decorated to exude power and garner respect and fear from those who had entered. The Namake's estate was meant to be a home to a family. Hinata smiled, shaking her head. She was glad Naruto's life had turned around. And she was surprised at how much hers had too. She glanced at her mother's blades, slowly picking them up. Somehow, she felt more at ease with them. Before, when she used them, she had simply seen them as tools, and as such they had been only tools in his hands. Now, though, they felt like more than tools. Like they were a part of her now. She smiled and entered the house quietly. She had more scrolls to read, before Naruto returned and their training intensified. Konoha. The next day Naruto and Onyxia drifted down to the top of the Hokage's tower, where Naruto dismounted from his dragon. He sighed as he rubbed her neck. "Good to be home, eh?" he asked her. Onyxia rumbled. "Speak for yourself. I prefer the wild where I don't have to smell the smoke and sweat of humans. I'm with the dragon on this one. You humans were always so repulsive smelling." Kyubi added in. Naruto just rolled his eyes at them as he headed to Tsunade's office to deliver the report. Upon arrival, he was quickly given entrance to her office. Tsunade nodded to him. "Report. The enemy force was defeated. We captured roughly 2,829 enemy shinobi. The remainder were killed in action. We divided the prisoners between Konoha and Suna, and the Konoha force is en route with the prisoners as we speak." Naruto reported, handing Tsunade the scroll Shikaku had given him. Tsunade nodded. "This was a decisive battle for us. IWA has halted all advances, and even sent a message to us seeking a temporary truce to negotiate a prisoner exchange. And our forward scouts along the northern border have reported that Oto's shinobi have completely fallen back to their side of the Valley of the End. No doubt to tighten their defenses. Good work." The helmeted head of the warrior before her tilted in recognition of the thanks. He was about to leave, when the Hokage stopped him. "There is a matter of some importance that I think I should tell you about. While you were away, Jeriah of the Sannin managed to apprehend the missing nin Sasuke Uchiha." Naruto froze and slowly looked back at her, his eyes hardening a bit behind his helmet. "I see," he said quietly. "That was a stroke of good fortune for this village, was it not?" he asked quietly. Tsunade nodded, before looking around and dismissing her Anbu. When they vanished, she turned to Naruto. "It's okay now. You don't have to pretend anymore." Naruto growled, his hands clenching. "That bastard, he's here in the village. After all the shit he put me through, he's here." He growled out angrily, trembling. Tsunade put a hand on his shoulder. "Naruto, he can't hurt you. He's locked away, and we can use this ceasefire with IWA to deal with him. Don't worry about him. He just trembled. That's difficult when your best friend stabs you in the back," he said as he moved away. "I'm going home now." Tsunade sighed as Naruto left, rubbing her forehead. "This is going to be trouble," she muttered. Naruto headed to the Namake's estate, ignoring everything around him. This was made easier by the fact that everyone was keeping away from him due to the aura around him, one that spoke of anger and possible pain. When he arrived home, he went straight to his room, where with the help of his clones, he shed his armor. He barely noticed his mom in the doorway, her eyes holding a questioning look. "Naruto? What's wrong?" she asked, before blinking in realization. "You learned about Sasuke, didn't you?" Naruto, now placing the discarded armor pieces on their stand, turned to her. "Yes, Mom. I did. I learned that the bastard that I obsessed over saving for 4 years of my life is now back in Konoha." His voice was harsh, his eyes cold. Kushina looked at him, and he looked down. "I'm sorry. I thought I had maybe put that part of my life behind me, worrying about him. And now, he's shoved back into my life. I don't know how to deal with this. Kushina came over and hugged him. Then don't, Naruto. No one is asking you to deal with Sasuke. He is Konoha's problem. Not yours. Not anymore. Naruto leaned into his mother's embrace. Maybe you're right, Mom. But still, I'm too involved to ignore him, he said softly. I guess I'll think on it. For now, I have other things to worry about. Like Hinata's training. She nodded softly, smiling. She's been studying hard, while you were away. She's getting pretty good at the basics of the ancient language, and she named her dragon Azurin. He nodded. A good name. He smiled quietly as he looked out the window. Thanks for cheering me up, Mom, he said softly. She nodded, as she left him be. He stared at the window for several moments, before letting out a deep breath. There is a change in wind. A shift back towards balance, but is there enough momentum to keep it going? No one knows, little one. All we can do is hope for the best, and deal with the aftermath of what is to come. Onyxia rumbled in his head, as she lounged on the grass below. Now why don't you come outside? The sun is shining, and your apprentice is waiting for you. Naruto grinned softly and nodded. He'd worry about what might happen when it did happen. For now, he would live in the present. He grinned as he left his room, leaving his worries behind. For the moment. Chapter 23. How Time Flies. Konoha, 6 months since IWA invasion of Suna. If one was to pass by the Namikaze estate within Konoha's clan district, they would have heard the clash and ring of metal hitting metal, as well as cheers from 2 female voices, that could almost be mistaken for the same voice. In fact, the 2 voices belonged to Kushina and Tayuya Namikaze. And the noise of clashing metal? That belonged to the swords of the 2 shinobi sparring. One was Naruto, clad in full armor and wielding his sword Vindo with both hands, occasionally switching to one hand for faster, shorter strikes. His opponent? Hinata Hyuga, wielding her newest weapons. In the 7 months since Naruto took Hinata as his apprentice, the former Hyuga heiress had made leaps and bounds in her training, relatively speaking. She now had a very good grasp on the ancient language, and could easily speak it, though she still had not fully mastered the language. She had also learned how to write a considerable amount of it too. This had led to Hinata learning a large amount of spells. Though Naruto had told her no one could ever truly master every spell, due to the simple fact that the number of spells was nearly infinite. Each spell was shaped by the words spoken from the caster's mouth, and their intent. Their only limitations were their imagination, and what their body could handle. Speaking of which, Hinata had also grown physically, increasing her strength as well as her endurance. While she was nowhere near Naruto's stamina levels, she could give most of the people in Konoha a run for their money, and even make Guy and Rock Lee sweat a bit. All this to ensure that she could launch numerous spells, as well as jutsus, before she would run out of steam. Now, Hinata stood before Naruto, panting lightly as she held her new weapons. In her hands, Hinata held a curved one-handed sword, which according to the books she had gone through, was an elfin saber. The blade was roughly 2.5 feet long, with a curve similar to the katana, but a bit steeper. The blade was also thinner, coming to a sharp point instead of tapering into one like the katana. The hilt was about 6 inches long, with a cross-guard designed to look like dragon wings. The hilt was straight, before curving towards the cutting edge of the sword, forming a dragon head. Nearby on the ground lay a small round shield, about 2 feet in diameter. The shield was slightly domed, and made from wood with a thin sheet of metal covering the front. A dark blue dragon design was drawn on the shield, chasing its own tail. The sword and shield weren't the only changes to Hinata's arsenal. Naruto had also insisted on her wearing some form of armor, due to the fact that as dragon riders, they tended to be more on the front lines. However, due to her lighter stature, Hinata didn't wear the full chain mail and metal armor pieces that Naruto wore. Instead, with Naruto and Tenten's aid, she had designed and crafted her own armor. The main piece of the armor was a series of hardened leather pieces put together to form an articulated chest piece that protected Hinata from the collarbone down to her waist. Short sleeves of chainmail covered her biceps, while a chainmail went down to above her knees. The skirt was open between the legs, so it didn't restrict her movement when running. She also had metal-studded leather pauldrons, similar to Naruto's full metal ones in design, as well as greaves. However, unlike Naruto's clawed gauntlets, Hinata wore leather bracers, with fingerless gloves attached. The gloves were backed with metal plates for protection, Finishing up Hinata's armor was a light leather helmet, which was open-faced but had a nose guard designed to look like a thin dragon, and cheek guards. It also guarded the back of her neck, too. All of her armor was dark blue in color, with silver edging. The two warriors clashed again, locking blades. While Naruto had strength on his sword, Hinata had the advantage of being able to place her left hand on the flat of her sword, adding to the power she was using to stop Naruto's blade. The two pushed off, reassuming their stances and getting ready for the next clash. Kushina grinned at Tayuya. "Hinata's really improved, hasn't she?" Tayuya nodded. "Yeah. She can actually go a whole half hour with him now. Who knows, maybe eventually she'll actually land a hit." They were interrupted by a roar, as two large masses landed in the backyard not too far from the group. Everyone stopped to look at the two dragons that now stood there, slowly folding their wings. The smaller of the two dragons, a dark blue one, slowly ambled over and nuzzled his head against Hinata. Her dragon, Azurin, had finally reached the age of maturity, growing large enough to be ridden, and to also breathe fire. Due to his rapid growth, Tsunade had finally been forced to reveal that there was another dragon rider in their midst of the village. Roughly a year ago, there would have been a clamor to control said person and their dragon, and breed an army of dragon riders. Now, though, the claim was met with acceptance, and a renewed sense of impending victory for Konoha. Despite his growth, Azurin was still considerably smaller than Onyxia, who had continued to grow, albeit at a slower rate. She was still roughly 1.5 times his size, dwarfing him in height and length. The large black dragon came over, gently nudging Naruto with her snout. "Now, are you giving Hinata a fair chance?" she asked, turning her head to look at Naruto with one eye. The blonde-haired warrior removed his helmet and chain coif. "Of course I am," the dragon rumbled, as her counterpart gently laid down, letting Hinata scratch him right under his wing joint. Thanks. I can't quite reach right there," he said, when she finally finished. Hinata smiled. "No problem," she said, as she quietly rubbed that spot. She smiled as she looked at her companion. It was rather nice having someone she could talk to all the time, and who she knew would never spill her secrets. Kushina smiled, tossing both the riders bottles of water. Tayuya slowly got up on her legs, grunting softly. Tsunade and Naruto had finished their combined chakra and magic surgery on Tayuya's legs, but she was still going through a complete rehabilitation process. While she was able to move on her own, her legs were still somewhat stiff and sore. Still, it was far better than being forced to roll around in a wheelchair for the rest of her life. The quartet of humans headed back inside, two of them intent on taking showers to clean up. As they headed upstairs, there was the sound of the seal at the estate gate being triggered. Kushina went to answer it, finding an ANBU messenger. "Kushina-sama, you, Oni, and Hinata-san have been requested for a war meeting that is being held within an hour," the ANBU said before disappearing. Kushina sighed. "Guess it was too much to hope that the peace would last," she muttered softly, as she headed back inside. The past 6 months had been tense, but the ceasefire had held. Kumo had quietly been rebuilding its defenses, content to remain out of the war. Especially when they learned Konoha had not only secured Kiri's help, but that they also had a second dragon rider. Akatsuki had lain low as well, after the loss of the Sanbai and Ichibi. While occasional sightings had been reported, most were in remote areas, usually tracking down bounties. Iwa's forces had fallen back to defensive lines outside the borders of Fire Country, before sending a request for a prisoner exchange with Konoha and Suna. In order to protect their imprisoned comrades, the IWA shinobi had ceased all hostile actions, and simply waited while IWA, Suna, and Konoha negotiated the terms of the exchange. The only real battles were minor skirmishes against Oto to the north. Occasional raiding parties from both sides attacked outposts and patrols, but no major moves had been made. This had given Konoha time to rebuild some of its forces, and strengthen its key defensive positions. Now, it seemed the fighting was going to commence again, and soon. Konoha War Room. 1 hour later within the Hokage's tower, the Hokage gathered with her top shinobi and military advisors. They were discussing various plans when the doors opened, admitting Kushina, Naruto, and Hinata. The three of them bowed towards Tsunade, who nodded back. "Thank you for coming. As most of you may know, we've reached an end to the negotiations with IWA. In 2 weeks' time, we'll be meeting in Grass Country to exchange prisoners. Each side has agreed to at least another week of peace after that before hostilities begin again. However, we've decided to take this time as an opportunity. Shikaka Nara will elaborate, she said, turning to her Jounin commander. Shikaka nodded as he stood. After the temporary ceasefire began, Oto pulled its own forces back within their borders. We've been able to gather valuable information thanks to the spy network of Jiraiya-sama. The actual village of Oto appears to be an underground complex located here. He pointed to a map of the land of rice paddies to illustrate. It is in a rather good defensive position. The area that this village is located in is guarded by mountains to the west and north, making attacks from those directions nearly impossible. The southern passage to the village, the only one that is level, is guarded by a very well-defended fortress. If we wanted to launch an all-out attack with all our forces, we'd have to break this fortress first. However, there may be a second option. The east flank of Oto is protected by this large cliff here. To most normal shinobi, it might be impassable due to the jagged nature of the rocks all the way up the cliff. However, Kiri has provided us with a solution. Kushina blinked. How does that work? Last I checked, Kiri was known for its swords and water jutsu, not mountain and cliff climbers. That's the advantages of our village being hidden on a large island landmass. Came a female voice from behind her. They all turned to see a rather beautiful woman wearing an off-the-shoulder blue battle kimono with mesh armor underneath. She had long auburn hair and blue lipstick and eyeshadow. Kushina Namikaze, meet me Tarimi, the Yonde Mizukage, Tsunade said, introducing them. Kushina bowed. Forgive me. I didn't see you there, she said, gently chiding herself. May waved it off. It's not a problem. But please, allow me to explain. Kiri has always been wary of the other four great nations, ever since our founding. As such, our shinobi undergo two types of training. The one we let the world and its spies see, and the other we've kept somewhat secret. We train our ninja to handle a wide variety of terrains. More specifically, we train them to handle the terrains of each of the other four shinobi villages. So that way, they're not caught off should they fight in enemy territory. I have assembled an elite strike force of 500 shinobi, all of whom are highly skilled in climbing up what others might consider impassable terrain. Such as that cliff Shikaku-san mentioned. Shikaku took it up from there. This force of Kiri shinobi, along with a force of Konoha shinobi, will be the strike force into Oto itself. They'll attack from the east. However, we'll need to try and weaken Oto's defenses. And in this case, it means depleting their manpower. So what we'll do is launch a fake attack on their fortress to the south. We'll move shinobi northwards past the Valley of the End, making it look like we're invading from the south. To further force a drain of Oto's defenders, I'd like both Oni and Hinata to move ahead and attack the fortress from the air. Cause whatever damage possible. If you add in the advancing troops we'll have, Oto will be forced to relocate shinobi to the fortress, or abandon it entirely. If they go with the first option, the strike force will attack. If they retreat, then our forces will combine and assault Oto itself. Everyone nodded quietly as Tsunade sat down at her chair. Kushina, I want you leading the force of Konoha shinobi. You'll be working alongside Aosen from Kiri, who is leading the Kiri strike force. The whole strike force will move out a week before I leave to oversee the prisoner exchange. Since we do not have a ceasefire agreement with Oto, feel free to launch the attack once all forces are in position. But you must ensure that the attack happens before the ceasefire with IWA ends. Otherwise they'll be able to reinforce Oto, and this chance will be lost. Kushina nodded. It will be done, Hokage-sama, she said, as she, Hinata, and Oni bowed. The three of them left quickly to prepare. It's funny you think they would have wanted to talk to Tayuya and Nei-chan about Oto. Naruto commented once they entered the estate. Kushina shook her head. She already told them everything she knew about Oto. And her information is roughly 6 years out of date. Who knows what changes have occurred since then? Naruto nodded quietly. Well, guess we'll just have to see what's waiting for us. Hinata nodded quietly, feeling a bit nervous. While this wasn't her first time in combat, this was her first time utilizing her new abilities outside of a training session. She took a deep breath to steady her nerves. When she felt Azurin's comforting presence in her mind, she smiled softly. Tayuya looked up as they returned. So what's up? What was the meeting about? Kushina gave her a smile. Now you should know we can't just share important secrets we may have learned, can we? Tayuya crossed her arms, raising an eyebrow, and Kushina giggled. Okay, fine. Unfortunately, the meeting was for a battle plan. The three of us are going to be gone for a while. Kushina said. The good news is, This battle should be able to hasten the end of the war and turn it in our favor. Tayuya blinked. Right. And what am I supposed to do here all by myself? Naruto grinned. You could always invite Shino over. Maybe finally get him to ask you out. He teased, only to duck the glass orb thrown at him. Hinata caught it, as Tayuya fumed while blushing. Kushina giggled. That's a wonderful idea. You two could go out on a romantic dinner date, and then go for a walk, before kissing in front of a full moon. Make sure to take some pictures for me. Tayuya blushed more. MOM. She shouted, turning and limping away as quickly as she could. Naruto and Kushina broke into laughter, while Hinata tried to stifle a giggle. However, they soon lost their merriment, remembering their task ahead of them. In silence, they separated to their rooms to prepare. None of them knew that perhaps their most trying battle so far lay ahead of them. Konoha Hospital. Kiba growled softly in pain, as he held his dislocated shoulder. The reason for his injury being Shino, who had apparently taken some offense to Kiba's questioning of his relationship with Tayuya. All I did was ask if they had reached second base. You'd think I'd asked if I could sleep with her or something, Kiba thought, as he entered the room where he would be treated. He sighed as he sat down on the bed. A few minutes later, the door opened, and in stepped a kunoichi medic. She turned, closing the door, before turning around and gasping. Oh! Kiba-san. She said, blushing a bit and stuttering. Kiba blinked. Do I know you? He asked, blinking at her odd behavior. The girl bit her lip, clutching her clipboard to her chest. I'm Mina Maikon? Our genin teams work together on a mission to escort some traders through dangerous territory? Kiba blinked, so Mina, blushing, elaborated. During a rainstorm, my clothes and sleeping bag were soaked, so you shared your blanket and some extra clothes with me, and then you and your partner Akamaru kept me warm? Kiba's eyes widened. That was you? He asked, surprised. Mina nodded, blushing more. Wow. That was like 5 years ago. How come I haven't seen you since? Mina brushed a stray bang of her brunette hair out of her face. I've been busy, she stuttered out, before looking at her clipboard. So you've dislocated your shoulder? Kiba nodded. Yeah. My teammate Shino flipped me over on my arm, he said, wincing. Mina came over, looking at it. I see. Okay, well, this is going to hurt a bit. She took his arm, and after giving him a chance to brace himself, pushed his shoulder back into place. Kiba grunted in pain, teeth gritted. She looked away. Sorry. She went over to a cupboard, looking for something. As she did, Kiba took a look at her. He had to admit, Mina was rather cute. She had brown hair, currently in a ponytail like Shikamaru, a few loose hairs hanging over her forehead. She wore her Konoha headband like a hairband, similar to how a certain pink-haired kunoichi did. Behind large glasses she had green eyes. Her outfit consisted of a normal kunoichi top with mesh elbow covering and a chunin flak vest over her shirt. She also wore kunoichi boots with shorts and a white skirt over them. She finally came up with a sling. She quietly came over, and helped him to put his arm into it. You should let that arm rest for a few days. Afterwards you should feel fine, she said, blushing lightly. Kiba blinked at his arm. Wow. This actually feels pretty good. He stood up. Thanks, he said, smiling as he moved about. She blushed heavily. Why, you're welcome, she stuttered out. If the shoulder keeps hurting you, please come back for a checkup. She turned to go, only to stumble on her own feet and started to fall over. Before she could fall over, Kiba had caught her and pulled her up with his good arm. Careful, he said, unaware that he was pressing her against him. Mina's entire face went red, as she slowly looked up, while feeling Kiba's muscles under the coat and mesh shirt he wore. Kiba suddenly seemed to realize what was going on, and let her go. She took a few steps back, blushing and looking down. Thanks again for this, he said, indicating the sling. Hey, would you like to get a bite to eat or something? My treat, in appreciation for helping me. He smiled, wondering why he had asked her that. Mina gasped and looked up, startled. She just stared before nodding. Sure. I'd love to, she said, her voice eager. He smiled. Great. I'll see you out front? He asked. When she nodded, he headed off, blushing lightly. Why did I ask her that? Although she is cute, he thought. Back in the examination room, Mina squealed and spun in a circle, before yelping as she fell over again. She lay on her back, staring at the ceiling. He asked me to go eat with him. Yes, she said, giggling and blushing the whole time. The door opened and Sakura poked her head in. Mina? Are you okay? Mina sat up. Just fine, Sakura-ne-chan, she said, getting up and rushing off to finish up her shift. A smile graced her face the entire time. Akatsuki headquarters Itachi quietly lay on his bed, thinking about all that had occurred recently. Like how close he and Conan had become. While they were not in an intimate relationship, they were close. If Itachi was honest with himself, Conan was as close to him as his family had been. Or at least, the ones who hadn't been arrogant fools. He also was thinking about his eyesight. Currently, his eyesight was badly degraded. Everything now, except what was close to him, was fuzzy. He knew he couldn't continue like this, and would either have to have Sasuke kill him, or return to Konoha. He sat up when the door opened, and in stepped the robed and masked figure of Tobi. Itachi sighed quietly. What do you want, Madara-sama? He asked quietly. Madara turned towards Itachi. You've been getting close to that woman friend of Pain's, he commented. I hope you're not becoming distracted from our objective. Itachi looked at Madara. Do not try to fool me, Madara. We both know you know where my true loyalties are at. The only reason you haven't gotten rid of me is because you still need me for your plans. Madara shrugged. So long as you don't work against me. But remember, if you do, those close to you will be in danger. Itachi stared at him quietly. Is that all? Madara shook his head. Pain has repaired the statue. You will accompany him and Kisame to retrieve Naruto in 1 month's time. He turned and left. Itachi sat there, before closing his eyes and sighing. He finally opened them, and began to write out a message. Jeriah had to know what was going on. And afterwards? He would talk to Conan. She had to know the truth of it all. Konoha prison. Naruto sighed quietly. He honestly couldn't believe he was doing this. But Kushina had finally worn him down, and told him he should confront Sasuke. So here he was, approaching Sasuke's cell. He stopped outside, took a deep breath, and then nodded to the guard, who opened the door. Sasuke looked up. About 10 minutes ago the guard had come in and chained him to the bed. He could still get up and move, but not more than 2 feet. Now, the door opened and a figure entered, wearing black clothing, with a hood and face mask that hid their identity. As the door closed, the figure stared at Sasuke. The imprisoned Uchiha simply shrugged. What are you looking at? He asked belligerently. The figure didn't move, though it did speak. Someone I wasn't expecting to see for quite some time. They moved to lean against the wall. Last time I saw you was 5, maybe 6 years ago. Sasuke glared at him. What do you want? The figure sighed. I'm here to face some past demons. Meaning you, he said. You obviously don't recognize me, do you? Sasuke snorted. Unless you're Kakashi Hatake. The figure chuckled. Nope. Though I imagine he wouldn't want to see you at all. After all, didn't you break his motto? Those who break the rules are trash, but those who forsake their comrades are lower than trash? Guess that makes you lower than trash, Sasuke snarled, only to stop. Wait, how did you know Kakashi's motto? The figure smirked. I know it because I, as one of the 3 people he taught it to. Can you figure it out now? Or do I need to spell it out? Sasuke stared at him. Why you can't be him. He's dead. You can't be Naruto. Naruto chuckled, lowering his face mask. Are you sure about that, team? He asked. Sasuke stared at the whisker marks that had always identified Naruto. And no. You're dead. Orochimaru's shinobi killed you. Almost, team. Almost. If it wasn't for Kyuubi's help, I'd have instantly died. Even then, I was probably going to die anyways, if not for the actions of a hermit living nearby. Sasuke stared at him, before his eyes hardened. So what now? You going to beat me up? Gloat about me being locked up as you become Hokage and get Sakura? Naruto gave a hollow chuckle. Oh, I have no intention of going after Sakura or becoming Hokage. Those dreams are long behind me, Sasuke, thanks to you. No. I'm here for one simple question, Sasuke. Why? Sasuke glared at him. Why what? Naruto was instantly in his face, grabbing his collar and lifting him off his bed. Why, you sack of shit? Why was it so damn important to betray Konoha? What made you think that you had the right to betray your friends and comrades? Sasuke looked at him. I had to avenge my clan. He snarled out. only to get shoved against the wall. And that makes you think you have to leave Konoha? You don't think you could have done that in a village filled with people more than willing to help you achieve your goals? Naruto shouted back. Sasuke glared at him. This village was holding me back. I wasn't getting any stronger, while you were passing me up. I had to get stronger, to defeat my brother. Naruto glared. That's all you care about, isn't it? Fighting your damn brother. You could care less about anything else in this world, so long as you kill your brother. Are you even doing it for your clan, or just for your own damn need? Sasuke looked away, as Naruto dropped him on his bed. That's what I thought. Sasuke, you're not doing this for your clan anymore. You're doing this because it's all you know, and all you care about. You're just trying to prove to your brother and yourself that you're good enough. He moved away. You know, Sasuke, I would have gladly helped you. You were like a brother to me. All you had to do was ask. He said as he turned away. Sasuke glared at his back. I don't need anyone's help, Dobe. Naruto dryly chuckled. No, you don't, he said quietly. Because you're not the Sasuke I knew. My brother died that day at the Valley of the End. You're just some fake who's taken his name. Naruto banged on the door, raising his mask. Goodbye, Uchiha. With that, he was gone. Sasuke stared at where he left, not sure why he felt empty inside. Naruto leaned against the wall, breathing a bit heavily. He took a deep breath and left. He had a battle to prepare for. Rice Country. 1 week later, the fortress of Sondaria was a rather large fortification that had been constructed not long after the Nidaime Otokage had taken power. While nowhere near as large as some of Iwa's fortresses, it was just as formidable, if not more so. The walls of the fortress, instead of being straight edges forming a square or pentagon, formed a circle. In the center was a large tower-like structure that formed the keep, with several smaller buildings lining the inside of the wall acting as storage and such. The fortress was manned by 200 of Oto's finest shinobi. Though after the truce between Iwa and Konoha, Oto had reinforced the fortress with another 100 shinobi. Currently, about 20 were on guard duty, while the rest trained, rested, and/or relaxed. They were rather tense though, even in rest. The reason why was the force of 400 Konoha shinobi grouping on the other side of the Valley of the End. One of the guards sighed quietly, as he leaned on the wall. His eyes quietly scanned the south for any sign of the enemy. He couldn't wait for his shift to end, since he missed breakfast this morning. He closed his eyes, enjoying the warmth of the sun. He blinked as he heard a faint whooshing noise. He looked up, just in time to see the giant fireball that impacted right where he was standing, incinerating him and leaving flames for over 20 feet. Above, 2 dragons circled, roaring as alarms rang throughout the fortress, and the shinobi inside rushed to their battle stations. The invasion of the land of rice paddies had begun. Chapter 24: The Snake of Oto. The Oto-controlled fortress of Sondaria was a scene of chaos. Shinobi were rushing here and there, either to get into positions to try and repel this attack, or to try and put out the flames. Above, Naruto and Hinata, on the backs of their dragons, continued to circle the fortress, making strafing runs on the supply buildings against the wall-based defensive emplacements, and the men and women who called the fortress home. Naruto leaned to the left a bit, balancing as Onyxia banked to the right, coming around for another pass on the fortress. As they neared, a few kunai and shuriken shot up towards them, most missing by fair amounts. The few that did hit home simply bounced off the armor scales of Onyxia's hide. One did hit the membrane of her wing, and she winced in pain inside Naruto's mind. Naruto growled, singling out the one who had thrown the weapon. With a single word from the ancient language, that man fell to the ground, his brain nothing but jelly. Hinata, on the other side of the fortress and much higher, nodded to Azurin. Go for that storage building there. She pointed to a building along the wall. Azurin went into a steep dive, wings folded back against his body. He and Hinata soon became a blue blur. The wind whistled and shrieked around them, whipping Hinata's hair. About 100 feet from the target, Azurin roared, before launching a single fireball. It ripped through the roof of the storage shed, before the whole building exploded. Azurin flared his wings, pulling up out of the dive. Hinata turned to look at the devastation from that attack. As she did, a kunai whipped past her head, nearly getting her cheek. She looked up to where the kunai came from, seeing several shinobi had gotten to the roof of the central tower of the fortress. They were using the height advantage on the 2 riders, raining weapons down at them. Naruto saw Hinata signal towards the top of the tower and nodded to her. She pulled away on Azurin, while he had Onyxia climb. The shinobi on the top of the tower began concentrating their attacks on him, as he flashed past them, heading up. None of them noticed Azurin gripping onto the side of the tower. But they did hear his roar, before the dragon unleashed his flames point-blank range at them. Screaming in agony, the burning shinobi fell over the sides, smashing into the ground. Azurin climbed onto the top of the tower, seeing the opening that led into the inside of the fortress. He spewed a continuous torrent of flame inside. The shinobi below cringed as flames erupted from multiple windows along the top floors of the fortress. More screams could be heard as the shinobi on those floors were wreathed in flames. Above, Naruto saw the destruction caused by Azurin. He nodded quietly to himself, only to be startled by a large bolt that shot past him. Below, some shinobi had gotten to a few of the intact defensive emplacements. In this case, small mounted ballistas or scorpions, which could hurl 4-foot-long shafts about half a foot in diameter. They would pierce right through a man, and could even get through one of their dragon's hides. Or worse, tear through the vulnerable membrane on the wings. Onyxia rolled away, just as a second bolt ripped through the space her right wing had been in. She headed downwards, rolling and turning, till she headed on a head-to-head with the defensive position. One of the two scorpions had been reloaded and was now aiming at them, before firing. Naruto raised one hand as the bolt shot at them. "Gath Sam Oro and Lam Yet! Unite that arrow with my hand!" The bolt seemed to slow and turn, so it was traveling sideways, straight into Naruto's hand. He reared back, holding it like a javelin, before using chakra to hurl it back. The two shinobi manning the scorpion were forced to jump away as the bolt tore through their machine, destroying it. The other launcher was being aimed towards Naruto, who turned his hand and aimed it at that launcher. With a simple mental command, the wooden launcher lit up in black flames, causing the shinobi manning it to curse and jump away. Naruto smirked as he flew over. Meanwhile, Hinata and Azurin were in a shallow dive, heading towards the central tower of the fortress. Hinata had pulled out a kunai, to which she had attached several exploding tags. She flung it hard with all her might, as Azurin banked away. The kunai flew through a window and stuck into a wall inside. Within seconds a massive explosion ripped through the tower, strong enough to actually shatter the walls. The top 30 feet of the tower slowly started to tilt over, as the whole tower seemed to groan as if in death throes. Slowly, the top portion, still wreathed in flames from Azurin's attack from above, tilted over and fell. Below, Oto's shinobi scrambled to get away from the falling stone and flames. With a thunderous crash, the stone tower struck the earth, tearing a massive hole in the wall as it hit, crushing several shinobi beneath it. Flames were scattered by burning debris, as smoke started to rise from the fortress. The two dragons slowly rose above the destruction caused by them and their riders. Naruto scanned the fortress before nodding to Hinata. The two of them banked their dragons and headed south, back to the Konoha force now camped on the border between the land of fire and the land of rice paddies. 4 hours later the Night-Aim Otokage looked at the messenger before him. "I see. So the fortress of Sondaria was almost completely left in ruin?" he asked silkily, causing the messenger to shiver. "Why yes, Otokage-sama, that is correct. The shinobi who survived the attack will be unable to defend the fortress against the Konoha attack force that is camped on the other side of the Valley of the End. The commander is hoping you will order a withdrawal." The messenger reported, head bowed. The man before him sat back in his throne. "This is most unfortunate. I was hoping they would last much longer than this. But it matters little. Konoha will still have to fight their way to reach us. Tell the commander he may withdraw further up the valley, but he must create a new defensive position and hold it. I will reinforce his position with fresh troops." The messenger nodded and hurried off, while the Otokage sat back, deep in thought. "So, Konoha, your precious mercenaries managed to defeat the last barrier between your forces and my village. But how well will they fight underground, and without the use of their scaly companions? We shall see." He chuckled darkly at the thought of the battle to come. Kiri Base Camp. 2 days later the force of Kiri ninjas was currently camped in a large wooded area about 10 miles east of the cliffs they would be scaling. The force was waiting for info from their scouts on what Oto was going to do in response to Hinata and Naruto's combined assault on the fortress Sondaria. Kushina sat in the commander's tent, going over reports in front of her. The plan seemed simple enough, depending on what Oto did. If Oto reinforced the fortress, the Konoha forces would launch an attack on the fortress, followed by the Kiri shinobi climbing the cliff using ropes attached to grapnel hooks fired from special chakra launchers. They would assault Oto during the night. If Oto didn't reinforce the fortress, but pulled the troops back, then the Konoha forces would move up and attack Oto, trying to draw as many enemy shinobi away before Kiri made its attack during the night. She sat back, sighing quietly. Either way, she would have to rely on the expertise of these shinobi to get up the cliff. Due to the fact that Oto was almost completely underground, Onyxia and Azurin wouldn't be able to help in the coming assault. So it was decided they would hang back and only approach if absolutely needed. Kushina looked up as the ranking Kiri shinobi entered. Kushina-sama, our scouts have just reported in. The Oto shinobi in the fortress are abandoning their positions. However, they are not retreating to Oto, but to a new position north of the fortress, already being held by some troops from Oto. Kushina nodded. Send a message to the Konoha force commander. Tell them to attack the Oto force when they are able. We'll make our assault on Oto after their attack on the entrenched shinobi. The Jounin nodded and bowed, before leaving to carry out her commands. She sat back, biting her lip as she looked at the map, specifically where Oto was located. I hope things go according to plan. Or at least close enough, she muttered, as she got up to take a walk. If only she knew what lay ahead, she might have found a reason not to enter Oto at all. Cliff sighed. 2 nights later it was a silent night. The moon was hidden behind cloud cover, muting its light upon the world below. There wasn't even a breeze to stir the leaves of the trees. The quiet of the night was soon interrupted by several muted clanks, as several small dark objects appeared over the top of the cliff and hit the ground, before slowing being dragged back to the edge. As they caught on various jutting rocks, they would stop, becoming secure. If anyone were present on the top of the cliff, and looked over the edge, they would see a massive black swarm at the bottom, a swarm that quickly began scaling up the ropes. They moved quickly and quietly towards the top. As the first of the group reached the apex of their ascent, they quickly scrambled onto solid ground, before turning and helping those behind them up. All of them could be seen wearing navy blue and black clothing, with headbands, weapons and exposed skin being darkened by ash and soot. Within a half hour, the entire force had scaled the cliff. Leading them were 3 figures: Kushina, who was dressed similar to the Kiri shinobi, as well as Naruto and Hinata in full armor. Both of them had dulled their armor as well, to prevent any light forms shining off them. With a silent nod from Kushina, the entire force silently headed west, keeping alert for any sign of enemy patrols or sentries. To the south, they could see the small campfires from the Oto camp, which was occupied by those holding back the Konoha force. The Konoha force had launched its own attack that morning, first harassing and probing the Oto's defensive line, before striking full force at midday, then retreating. Small skirmishes had lasted throughout the remainder of the day, before both sides withdrew as night fell. The Kiri shinobi veered north a bit, heading for their target. About an hour later, they were gathered in the trees and bushes south of the entrance to Oto. Nearby lay the bodies of 2 Oto sentries, who had been slain silently from behind. Kushina studied the entrance quietly, before turning to Naruto, Hinata, and the Kiri commanders. There could be 20 different traps on that entrance, and we wouldn't even know it, she said quietly. Hinata activated her Byakugan. I do see a pair of seals facing each other. They have minimal chakra output though. They're also connected to several further in, facing the entranceway. Those ones are putting out more chakra. I think they are some type of storage trap seal, she reported. Naruto looked it over. I could have some clones rush in and spring the traps, but that would give the enemy time to plan their defense and counterattack. Kushina nodded. I'll handle this then. She pulled out a couple of tags, and silently hopped down. She stealthily approached the entrance, moving slowly so she didn't accidentally rush into the seal's range. The others watched as she quietly placed the tags on the walls near the security tags, before moving back. Once she did, she made the ram hand sign. The 2 tags emitted a small pulse of chakra, very localized so no one could detect it. The 2 security seals on the wall glowed before going dull again. Nothing else happened, as Kushina waved to the others to approach. Naruto quickly knelt next to her, blinking. What did you use? He asked, glancing at the seals. She grinned. Special seals me and your dad worked on together. They emit a special pulse of chakra, used to disable nearby seals and genjutsu, she said, as she slowly slipped inside. The entire force of Kiri shinobi slowly followed her in. Kushina turned to the shinobi commanders. All right, everyone get your platoons and fan out. Take captives if you can, but our objective is to neutralize Oto as a threat. I'll be going after the Otokage with Hinata-san and Oni. Now go." The shinobi nodded and started to disperse down the passageways they found, moving as quietly and carefully as they could. Kushina turned to Naruto and Hinata, and nodded. "Hinata, where's the Otokage?" Hinata activated her Byakugan and scanned the underground complex. "The passage ahead will lead us to him," she reported. Kushina nodded, and they all slowly moved forward. An Oto-chunin yawned softly as he walked down a passageway. He had just finished his shift in one of the laboratories of the Otokage, ensuring that none of the living experiments escaped. He was looking forward to a long night of sleep. As he passed around a corner, he was grabbed from behind. One hand covered his mouth while he was put into a sleeper hold. Despite his struggling, he couldn't escape, and soon fell unconscious. A Kiri shinobi began dragging him away as the rest of the platoon moved out. In another hall, a male and female pair of chunin talked with each other while leaving the mess hall. Fixated on their conversation, either of them noticed the figure above them until it reached down and slammed their heads together. Two more figures dragged them off, as a group moved outside the mess hall. Two of them pulled out tags attached to kunai, and with a nod from their platoon leader, threw them into the mess hall. Seconds later the tags let out a blinding flash and a loud bang. The Kiri shinobi rushed in to subdue those still in the mess hall. Unfortunately, one of the Oto shinobi had been at the edge of the blast, and was only slightly disoriented. As he shook his head to rid it of the ringing in his ears, he saw the Kiri shinobi rush in. Cursing, he slammed a palm against the wall, channeling chakra into it. Alarms started blaring throughout the base, alerting the inhabitants that something was wrong. Kushina cursed as she heard the alarm. "Well, there goes the subtle approach." She drew her sword from its scabbard on her back, as the group charged forward. All over the underground base, Oto shinobi were arming themselves with weapons, rushing to find those who had infiltrated their home. The Kiri shinobi reacted with less stealth, now that their cover was blown. Soon, battles erupted all over the base, as Kiri and Oto shinobi clashed in combat. Naruto, Hinata, and Kushina were rushing down the hallways, directed by Hinata. They had just entered one large room when a cloaked figure dropped down, smashing into Kushina and knocking her away. She rolled to her feet and held her katana in a ready stance, as the figure adopted a taijutsu stance. Naruto and Hinata turned to help her, but she shook her head. "Go! Take down the Otokage, and fast! I'll handle this," she ordered them. Naruto hesitated, before nodding and moving off, Hinata following. Kushina held her katana at the ready, staring at the cloaked and hooded figure. The figure seemed to stare back, though their face was completely hidden by the shadow created by their hood. Kushina growled softly. "Well, come on! I don't have all fucking day," she said, showing where her daughter got her temper, and possibly some of her swearing from. The figure seemed to hesitate, before pulling out a kunai and attacking. Naruto and Hinata had passed through a couple of corridors, the Byakugan allowing Hinata to pinpoint traps so they could avoid them. However, as they reached another large room, Hinata found herself ducking under a rapid palm strike to her head. She returned her own palm strike at the attacker, who jumped over Hinata and rolled away. Hinata got up, slowly pulling out the scroll she used now to carry her mother's blades, and unsealed them. Naruto reached down for his own sword, but Hinata stopped him as she stared at the cloaked and hooded figure. "Naruto, I've got this," she said quietly. "You need to get to the Otokage." Naruto growled. "This has got to be a setup. He's trying to separate us," he said. Hinata nodded. "I know. But we don't have much of a choice, do we? If he escapes, Oto lives on." He finally nodded. "If you insist then. But be careful." Hinata just nodded as she drew her mom's twin hook swords. The figure seemed to stiffen, before settling into a stance that seemed way too close to the Hyuga-juken stance. The two faced each other before charging. Naruto rushed ahead, grateful that it was a straight shot to the Otokage. Ahead he could see the doors leading to the man's throne room. He sheathed his sword as he ran, and held out his right hand, channeling chakra there. With a roar, he smashed the signature jutsu of his father into the wooden doors, blowing them open. Inside, the robed figure of the Otokage looked up, as the black-armored figure entered. "Ah, so you've finally arrived," he said silkily. Naruto just stood there, sword and shield at the ready. "So you're the Otokage? You don't look like much." The figure smirked. "I thought the same of you when I first met you, Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto tensed slightly. "Who are you?" The man chuckled, as he slowly got up from the throne. Only he didn't stand on two legs. Instead, his lower body resembled a snake's. The figure slowly slithered into the torchlight, pushing back his hood. "Do you recognize me now?" Naruto's eyes went wide. Standing before him was Kabuto, Orochimaru's former right-hand man. Except this Kabuto was much different from the one he saw when he was retrieving Tsunade. This Kabuto's skin was pale and scaly, just like a snake's. His face was slightly protruding as well, forming a snout-like appearance. His eyes were now yellow with reptile-like slits for pupils. Kabuto chuckled as he spread his arms. "What do you think, Naruto? After Sasuke killed Orochimaru-sama, I integrated some of his DNA into my own. It was a struggle for a time there, as his DNA tried to take over mine. And yet I prevailed. Now I have become superior to Orochimaru, in every way." Naruto just gripped his sword. "You've definitely become a bigger monster than Orochimaru, that's for certain." Kabuto dropped his arms. "The greatest minds have always been considered monsters," he commented. "That is a sad truth of this world. If the greatest minds maybe had some morals, they wouldn't be considered monsters, would they?" Naruto retorted. "Morals? Morals are for the weak and misguided. For those who truly think things like teamwork and friendship can defeat those who are stronger than them. If I had any morals, your mother and that Hyuga girl would be fighting me with you. Instead, they'll die by the hands of people very close to them," he said, smiling evilly. Naruto's eyes widened at that. "What do you mean?" With Kushina, the red-haired Uzumaki stumbled back, panting a bit. Whoever she was fighting was good, really good. He had woven in and out of her attacks, striking back with a kunai. He seemed to know her every move. The figure stood opposite, seemingly not winded or disturbed by her attacks at all. She eyed him carefully. "So who are you? You're pretty strong, for an Odo shinobi." She taunted a bit, hoping to get a reaction. The figure kept quiet, and Kushina sighed, before attacking again. She went for a quick stab at her opponent's gut, and when the figure jumped back, she quickly slashed upwards. The figure tilted back, their hood sliding off. Kushina readied herself as the figure stood straight again, only to stop, her eyes wide. Her katana dropped from her numb hands, making a clanging noise as she stared at the blue eyes and spiky blonde hair of her deceased husband. "And Minato?" Minato Namikaze, the former Yondaime Hokage and father of Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, sadly smiled at his wife. "Hello, Beniheim," he said, using one of his nicknames for her too. With Hinata studied her opponent carefully, as they circled each other. The two of them had so far only been feinting and studying the other's moves. Hinata had the advantage of range and damage thanks to her twin hook swords. But the person she was fighting not only knew how to fight using the Hyuga Juken, but had years of experience, it seemed. Hinata charged at her opponent, swinging both blades from her sides inwards towards her opponent. Unfortunately, said enemy stepped inside her attack, grabbing her wrists, and then head-butting Hinata. She stumbled back in pain, unwittingly releasing her swords. The figure stumbled back too, but had grabbed the hook swords, and adopted a stance. Hinata shook her head, and was reaching for her rider's sword, when she stopped, as she realized two things. The first was that the figure's hood had fallen off, revealing a Hyuga woman. The second, which froze her completely, was that said Hyuga woman was her mother. She stared at the figure, her mouth open, her eyes watering a bit. "And Mom?" she whispered. Hitomi Hyuga mentally cursed her hood falling off, as she slowly straightened. "Hinata," she whispered sadly, looking into her daughter's eyes. "Naruto and Kabuto." Naruto growled. "I will enjoy killing you, you four-eyed bastard." Kabuto chuckled. "Oh, I doubt you'll be able to, Naruto. Oh, I've heard of your exploits thus far, but quite honestly, I'm sure they are an exaggeration. Not only that, but each time you fought, you had your pet helping you, did you not? And now here you are, fighting me all by yourself. Me, who has surpassed Orochimaru and become the strongest shinobi in the dash." Kabuto was interrupted by the blast of black fire that erupted around him and engulfed him. Naruto growled, one gauntlet hand held out, his eyes glowing red. "1. Do not ever call Onyxia my pet. She is my partner and sister rolled into one. 2. You need to shut the hell up, as you're bragging and your voice are giving me a fucking headache. And 3. You don't ever, fuck around with my friends and family." As the flames died away, all that was left was the burning cloak Kabuto had surrounded himself in. Naruto drew his sword and shield, silently waiting for Kabuto to strike. He slowly looked up, in time to see the half-human, half-snake monster lunge at him from a pillar. Minato and Kushina barely blocked her husband's kunai with her katana, being forced back a few steps. She just stared at him in shock and sadness. "What are you doing here? What's going on?" she asked. Minato shook his head. "The Otokage. He used the Nidame's Impure World Resurrection Jutsu to revive me. I can't control myself," he said, looking at her sadly. "The only good news I have is that, thankfully, he was unable to replicate my Horatian seals. So you won't have to deal with that jutsu." Kushina just trembled. "And Minato, I can't fight against you." Minato's face became stern. "Damn it, Kushina, you have to. If you don't defeat me, I'll be used against Konoha. I don't want that to happen. Please, you have to stop me." Kushina just trembled a bit, staring at her dead love in horror. Slowly her gaze hardened, as she nodded, before taking back up her regular kenjutsu stance. Minato smiled softly, before he lunged and attacked again. Kushina blocked and flowed into a counter-strike, which Minato ducked under. He spun, trying to go for a roundhouse kick, only for Kushina to jump over his leg and kick back, striking him in the face and knocking him back several feet. Minato recovered quickly, already going through hand signs. "Wind style, slicing blades jutsu!" Small blades of wind shot at Kushina, who held her sword up. It glowed as she channeled chakra through it, before she stepped forward, slashing at each wind blade that came at her as she rushed at Minato. She was suddenly in front of him, slashing at his neck. He leaned back, only to grunt in pain as her blade pierced through his stomach. Kushina's eyes were closed, as each blade of wind dispersed. "Uzumaki Kenjutsu Art Mirage," she whispered quietly, a tear falling from her eye. Her eyes shot open though, as Minato spoke. "I'm not dead yet," he said before striking at her. She back-flipped away, pulling her katana out, as Minato stumbled a bit, the hole in his stomach slowly sealing back up. He looked up at Kushina, sadness in his eyes. "I'm sorry," he whispered, as he held up a hand sign. Kushina's eyes widened as a seal Minato had placed on her went off, shocking her. She screamed in pain, falling to her knees and twitching, as electricity danced over her form. Minato slowly walked forward, crying as he raised the kunai, only for Kushina to disperse into smoke. "Shadow clone!" Minato whirled in time to get a boot across the face, sending him crashing into a wall. Kushina finished her own hand signs. "Fire style, Grand Tiger Claw!" She blew flames out of her mouth which formed into a giant tiger. It roared at Minato, before rushing at him, and swinging a massive paw. Minato barely escaped, though his cloak ended up catching on fire. He tossed it away, watching it burn. He looked to Kushina, who grinned sadly. "I've learned a few new tricks in the past year or so." Minato just nodded. "Impressive," he said before two of his own shadow clones appeared and rushed at Kushina. Kushina watched them, and somehow, she knew almost immediately what Minato was going to do. She closed her eyes as the two clones rushed at her. In two flashes of light, she had moved half a step forward, with her sword held out to her right. Both clones dispersed into smoke, only for another Minato to come out of the smoke with a Rasengan in hand. Kushina rushed at him, sword at the ready. Time seemed to slow down, as the two neared each other. Kushina slowly opened her eyes, meeting Minato's, before they clashed. Hinata and Hitomi. Hinata stumbled back, dodging one of the hook swords that had been trying to catch her leg. She parried the other one with her elven scimitar, backstepping as she did. Her mother continued to launch graceful and fluid assaults, forcing Hinata to use all of her experience and abilities to stay out of the way of those weapons. Hitomi was crying, even as she attacked Hinata. "I'm sorry, my sunshine. I didn't want to see you again like this," she said, as she struck downwards with both swords. Hinata barely blocked them, straining as her mom pushed downwards with both swords. Hinata kept straining, closing her eyes, before opening them. Her right hand glowed as she pushed it towards her mother, shoving her off with a blast of magic. Hitomi flipped and landed, skidding back. She slowly looked up at her daughter. "What was that?" she asked softly. Hinata closed her left hand in a fist. "A little something I picked up recently," she said. Hitomi just nodded, before attacking again, connecting the hooks of the swords and swinging one of them at Hinata repeatedly in a rapid circle. Hinata danced back, till she hit the wall. She blocked the spinning blade with her sword, but the force of the impact knocked it from her hand. Cursing, she tried to dodge to one side, only to be blocked by a jab from the dagger point on the hilt of the right sword. She desperately ducked under another slash, but a second slash caught her arm, cutting the sleeve and drawing blood. Hinata rolled away from her mom, wincing and clutching her arm. She panted softly, looking up at Hitomi, who had retaken her stance. Horror and despair were etched on Hitomi's face as she stared at her daughter. Hinata slowly stood, panting softly as she held her arm. "Mom, you have to fight this," she said. "You can't let yourself be controlled like this." Hitomi cried quietly. "I'm sorry, Hinata. I'm trying. I really am. But my body isn't listening to me at all. Please. You have to stop me. No matter what, you have to stop me." Hinata shook her head. I can't fight you," Hitomi sobbed, as she felt her body jerk forward, rushing at Hinata. Hinata bit her lip, before her eyes widened and she raised her left hand. "I've got one shot at this." Naruto and Kabuto. Naruto grunted, dodging out of the way of Kabuto's tongue, which had extended and turned into a python-like snake. The tongue retracted, as Kabuto smirked. "Face it, Naruto. You are outmatched." Naruto didn't respond. Instead, he held out his left hand, causing the pillar Kabuto was coiled around to crack and start to tip over. Kabuto uncurled from it and leapt to the ground, slithering towards another pillar, only to shout in pain as Naruto's sword stabbed down through his tail. He spun, shooting snakes from his right arm at Naruto's face. The blonde slung his shield from his back onto his left hand and blocked the snakes. They bounced off his shield, only to wrap around it and rip it from his arm, knocking him off balance. Naruto stumbled, but jerked himself upright, causing his leg and back muscles to scream in momentary protest. Kabuto watched him from his perch. "Oh, come now, Naruto-kun. Is this really all you have now? Some pathetic tricks and that sword?" Naruto glared at him. "Be careful what you wish for," he said, as he held out his left hand, forming a Rasengan. Then he suddenly shot his hand out, yelling, "Lasna, release!" The Rasengan shot forward from his hand, impacting the pillar right where Kabuto had been. The human and snake hybrid had jumped clear, but was still pelted by shards of rock, some of which cut through the more vulnerable parts of his body. He glared at Naruto, who smirked. "Face it, Kabuto. You've never been a real fighter. Before you turned into this, you may have had the strength, speed, and stamina of Kakashi Hatake, but almost all of your jutsus were support or diversionary based. Your only combat-capable jutsu were those chakra scalpels. Now you're even less a fighter than you were. Your abilities are all support-based," Naruto said, smirking. Kabuto growled. "I don't need flashy jutsu to beat you. I have become a god amongst shinobi," he shouted, slamming his hands down and summoning two large snakes, who shot at Naruto. Naruto jumped at them, stabbing at one's head with his sword while kicking at the other. The sword pierced further back than he wanted, missing any vital areas, but cutting deep and drawing blood. The three claws on his armored foot tore gashes into the other snake's face. Naruto landed and turned, slashing straight into the gaping maw of the first snake that had turned quickly to strike at him. The top of its head flew off, crashing to the ground, before the whole summon poofed out of existence. The other summon shot through the smoke, wrapping around Naruto quickly and forcing him to drop his sword. Naruto struggled, grunting as the snakes slowly began to crush him. Kabuto smirked, as he finished the hand signs for his next jutsu. "Even if you escape that snake, let's see how you handle this," he thought with malicious glee. Naruto growled, as he began to summon Kyuubi's chakra. A bubbling red aura began to form around him, as he slowly pushed with his clawed gauntlets, digging into the snake's scaly hide. It hissed in pain as Naruto dug in, before shouting and shoving his hands outward. The force of his push ripped the snake into pieces, spraying blood over Naruto and the surrounding area. Before that summon poofed away too, Naruto turned his gaze back to Kabuto, only for his eyes to widen as he saw a coffin rise up from the ground. The lid slowly fell off, revealing the figure inside. Naruto's eyes hardened, as he saw the figure in black clothing step out. "So, it's you," he said quietly. "Who are you?" asked Hiruzen Sarutobi, the former Sandaime Hokage of Konoha. Kushina and Minato, the two of them, were standing opposite of each other, backs to each other. Kushina was holding her sword to one side, before she screamed in pain, dropping her sword and clutching her left arm, which had been broken by Minato's Rasengan grazing it. Minato's right arm, still held, slowly fell off, landing on the floor and dispersing into so much dirt and debris. Kushina, panting and holding her left arm, slowly turned to face her husband, who was turning to face her too. His face easily displayed the horror and pain he felt at what he had been forced to do. Slowly, Kushina released her left arm, and slowly leaned down, picking up her katana again. As she did, she noticed Minato's arm regenerating. Minato looked at his arm, then at Kushina. Kushina, you can't beat me like this. You have to stop my body. You need to seal my body away, keep me from being able to move at all, he told her, as he felt his right hand draw a kunai. Kushina just trembled in pain and some fear. Her clan had been experts on sealing, but she would need time to do something like that, especially with only one good arm. She took a deep breath, as she came up with a plan. Summoning her reserves of chakra, she created 3 shadow clones. Thankfully, unlike herself, the shadow clones were not hindered by a broken arm. They attacked, keeping Minato occupied. Kushina slowly knelt on the ground, grabbing a scroll and writing something on it as rapidly as she could with only one good arm. Minato ducked under the sword of one of the clones, only to barely block a kick with his arms. He shoved back, skidding away, while the 3 shadow clones pressed the attack. Minato drew a second kunai, and charged. Blocking a sword stroke from one, he managed to stab it, destroying the clone, before turning and kicking another across the face. The last one jumped back, shooting a fireball jutsu at him. He rolled to one side, before throwing one of his kunai at the clone. It blocked it, only to have Minato's fist drive into its belly, dispersing it. Minato turned to Kushina, only to get hit in the face by a smoke bomb. He staggered back from the impact and the blinding smoke in his eyes, mouth, and nose. Suddenly, the scroll Kushina had been writing on shot through the smoke, wrapping around his midsection. It stopped with the seal Kushina drew on his chest, before Kushina slammed a fist onto said seal, channeling the last of her chakra into it. Uzumaki full binding seal! Minato froze, and fell over, unable to move a single muscle. He smiled sadly at the panting Kushina, who dropped to her knees. You did it! Thank you, he whispered, as he remained bound there. Kushina just weakly nodded, panting as she slowly moved back against the wall, and began to weakly try and put her arm into a splint. As she did so, Minato looked at her sadly. Kushina-chan, can you tell me what happened to Naruto? Kushina sighed. It's a long story, and since neither of us are going anywhere, I have the time. She half joked, before she began to tell him. Hinata and Hitomi was currently laying on the floor, held in a binding of magic. Hinata, who had cast the spell, was currently leaning against a wall, panting as she held the long gash on her chest. She had been too slow to stop her mother's attack completely, but had managed to move back enough to reduce the damage. Quietly, she whispered the words for a healing spell, trying to heal the wound. Hitomi looked at her daughter with a mixture of awe, pride, and sadness. You've become very strong, my little sunny place, she said quietly, as Hinata was forced to stop healing her wound. Her magical reserves were still small compared to Naruto's, and the power needed for the binding spell on Hitomi had taken most of her magic. Hinata glanced at her mom. It hasn't been an easy, she said softly. I've had to learn some hard truths, before I could get this far. Hitomi nodded, as she glanced at her swords laying nearby. They must have been hard indeed, if you took my swords from the memorial shrine. Care to tell me? Hinata just sat down, nodding quietly. Slowly, she began. Naruto and Kabuto. Naruto just growled as he removed his helmet. Maybe you'll recognize me now, Sarutobi, he said, revealing his face. His eyes were glowing red from the influence of Kyuubi's chakra, the whisker birthmarks had grown thicker, and his canine teeth had grown as well. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the former Sandaime Hokage, blinked in amazement. Naruto? Is that you? My, you've certainly grown. And changed, he said, looking him over. Naruto just nodded. It's been 5 years since you died, Sarutobi. A lot's changed since then. He looked over at Kabuto. So this is who you're bringing out to fight me? Are you serious? Kabuto smirked. I know you won't ever hurt your favorite grandfather figure, would you? He mockingly said. Naruto's answer was to suddenly appear in front of Sarutobi, ramming his sword straight through the old undead man's chest, before tearing it out in a sideways slash. This of course did not kill Sarutobi, but it still hurt a lot, and rendered him useless as he regenerated the damage. Naruto turned to Kabuto. You obviously are out of date. I found out that his man not only helped spread misinformation about me, thus keeping those who were supposed to take care of me from doing their jobs, but that he also tried to steal my father's techniques. Techniques that were supposed to go to me as soon as I became a genin. This man is a traitor who sought the safety of the village over the wishes of my family and my own freedom and life. If anything, you've just made one of my fondest wishes come true, Naruto said, grinning as he waited for Sarutobi to finish regenerating. Sarutobi let out a sigh. So you found out, did you? He asked. Oh, I did, you old bastard. I found out plenty. And guess what? Your plan went to shit, by the way, courtesy of your old student Orochimaru. Thanks to him, I no longer serve Konoha as a shinobi. Instead, I'm a mercenary working for them, until the war with Oto and IWA is over, Naruto said, rubbing salt into the old man's wounds. Sarutobi snarled, as he finished regenerating, and prepared a jutsu. Then I'll have to make sure you can't become a threat to Konoha after this war is over. He inhaled to unleash a devastating fire jutsu, before unleashing a roaring inferno at Naruto. The flames engulfed the armored blonde, and it would seem that this was the end for Naruto. Until the flames cleared, revealing Naruto without so much as a singed piece of fabric or scorch mark on him. His left hand had been raised, parting the flames with his magic. Now, he whispered, clenching his fist. The earth shot up, wrapping around Sarutobi and dragging him deep underground. Naruto turned to Kabuto, putting his helmet back on. Don't count on him coming back to help you. He's currently buried 200 feet below the ground, with rock, dirt, and earth pressing so tightly against him, he'll never be able to move even a centimeter. It's just you and me, Naruto said, drawing his sword and shield again. Kabuto now felt fear for the first time. Despite his bragging and posturing, he knew Naruto was right. Almost all of his skills fell under the support role. He wasn't a frontline fighter, not since he fused with Orochimaru's DNA. His mind raced for a way out of this, as he shot snakes from his arms towards Naruto. Naruto simply raised his shield, batting aside the snakes before cutting them in half. Kabuto backed up before slamming his hands into the ground. Hundreds of snakes popped from the ground, shooting at Naruto with blades emerging from their mouths. Naruto growled as he created 3 shadow clones, who formed a barrier in front of him, their swords sheathed. Each held up both hands, shouting, Brinsker! A massive torrent of black flames erupted forward, incinerating the center 15 feet of snakes in the group. Naruto leapt over his clones and through the opening created, catching Kabuto off guard. The snake-slash-human hybrid had been preparing the jutsu that would ensure his escape. When Naruto appeared over the wall of flames his clones had created, slashing Vinder down at him. Kabuto reacted on instinct, throwing his arms up. The curved ebony blade slashed through skin, muscle, and bone, sending a spurt of blood into the air. Kabuto screamed as his hands fell to the floor, leaving him with stumps oozing with blood. Before he could react, Naruto stabbed up, gutting him. The force of Naruto's stab drove the blade into a wall behind Kabuto, pinning him there. Naruto slowly let go of his sword, watching Kabuto squirm weakly, his life's blood trickling from the wound in his stomach and the stumps that had been his hands and forearms. Naruto slowly raised one hand, as Kabuto begged, blood trickling from his mouth. Please, Naruto, spare me, I can help against IWA. He spat out, globules of blood hitting the floor. There wasn't a glint of mercy in his eyes. Fuck you, Kabuto, he whispered before slamming his clawed gauntlet-covered hand through Kabuto's head. Flesh and bone yielded to the steel and muscle, splattering Kabuto's brain all over the wall and Naruto's hand. Naruto slowly pulled his hand out of the mess of wall and brain matter, before setting Kabuto's body ablaze, to ensure he was truly dead. Slowly, he pulled his sword out, and turned to go find Hinata and Kushina. As he exited the throne room, he could hear the mute cheers throughout the base. The battle for Otokage no Sato was over.